Day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both. Now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today. This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both. Now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
What is going on? What are you doing?
Give up. Give up. When times are hard, give up. Have a happy heart, give up. Pray and obey. When you get scared, give up. Let me hear you say.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
Give up.
Ready for takeoff?
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Floppy. Grandma's and big cheaters, my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas as distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my nigga. Woo! He's a life changer, miracle arranger, born to the virgin mom in a manger. Water to wine, he's a drink exchanger, and he died for your sins. I preach the word, that's my gig, and I rhyme better than Notorious Big. All the other MCs, I wish them well, but if you live in sin, you burn in hell. Now I'ma pass the mic to my lovely wife. She's a fly MC and the light of my life. So to bust a rhyme without further ado, take it away, Mary Sue.
Jesus Christ is my nigga. He's the son of the original G. And he was sent to earth to elucidate the way that we should be. What? Like if another MC says you're a freak, you're a lame butt rapper and your rhymes are weak. I don't get mad and I don't critique. I forgive him and turn the other cheek. I don't blaspheme and I don't brag. I don't cuss and my pants don't sag. I do exude a little Christian swag and I'm proud to be an American.
Jesus Christ is a nigga. Let his light shine through ya. Let his love pop a cap in your butt and say hallelujah. Jesus Christ is a nigga. He's a homie MC, JC, you see. He's an honest, caring, peace-loving nigga like me. If you do drugs and you think you're cool, you need to come to Sunday school. Put those drugs in a garbage can. Stand up tall, you're a Christian man. Word up. I'm freestyling.
Hit me.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force!
We're reclaiming the rainbow!
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force, the upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate difference.
We're heterosexual overdance!
Yeah! Fighting evil in multicolored skin, tight car on suspended. Pow! I'm happy to wait.
I don't even need to masturbate.
I dare off on the face of justice. Sex is bad.
And violence is good.
Gonna save the neighborhood from sex. Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY. I think I'm cute. I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Y'all ready to go? I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go! I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're right real. I'm just a sexy boy. I am live right now on YouTube. I am live on Twitch. I am live on Twitter. I am live on Facebook, and the right wing needs to get ready to rumble. Because I am live for the first time ever on Rumble. That is right. I'm fucking everywhere because champions have championship responsibilities, and we are taking over the internet. I'm not your boy, that mic flip. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your... It sounds so nice. We had to do it twice. What the fuck is up, everyone? It is your boy Pocket Locker here for another very special edition of the Pocket Locker podcast. And that is right, folks. We have already expanded our horizons because we are all the way up in this motherfucking Rumble. And they are not gonna know what to do with our crazy asses out here. What's up, though, chat? Cameron Bennett was first. Vandalia, appreciate you. Carrie Ann Chrysler, the motherfucking captain, is here. Stupid Whore Energy says Jesus Christ is my nigga. I hope Jesus Christ is gonna share. Appreciate all y'all. Appreciate all y'all. Nightbot doing its damn thing. Appreciate everybody. We have 3 people watching us on Rumble. So whoever the hell you are out there in Rumble land, we appreciate you. Thank you. Carrie Ann, we know you've not been feeling well lately, so if you're headed to bed, we hope you do feel better. We see Carrie Ann is stunting on y'all. She has all the different stream avatars, probably has enough currency to change stream avatars every day if she wanted to. The rest of y'all broke. You broke because you ain't been around. All right? Appreciate you, Carrie Ann. Hope you feel better. In him, for him, touching his pancreas in the unity of your colonoscopy. All right, y'all, let's catch a vibe. We're going to do, let's do Link Up with the Gang, man. It's our first time on Rumble. Let's show Rumble what we about. Let's go ahead and link up with the gang, and then we'll do communion. Also, y'all know we in this motherfucking gather.
Your attention, please.
You know we out here and gather.
Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
James, you still here? I think James Apperson is with us and gather. He might be away from his mic for a second. Oh, James is live on YouTube. Oh, he probably turned me down because he's live on YouTube. Cameron is here. Melody is here doing some business. Myron Bot and Sam Bot are here. UC Love is in the house. Gathertown Punk in the building. Appreciate y'all. Let's catch your vibe.
Get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones.
Niggas better leave me alone.
Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas.
Somebody tell me James live.
I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. Yeah. If it was
I like my avatar too.
We get it and never complain.
Is that James? James, is that you? No, I think that's UC Love. Who on the mic? Who got their mic open?
You wanna come on us, you can't.
I'm rolling up loud and it's great. But mama, she gotta complain. Cause I'm doing love with my dreams. But I gotta get on the plane and go get this money, I'm saying.
I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang. Gang.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Oh, James not live? Okay.
Gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I think you might be getting ready for a stream.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Money. Taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your
I got 6 watching on Rumble. What's up, Rumble?
You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now.
Get fuck around.
But he a clown.
Get fuck around with the fuck arounds.
Nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promises.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate.
Some of y'all don't know what time it is.
Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate.
Oh no, what happened? Oh, I got the camera.
Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
But yeah, I told y'all for real. We out here on this Rumble, man. We out here on Rumble. Let me see what I gotta do, man. Let me tell this Rumble thing to stop playing, man. Boom. There it is.
I'll go up.
Didn't get rid of this. Man, let me stop playing around with this thing right here. Says you want a nigga in the worst way.
Says you want a nigga in the worst way. Oh, the cake got a nigga, not your birthday. I had to spend a little time, get my work straight. Put the money in the pile, let it rotate. Many niggas wasn't down for the come up. Days back when a young nigga couldn't roll up. Nowadays count change like what up.
Oh my goodness, come on. Give me the other display.
Ran through a couple states, same
sorry, y'all stream ads acting up.
Ran it up, went to Zana on the whole game. And you know she in Miami on the yacht for the summer. Good guys came in from California. Making plays, they'll use Motorola. Running scans and a nigga.
Oh, here it is. Alright, let's close that. Here we go. Check this out, y'all.
We got them stamps. Let's switch the location. Don't look. Here, come take my hand until we land.
Sheesh.
Back from a kush coma. You can still smell the aroma. Baby, give me head like shoulder. She do it like she do it for diploma, yeah.
That's James.
No teeth. She leak, just don't fuck up my seats.
Y'all hear James? I know y'all hear James. James, what's up?
Throw the dart. Where we going this week? That's cool. I think it's working out.
James, can you hear me? James. Paging James Apperson.
Yo. I'm back.
What's up, James?
Not much. Nothing against your cousin. He's brilliant for what he does.
Oh, it's not your music. Yeah. That's why I muted.
No, it's fine. Like I try to like watch the screen so I can tell when you're past that, and then I come back.
Oh yeah. Got you.
So,
hang on. We gotta do communion before we jump into this topic.
Oh yeah.
It's a hot topic. All right, let me change the screen because it's for some reason it's like acting like it don't want to show. So, let's go ahead and do communion real quick. But first, let me see what's up with this damn screen. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, I noticed you did you delete your stream from last night?
I put it to private. I overshared, so I put it to private.
Oh, you put it to private. So is there somewhere you will share the link for those if you want people to? Because that's kind of how private works.
I don't know. Like I set it to private, assuming that means no one can see it now but me unless I change it again.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
If you want, I can reset it to public. I just felt like I overshared. No one needs this dumped in their lap. Like it doesn't help the community, so I set it back to private.
I don't know. I'd have to listen to the whole thing, but from what I heard, it was like revolutionary. Like it was like one of those you need to hear this.
I don't know which part. Maybe there were parts that were revolutionary, but it's like you shared the thing with your mom, and I'm like, I don't even remember what I said that was that great. Now I need to go back and watch it because I don't even know. So like, I mean, it's my own stream, and I'm the guy that talked. But if somebody asked me what I said during that stream, I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
Why ask me? Ask somebody that was there. I don't know what I said.
Yeah.
I just remembered oversharing. I just remembered oversharing, and people got really quiet after I did, and I just felt like that's usually how I gauge the community. Like, is this helping the community? If they say it is, then okay. And if no one says anything, then we're probably having an awkward moment. I probably overshared or went off the rails.
Let me throw this at you. Okay. Sometimes silence is our way of letting a moment breathe, right?
Maybe.
And
yeah.
I think even me, like, I felt really weird about calling in because you were on so much fire. It just was like, James just needs this stage. He needs this space. I think he just needs to get this off his chest. And we were all listening, right? And so even on my streams, I've learned that I need to remind myself it's okay if there's a moment of silence. You don't have to fill every gap, right? And I felt like you had some of those moments, and I think they were just profound moments, and nobody had anything to say. We just kind of wanted to let it lie. But selfishly, because that's probably what it is, to be honest, I think it's amazing to hear people speaking up and coming out and really getting at this, right? Because that's the problem, right? The problem is every time we do, share something vulnerable or personal, there's that feeling that we need to hide it, right? So then it undoes the sort of coming out of it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, you've got to decide what. The main concern I would have is not the community; it's more you being a target, right? It's like, are people gonna go back to it and then use stuff you said against you or something like that? But I don't think you should be concerned about oversharing because you were mostly amongst friends, right?
Sure, but if it's public, and
I don't. Yeah. It's and that's what I mean. These are all great things to think through. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that I said anything there that like anybody could use to like necessarily hurt me. Like if they make fun of me, I don't care. So I don't know. I just kind of felt like does this forward the interest of the community?
In my opinion, absolutely yes. Yes. Number one, you were talking about really important shit, right? Yeah. And the problem for you, I think, I would say problem for you, but the issue for you is, in a sense, you don't try to make you the star of the show, right? You're trying to talk about issues and other things, and this was different because now you're talking about the issues, but through the lens of what you've actually been through. So I think it was awesome in that regard. Number two, we got to know you a lot better, right? And that's part of the community building is, I was watching something where there's a woman I watch. She's mostly into like interior decorating content, her channel. Mm-hmm. But recently, she made a video about loneliness. And she said she's been so lonely most of her adult life that became like her superpower.
I watched a video about that today, actually. I wonder if it was the same one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But she ended up saying the key to not being lonely is to be understood.
Yeah.
Right? And so I felt like there was a lot of that. Like if nothing comes out of this, like we understand, if nothing else, I should say, comes out of this is like we understand James better, and that's incredibly valuable for us.
Right. And there are life lessons I wanted people to take from that, like that it's not virtuous to overly sacrifice for somebody else. You can, without realizing it, become your own co-abuser by being complicit in your own abuse, by surrendering yourself to the abuse. That you can't rescue people from themselves, if behaving a certain
and James,
kind of way.
You were reading out of my diary, right? When you're saying this shit, I'm sitting here. No, I don't even write a fucking diary. Where's the diary? Fuck, did James get my shit? James, you've been reading. Yep. James, you read my record, James? You found all my shit, huh?
Yeah, I found it. Reading from it.
Because that's how it was. Even when you were talking about sex later, and you were like, well, you know, it's tough because, you know, you're having fun, but then, you know, each one of theirs takes longer and longer and longer. Now you're tired, but you can't finish because she's not done. Now it's not fun anymore because it's work. I said, God damn it, I could have swore I closed the door. But somehow James has this fucking spy cam in my goddamn bedroom. I literally, because we were watching it in Gather as a group, and I was sitting there like, is this motherfucker watching me in my bedroom? Go ahead. Nah, go ahead, James. I was just tripping about how funny it was. It's like you were reading, like you were right there. Oh, I think he might have dropped out. James, you still there?
Wait, I'm still here.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. All right, so I just can hear you for a second. All right, but yeah, that was super funny, man. It was like you're right there. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me okay or not.
I can. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so I'm glad you're saying this now because usually if I talk about sex, nobody says anything one way or the other. And sometimes it's because they can't tell if I'm kidding or being serious, and that's fine. That's my own fault because sometimes I do joke and people aren't always sure. But you know, when I was being serious last night about that stuff, nobody said anything. And sometimes I wonder if these experiences are rare or unique or common. Like, I just don't know because I've never been anybody else, right?
Yeah. Exactly. No,
so that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and some good comments. Cameron Brennan said, I've been talking to James about my frustration interacting with Rebecca. Yeah, that's going to be the main event. I guess we're going to get into that in a second. They said they don't know if you can see the chat. Yeah, he can pull it up maybe on another tab or device if you'd like to. Iris Gaming, how you doing, Iris Gaming? Good to see you. Stupid Whore Energy said, set it to unlisted. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was getting them mixed up a little bit. But yeah, there's private, public, and then unlisted. So if you did say like unlisted, you could share it in like the Discord or something where you feel like it's mostly friends are going to see it. And then if they don't have the exact link, they won't see it. Like, it won't show up on your videos. It'll just be like, hey, if you guys think that was valuable and you want to check it out, you know, here's the link. Then it's only shared amongst friends, right?
Sure, that makes sense.
And then it's set to unlisted. Actually, I actually think unlisted streams are a great idea, right? For a lot of reasons, right? Just because there's times where we don't want to be trolled. We don't want to deal with the nonsense. You know, you can get a link. Hey, guys, I want to do... Matter of fact, this might be a way you do vulnerable streams, right? You might have your own, you know, Discord or Facebook or something. You might just drop the link on mine, or on ours rather. You drop the link on your Facebook or whatever, or send it to friends. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And then you kind of have like a invite only type of stream, you know?
Right.
Yeah. That's essentially what I use Gather for, right? Like, we want to do lots of shit. We don't really want to be public. See you later. Yeah, and then Melody Joy said she just didn't know what to say. I think that's what a lot of people were. They were just listening. They were, you know, I don't want to say overwhelmed in a bad way, overwhelmed in a good way. Like when you do a wrestling show, you want people to feel something, right? Sometimes if they're really feeling what you want them to feel, they can't speak. You know, the biggest moments in wrestling are when you leave 80,000 people speechless, right? So you kind of had one of those moments. It wasn't 80,000, but, you know, a silence falling over the room isn't always a bad thing, right? Just like sometimes the opposite way could be people are so filled with emotion that they just scream or yell or boo. Again, they're not really articulating a whole lot, but you've definitely got them where you want them.
Sure. So
yeah, go ahead.
But it was interesting for me because I'm conflicted about how much I want to share anyways, and for a variety of reasons, because there's all kinds of possible consequences to sharing too much about different things.
Absolutely.
And part of it's marketing, and part of it's just, people's understanding of me. You can only share so much of your mistakes before people start to think, maybe you just suck. Maybe you're just an idiot. Maybe you're just kind of a crap person. Right, and you can only, even with your exes, you can only say so many bad things about exes.
Yes.
Before people will start saying, maybe the problem's you, and then the tides turn, and they're like, not even sympathetic anymore because, you know, maybe the problem is really you, because abusers do that, right? Abusers, after relationships, look back and they say all kinds of bad things about the people they abused. Because in their own mind, they're not the abuser, they're the victim. In their own mind, they've got a history of people who were wronging them but really it's them that wrong the other person.
Yes.
And so when
and I've lived both things being true simultaneously. Facts. Like just I've been the problem, but I've also been, like you said, participating in my own abuse, like enabling people to abuse me, and then they're doing abusive shit, and then I'm counteracting with that with abusive shit. And this is part of what people didn't get about most of us got, but Peter W. and Otangelo intentionally misrepresented. This is what you were saying about Christianity. You were saying Christianity wasn't helping. It wasn't giving me tools. I've since learned tools. Guess what? Didn't get them from the Bible, and I needed them fucking tools. I needed them fucking tools, right? As a matter of fact, I need them tools now more than ever, because if the shit happened to me again, I already got a couple strikes against me. You see what I'm saying? And that's important. And man, it was just really brave of you to go out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was. I thought I was going to be strong enough to talk about that stuff, and I wasn't, and I had a hard time regulating my emotions, and it was difficult, and I probably should have just shut up at that point, and I didn't. But it's difficult for people, like, because here's the thing, and I've noticed this before. Do you know what gray rock is?
No, no.
So gray rock is basically the silent treatment it's a method that the victim is supposed to use in order to steal power back away from their ex-narcissist abuser. You quit feeding the responses that they're trying to get from you. If you can afford to go completely no contact, you do. If you can't, you give them no emotional responses, no engagement at all other than what you minimally have to do. This is gray rock.
Yeah.
But the problem is
that
outsiders
gets perceived as abuse or bad behavior.
Right, because narcissists sometimes use the silent treatment to punish their victims.
Absolutely.
And here's the thing, an outsider doesn't know which thing they're seeing. Is the reason that you're not talking to your abuser anymore because they're the abuser and you're giving them the gray rock, which you're supposed to do? Or is the reason you're giving your ex the silent treatment because you were the abuser and you're using the silent treatment to abuse them further?
Absolutely. And I've been in the exact position of not knowing why this person has this fucking attitude with me, right? Yeah. And then I've also been in situations where a lot of people, I hate to say this, you need to take whatever playbook for victims you read or felt, and it made you feel great and safely, and like you had tools now to deal with that situation, and burn that shit immediately. Burn it to the ground. Because what the person did was they sold you a bunch of bullshit about how to make yourself safe in a situation that's not safe. And then they told you a bunch of plays that you could do that actually make the situation worse. So I was in a situation, or I'm going to just put it like this. I was with an ex who read from that playbook and then went to it often. So an example just would be like where you make things too public. Like I had an ex who, we lived on a property with some people who ran a tow company. Technically, they had every legal right to tow any car that was put in this lot, including ours. So they left a note, hey, we'd like you to not park here or else we're going to tow your car. I get a call, hysterical. Oh, my God, my car is going to get towed. I don't know why it's the thing we're hysterical about, but all right. I'm at the gym. I'm out the door. On the way home, superhero mode. Right? And I'm knocking on the neighbor's door. Hey, we live next door. Can you not tow the car? Yeah, of course, no problem. Right? Then I get frozen out for half a night because they're sitting in the car crying still hysterically, I guess because it was so traumatizing that they just need this, and it's like and then I find out later, oh yeah, well, I was calling the rental company, the property company, like they were trying to escalate it, see who had the legal right to do what and to whom. Are they going to call the cops? The solution was walk over to your neighbor, say, doot, 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 doot. Yeah, I know you guys are trying to keep strangers' cars out of here. Really appreciate that, all that. But we live next door. Can you mind if we park here? Oh, yeah, no problem. All right, see you later. Appreciate it. Right? In other words, sometimes you're reading from a playbook that is really not accounting for the fact that you don't have basic coping skills on how to deal with shit. And now when you don't deal with shit and then you go to the playbook, you fuck over everybody else in the situation, and then when they get pissed at you, you don't know what to do with the vibes. But we're like, life can't be disrupted because you want to go to the handbook for how to be a successful, how to win every trial, when all you needed to do was knock on your neighbor's door, let them know that that car isn't from some random person, and everybody could have went on with their day, right? And that's just a mild example, but my point is just to say, people, we really don't have social skills taught to us properly, and we need to be careful. Like, it's the same way there was a lot of situations. If I told you shit I had to deal with, being the only black kid in all white schools, for instance. If I told you some of the things we agreed to do, so for instance, there's a parent who doesn't want me in the hallway at the same time as her daughter because her daughter's got the hots for me, and blase and the flavonoid. So in my school, they try to avoid us, they actually do it. They try to avoid us synchronizing when we switch classes so we're not in the hallway together at the same time. Try that shit in 2022, you will have a school board meltdown, right? Because you're conceding to racist and you're altering everybody's, timing of changing courses just to reinforce this racist parents' racism and blah, 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 blah. At the time, bro, it was the fucking 90s. We were trying to get Jay Bundy through the school day safely. And you have to pick and choose your battles. And going to the playbook of what's right all the time sometimes just makes things worse. Similarly, I was in high school. It was like, Title IX says if you don't have a sport for a particular sex, gender, whatever we want to call it today, then you have to let them play on the other team. So if you got a girl who wants to play football, you don't have a girls' football team, she has to be able to try out for the football team, right? So what happened was, it was like, if you have guys and there's no guys field hockey, you have to let the guys on the field hockey team. Turns out I really like field hockey. One of my best friends, who was a couple years older than me, played on the field hockey team. The year after he graduated, I wanted to pick up that mantle and play on the field hockey team. My school comes to me and says, basically, dog, if you want to play on the field hockey team, we got to let you. And if we don't, you could take us to court, and based on Title IX, you will win guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
But we're trying to get into this thing called the Patriot League. It's a better league for us to be in because it's populated by small schools that are more our size. The field hockey program can be much more competitive in the Patriot League than it can be in this public league where we're just getting our asses whooped by quad A schools and we're a single A school, right? So is there something we could do here, right? So the arrangement came to was, I'll be the field hockey team's manager, quote unquote assistant coach of the JV team, get to do substitutions and shit like that. I was with the girls every day. I traveled on with the team. I had all the same gear and all of that shit, right? And I got to practice with them, and I got to be part of the coaching staff and to go over strategies and substitutions and all of this shit. And we found a way to make me part of the field hockey program. Was it the right way to do it? Who the fuck knows, right? But I'm just saying, sometimes we gotta not make shit worse by jumping to the 2022 handbook on how to handle things too quickly. We got to let people come along with us.
Right. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, I'll probably go back over that stream later and try to learn some things from it. And that's a lot of the times, that's what I do. I go back over my stream and I'll be like, okay, where could I have done things differently? Whether it's trivial things like using my voice differently, or whether it's, adjusting the sound differently, or, for technical things, or whether it's making a point differently or avoiding certain topics but addressing other ones. Like what's going to help, not just what's going to help my reputation, but what's going to help the community. Like what does the community need from me? Now, I had Math Pig on last night. He was drunk. So I'm not going to hold anything he said against him. But he was saying that every time I use the word community, he's going to take points away from me, respect points away, because in his mind, no one's a friend if you haven't at least shaken their hand. No, you don't really know a person if you haven't met them in person. These are just colleagues at best. You don't really know them if you haven't spent time with them in person. But then he turned around and said that he's getting ready to fly to America because this woman he's never met.
Yeah, the whole thing about the woman, yeah.
So, if I've never met you in person, we can't possibly be friends, and I don't know you. But he's never met this woman in person, but not only are they friends...
They're in love.
they're in love, and he's going to build his life with her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's drunk, so I'm just going to ignore that blatant contradiction.
Yeah.
And so I posted on my Facebook today, like, ask people, like, what their opinions are. Like, you know, should we be trying to build community with people we're never going to meet? Is that wise? Is it helpful?
Oh my God, James, we're getting into it. Fuck it, James. We never did communion, James. So look, I'm gonna be a bastard. We're gonna do a quick communion real quick, and then we're gonna get into this incredible ass conversation. All right. So thanks for bearing with me. Yo, I can't welcome James before the priestly duties are done anymore because we just hop into it. All right, everybody, please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man, all glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink, fuckfaces. Oh, yeah. A little bit of wine in the middle of the day goes a long way, folks. Try it out sometime. You gotta have a church bells. Somebody needs some frankincense and myrrh and all of that shit. We're official. All right, but look, James is here, so let's change the vibe. We'll go with the. We'll go with something James likes. We'll go with this Cheers theme cover.
And he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Now, let me share my screen back here.
Making your way in the world today takes everything.
Yeah, but it's not center stage on the.
Taking a break.
No, it's all right. There's no spotlight here, so you can click on it and it'll go big.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail.
Seamus? Does he remind you of Seamus with his mustache? Oh, she said Jim Majors. No. I'm going to go wrestling every time, so if you want a different pop culture reference, you're asking the wrong guy.
Well, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write.
What's up with the bot, yo?
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl.
Actually, has happened to me.
Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody
and I didn't have you guys to pick me up.
Name.
It was devastating. And she was a fucking model. How is that shit is my fault? James.
Right.
You're a fucking model. Don't tell me. Come on now. How am I supposed to know these things?
Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same.
seriousness, though, that was a great story of growth on both of our parts, right? Like, I was dating this young lady, or young person, let's just say, and they are a model, right? And they're also a seamstress, and so when they met me, they felt like liberated, like, oh my God, I finally found this partner who celebrates and accepts, or I should say accepts, not celebrates, but accepts that I see myself as intersex, that they're intersex. That's how they identify, right? And I was like, cool. I give zero fucks because I see a fucking gorgeous-ass woman. Let's get it on. And you're cool as fuck. We smoke. You're dope person, wonderful, date, all that shit, right? And it was so liberating for them that they were like in tears, like, oh my God, I've never been this accepted. And for me, it was like, oh yeah, it's just cool because I never knew if I could do something like this, but it's not too different than the normal shit that I'm used to. Normal for me, I should say, right? But then later, right, it became clear that like I accept their identity, but I don't celebrate it because I only treat them as my girlfriend. Right? Because I'm a heterosexual dude, so I don't date dudes. So you could feel like James someday, but I'm not gonna date James. Right. I'm gonna date Jessica exclusively. Me and Jessica got a thing. When you wake up feeling like James, keep that shit to yourself. Not like it wasn't really like that, but you see what I'm saying? It wasn't like I'm never gonna call you my boyfriend or any like it's always right. And so then it became like different because that wasn't enough for them. And then I felt at first like, whoa, I thought I was the cool accepting person. But then I had grown enough to be like, nah, you know what? I kind of see where you're coming from. Like you're more than, you see yourself as not just female. You definitely see yourself as female, but not always and not just that. And I'm it's making you feel like I'm only dating part of you. And as hard as this is for both of us, because we get along like fucking two peas in the pod otherwise, I get it. You know what I mean? And better to say, hey, I'm glad this was a cool experience for both of us, and you know, wish each other, you know, future endeavors, as they say in the WWE, wish you best in all your future endeavors, and keep it like that. But yeah, man, James, there's so much to get into. So the real reason that's funny is like I planned on using your stream today. So again, don't always take my advice because a lot of times I'm being selfish. I mean, in terms of just wanting your content, right? Like just
you can, like I'm willing to put it back up. You can use it. I don't care.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. But my main thing was because I was gonna really vibe off of, you know, just the fact that we're all people, man, and maybe that's the thing I love too about our community. Like, I don't know about y'all, but like I don't think any less of Derek because he used to be an addict. Matter of fact, in some sense, I want to say I think more of him, but then that feels weird because it's like wishing something awful upon somebody. It's just a recognition of the strength that it takes. And so in addition to the content that I appreciate him for, I also acknowledge, holy shit, I'm watching a really strong person who's overcome some crazy shit. And that adds value to him for me personally. I guess that's a good way to put it. But you're right. I've accepted that people think less of certain people. Like with me, like a lot of my stuff, even my advisors, we've all accepted it's totally high risk. This is the wrong way to do your career. It's just the wrong way to do your career, right? It's just, you only need one job. And so you're acknowledging I'm going to make myself totally unhireable for pretty much everywhere else. They're going to look at me and be like, dude, you smoke weed every day in a fucking costume, debunking people's religion, while you're not in a lab doing science experiments, yeah, no, we'll pass. Like, that's it. They're just like, who is this person? Look at his shit. Fuck no. What? He has a PhD from the LNCA lab. Well, he certainly pissed that away, didn't he? Right? Like, that's just going to be most people. But there's going to be then one or two schools that are like, hang on a second, this is different. And then they're going to be like, if we want that, there's actually zero other options, turns out.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking for. But I know that that is the super risky way to go about it.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, Cameron has mentioned it in chat, so I guess it's okay for me to mention it. He's been talking to me today about his correspondences with Rebecca.
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and get in this bitch, Rebecca.
I kind of wanted to make a stream. I was tempted to make a stream about it, but we can talk about it here. It's just as well. I don't care where we talk about it.
All right, so look, before we dip off your stream from last night, I really also wanted to use that as the launching point to talk about Peter W. I think what Peter W. did was gross, and for those that don't know, James just got really vulnerable on the stream. It's enough to say that. You know, it was an emotional stream for everybody. For everybody. Everybody was in tears. You know, like, I was over here and Gather, it just couldn't keep it together, right? And I don't think anybody that was in Gather with me could keep it together. So, you know, we all were having a moment, like, really, as a community, we were having a fucking moment, like on some church shit, right? And Pastor James just made Pastor James the sermon today. Holy shit, right? And we all went there. It was beautiful. And this motherfucker comes through on some trolling bullshit. Like, oh, you know, why don't you stop blaming your problems on religion? And don't you realize it was just you or whatever? First off, just totally dismissing everything that was just said as they're wont to do. So, you know, whatever. But the thing that made me so sad was I realized he says this to people in this community that actually cares about him. In a way that, to be honest with you, I don't. I'm about super kicking people in the face. I'm about religion is sitting on some bullshit. It's done a whole lot of damage to me. I'm here to do some of that damage in reverse. And if feelings get hurt and people don't like me, probably honestly just going to encourage me to keep doing it. Right? But there's a lot of nice people out there in this community, James. And, you know, they really do care and show concern for Peter. And he's coming to those people and just literally being disruptive, barging into our service, taking a shit on our floor in the middle of our fucking gathering, and then dipping. And then I'm just like, all right, cool. This person's not our friend. And I just think it's we got to talk about the fact that what are we trying to do with these people? Because we're trying to have this interaction with the other side. We're trying to be friendly. We're trying to keep a door open to them. But I'm not about the disruption because in some sense, I think we got to build and strengthen each other. And they don't invite us to their services, especially not if we're disruptive. You know, they'll put hands on us. Some of these churches got their own police. So if you don't say what they want you to say, their boys will roll up on you like, yeah, you're going to have to leave. Right? Yeah. So, you know, where are our lines drawn? Because I think it's going to be, I don't know. I just want us to be a safe place for each other sometimes. And I'm not with that. That was disgusting. And I felt like needed to be called out. And I'm fuck calling in because we passed that. That was gross. This is call out shit. Go ahead, James.
I mean, I feel that. And I appreciate people being, you know, defensive on my behalf and calling it out for what it is. It's just so frustrating because all these weeks that we haven't heard from Peter W., months, whatever it's been, like, I mention him more than anybody else mentions him. I'm like, hope he's doing okay, and hope I didn't, like, make him feel unwelcome, because that was never my intention, and all this other stuff. Then he finally shows up and immediately takes a dump in the stream, and a dump on me. And in doing so, he didn't just kick me when I'm down, right? Walks walks into the room, sees that I'm like at a low moment, vulnerable moment, and kicks me in the face. And I'm like, in the way he did it, it's like it's so unnecessary. And he made it all about him, like I'm the bad guy. He walks in and he's being victimized right now. And I'm like, no, you're not. And it's like, and he couldn't even be like. I responded to it, like I addressed his objections. I don't know if you remember what I said to his objections.
Yeah, I do.
And I feel like I addressed them well, but he didn't respond. So I don't know what he thought, but it's like.
My point was just that they were honestly already addressed, but you did kind of give us a succinct kind of, hey, I wasn't really saying that, and I do take responsibility. I mean, your whole thing was taking responsibility. That's what we are here to do. You're here to say I was part of my own shit. A lot of it, you know what I'm saying? There was other people, other influence. This didn't help. That didn't help. I didn't help. She didn't help. He didn't help. You know what I mean? Like all of that. So it's just the whole thing, and it was so disrespectful. But yeah, it was disrespectful to all of us because we were all feeling that vulnerability. We were all there with you. Probably, like I said, we were all in tears with you, and so we all felt that. And then again, I hate to go back to it, but that was in a way my frustration in a situation with Johnny, where there's particular types of attacks and particular moments that undermine the vulnerability or the thoroughness of particular endeavors. So when you try to play like a, well, hey, you know, you really shouldn't go at these people, when that's the topic of conversation is our need to be clear and go at these people, it sets me off in a way that I gotta recognize and figure out a different way to deal with. But it was a similar thing here where you're doing something powerful. I hate to say it, something that the church is, I think, maybe threatened by, because they're supposed to be the ones who, you know, like Sal, right? You tell them your dirty secrets, and then they pray it down with you together. You know, Brother James, we're going to get over your terroristic plan to bomb the Eiffel Tower because we pray that the Lord is going to change your heart before midnight, you know. And it's just... okay, cool, but you know, it's like when we say, okay, I need to be vulnerable, I need to, you know, get some things off my chest so y'all understand where I'm coming from and things like that, and then they use that as a chance to, like you say, kick you when you're down. It felt like he was trying to do that to all of us, and it feels like that's what they do. They're really not our friends. They're really trolls, and they really watch us and consume our content antagonistically.
Mm-hmm. Right, and a lot of people thought that I was being too hard on Rebecca too, for example. And here's the thing.
No, that's a good segue, because I'm done. That's what I wanted to say, and also just to say that I'm sorry, and I think I speak for everybody when I say I'm sorry that you deal with that, or that's what we have to deal with. But unfortunately, it just is the game. I'm sure you know it is what it is, but I definitely want you to know that, you know, that shouldn't happen. And it's the same way I feel about fuckface Beatty, right? This person harassing me in real life, taking it way too far, fucked with the content. It fucked with my ability to do certain things that I think would have been beneficial to myself and my community, because probably in lieu of a real good counter, right? If man, some of these experiences would be dope and really cool, and people be excited about them. Oh, I can't do that. So when they act the fool, now we can't do it, right? And it's the same type of thing. You touch on something realistic, you touch a nerve, you hit on something vulnerable, you do something that people are just, holy shit, wow, and then they show up and behave so badly that it makes you feel like, oh, do I even want to do that again, or should I do shit like that? And it's just not. That part pisses me off. That's the shit that makes me want to fight, because again, it's like, it's to talk to that other conversation I'm sure we'll get into. When you are dealing with relationships in person, that's the type of thing where I'm going to come talk to you. And I'm going to let you know that there's a real problem with you behaving that way. But yeah, man, that's kind of that. Unless you have, but you want to close this out on the Peter W. thing, man?
Well, just real quick before we go on to Rebecca, Tangelo did basically the same thing, his own version of it.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. I was thinking about mentioning that as well. So I'm glad I kind of slipped my mind. But yeah, good point.
Yes, here's why Otangelo is an afterthought, because Otangelo didn't have any reputation to lose, and Peter W. did.
Yeah, like people here like Peter W. still kind of, but Otangelo people know is just.
It's just what we expect. He's just an awful person.
Yeah, so more of a known douchebag.
Yeah. So I feel bad for Peter that he's gonna out himself, right? Like if you're gonna be like awful, be quietly awful, be low key awful. Try to get away with it. Try not to make it other people's problem, and then nobody will care, right? As long as it's not our problem, we don't care.
Right.
It's not our business.
Right.
And Tangelo makes it other people's problem habitually. And Peter W. usually doesn't, but he's got no more charity coming from me. I'll just say that. Where I'm just done with that. So
yeah, exactly.
And he made my point for me, and this was the upside to it. He made my point for me about Christianity. So in his effort, ironically, in his one big dump effort to vindicate Christianity, he proved my point. And so,
absolutely. Oh, that was the other thing, James. You were crushing that Christianity shit last night because it was raw, and you were just woof. You were saying all this stuff, man. There's like I see us as kind of like a gang. It sucks because it's for me, I love the pro wrestling aspect of it, right? But it's more than that because that's just kind of some of us sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. But there's this bigger thing, right, that we're trying to represent, right? And for me, like you're just a fucking killer, man. Like we were watching a horror movie last night, right? It was the first Tales from the Crypt, man. Mm-hmm. And there's this guy, and his job is that he is the executioner for the like state when somebody gets the electric chair, right? When you get the electric chair, he's the guy who flips the switch, right? Mm-hmm. And so he has this kind of just stone cold, kind of very calm kind of attitude about death and everything, and he's very charismatic and slick, but it's bone chilling, right? Mm-hmm. And then he gets denied some like promotion or some shit, or they let him go. I think they fired his ass or whatever. And then he starts electrocuting people who get away with murder. Mm-hmm. He basically causes these electrical fires. But figure out after a couple, they figure out there's a couple freak accidents where people are like, I wonder who can figure that out, right?
Right.
So he gets caught, and then he gets the electric chair in the end, right? But as soon as I seen him, it reminded me of you. Yeah. I was like, this is the problem that they have with James, is he's literally a killer, but he's fucking calm, reasonable, very businesslike, doesn't have to be. And then people in the chat ask me, they're like, you say James is a writer? James is a writer. Yeah, the first thing that's why I fucked with you, because I was like, I'm trying to find talent out here, right? To be like, yo, get on here, man. We need some fucking help out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. And when I saw your writing, I knew what time it was. But yeah, go ahead, speak on that, man. You cold as shit, James.
I appreciate that. And it does, and I'm not trying to lure people into a false sense of security. Right, I'm just being me. I'm just being chill because that's my mode.
Right,
But these people, they think, wow, think of all the shit I can get away with this guy, and they're wrong. But I'm just waiting for them to decide if they're going to find out that they're wrong. Mm-hmm. And I'd rather they just behave. Like I'm not looking for a chance to make them regret it, but they're going to, right? Like you do not want to pick a fight with me. You don't even want to raise these issues.
Yeah. I realized something on my training. Like, my training was weird because, you're just going with it. I always tell people, I'm just trying to do the next thing I can't say no to. And to be honest, even when I started my PhD program, I did not think I was going to want to be an evolutionary biologist or a researcher. I really thought I was still going to be a lawyer and go into politics by way of being a prosecutor for the most part, right? And then what I was going to do is me and my homeboy, I was wanting to do like the dating coach shit. And then I was like, oh, cool. Like, I'll have this research background that makes this like much more legit, or else why the fuck would people listen to my black ass? And then after a while, it was like, oh, science is dope as shit, research is cool as fuck, and it'll just make you a better lawyer. Nobody gives a shit. And actually, you'll get fast tracked just because you have it on paper. They're like, oh, your PhD, like upper level shit, right? So I was like, cool, let's just ride that out. But even when I met Rich Lenski, when I first talked to him, he was like, oh, so you just want some more street cred as an evolutionary biologist. You know the vibes. Let's go. Right? But my point is, along the way, I started to realize I'm a motherfucking creationist worst nightmare. Absolute worst nightmare. I know their religion better than they do. I come from 5 generations of ministers, Catholic school, deep theology training all the time, all the fundamentalism, exposure to the breadth of Christianity through all the fucking denominations I've played for and been a part of. I'm a fucking worship musician. I know how church works, right? I have a master's degree in biological anthropology, like on some Gustick Gibbon shit, right? So human evolution is my fucking bag, right? And then I worked for the longest, do the Lenski shit for 10 years, and now I'm a professional evolutionary biologist. You could bark up this tree if you want to, and then add teaching with Rob Pennock and all that shit, right? You could bark up this tree if you want to, right? But you really don't.
Right, and that's one of the mistakes that Rebecca made with me, is because she didn't understand that it came from all these years, from a lifetime of abusers getting away with shit, until I finally realized what the game was, and then that completely changed everything for me. So now I have all this experience because I haven't just gone through the shit with people like Rebecca. Right. I've made sense of it. I've done the research. Yep. I've sorted it all out, and now I know what I'm looking at. Now I understand what these things mean.
Exactly.
And so when they come at us with all this bullshit, there's a lot of people who are just very charitable and they'll just give you the benefit of the doubt. So they give Rebecca the benefit of the doubt. They're charitable and they're kind and they assume the best because why not? And that's fair enough, right? And it's one of the things I love.
Absolutely. Especially as a starting point, right?
Yeah, sure. But it didn't take me long to figure out what Rebecca's game really was.
Same.
Yeah. And then after she came on my stream for Chapter 3, and I pieced it all together, I'm like, wow, it's even worse than I thought. So when Cameron shared his correspondence with her today, I gotta say it made me angry at Rebecca. Because the bottom line for Rebecca's position...
Wait, can we talk about this on air?
Yeah.
Cameron said that's cool. Cameron, are we allowed to talk about this on air?
Oh, yeah. Ask him. Well, he mentioned it in chat, but yeah, still ask him.
Oh, he mentioned it. He mentioned his correspondence with her in chat.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say that until he did.
Yeah, I've talked about my correspondences with Rebecca, but I just know I don't give a fuck.
Right. So he shared with me what was said, and I shared with him like my insights about it. So
he said he doesn't care. All right, so go ahead.
I was tempted to start my own stream about it, and I was kind of haggling over the title, but I was pretty sure I was going to go with Rebecca's a fucking psychopath. Pretty sure I was going to go with that one.
I'm fucking here for it.
So basically, her position's boiling it down, short version. She wants Cameron to know that he doesn't deserve to exist, that he's evil, that his life's not worth anything, and so
no. It was nothing like that. You were supposed to tell me this shit was on some bullshit because she just made up some excuse for why she's not making content anymore, or she was overly friendly, but she really was just trying to apologize for Jesus. She didn't go there.
Yep.
She in her own like text, like she took the time to take the to say this to people as a grown person?
Sure, she does, but she tries to say it backwards, but she still says it. So, basically, like, she challenged him, like...
shit.
Yeah, I mean, she was just out there with it. So, you know, in the larger context, I understood the larger context of what her narrative is, like, because she's shared parts of it with me before, and I saw parts of it in her book, and...
Wow.
But yeah, so basically, here's the thing.
Sorry, Cameron, that's fucked up, bro. Go ahead.
Here, let me just kind of give a brief overview of Rebecca's
go for it.
theological framework. So she recognizes that there are many people in this world who aren't interested in pursuing or looking for a God. She recognizes that many people who do find a different God. She recognizes that many people who find the Christian message, hear it, and aren't drawn to it, they don't find it appealing, or they look into it, and their final result is, it doesn't really stand to reason, it doesn't seem credible.
Or they go with a different version of Jesus.
Well, sometimes they do, but Rebecca's okay with that, actually. She doesn't mind a different version of Jesus. It doesn't matter what version at all. And I explained to him why. Like, I had to... It's complicated, but I explained to Cameron like why she doesn't care which version.
James, I'm a piss. I'm sorry, I got you sidetracked. But yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
No, go ahead and go pee, and then.
No, I'm listening because I'm gonna put the speakers on.
All right.
Yeah, you're good.
So I'll explain it. So she recognizes this, but at the same time, her position is the real reason that some people don't. That anybody who doesn't look for a God, there's only one reason for why they're not looking for a God. Anybody who looks for one and finds a different God, there's only ever one reason for that. Anybody who isn't interested in looking at all, there's only one reason for that. Anybody who investigates Christianity and concludes it doesn't really seem legit, there's only one reason for that too. The one reason for all of these things is the same reason. The reason in Rebecca's worldview for all of those things is that you're a bad person. And the reason you're a bad person is because you have literal free will, like libertarian free will, and which we know isn't a thing. Like, scientists know that's not a thing, mathematicians know that's not a thing, which logical philosophers know it's not a thing. You don't have libertarian free will. Nobody could. It's not a coherent concept. But she believes it is. And so, at some point in your life, what made you a bad person, what made you a worthless person, what made you somebody who doesn't deserve to exist and should be violently killed, what made you into this awful, evil, worthless person is that you decided that you didn't want to be a completely loving person. You didn't want to be humble. You didn't want to be virtuous. You didn't want to be honest. You didn't want to be loving. You wanted to pretend you're those things, but you're not really those things. And you're not those things because you chose not to be those things. And so what happens in her worldview is we wake up one day, we're like, I don't really want to be a loving person. I don't really want to be an honest person. I think I'd rather embrace evil. And so once we, worldly people, make this decision, this conscious, intentional decision to be evil, that makes it to where now we're not capable of hearing the call of Jesus. We're not capable of recognizing the truth of Jesus, the truth of God. And the reason we're not capable of finding God, the true God, the reason we're not interested or not capable, or we try and we fail, is because we're not compatible with God. We're not compatible with love. We're not compatible with life. We're not compatible with God. We're not compatible with paradise. We're not compatible with His kingdom. Not because we tried to be incompatible with those things, but because every new day that we wake up, we make a willful choice to be worthless. We make a willful choice to be evil. Because it just seems like a lot of work to be a good person. We don't really want to be a good person. And because we don't want to be a good person, we become a bad person. And because we're a bad person, now we don't hear the call of Jesus and can't recognize it if we do hear it. It just doesn't add up for us. And so, in her worldview, in the end, her God is going to honor our quote-unquote choice by violently killing us and throwing us away like trash forever, the trash that we are. And so her position is that she sees the potential worth of every person to choose to be a valuable person, to choose to be a good person, to choose to be somebody who deserves to even exist, to choose these things, and then we will become capable. In fact, then, at that point, we don't just become capable of finding a Jesus, we become assured of it. If you wake up one day and say, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and be a good person. I don't think I want to be evil anymore. I don't think I want to be worthless anymore. I'm just going to choose to be a good person now and quit pretending I am, quit kidding myself that I am. In her worldview, that is guaranteed to lead you to a Jesus, right? And it doesn't matter which Jesus. It can be the Jesus that plans to torture you forever. It can be a Jesus that hates the gays. It can be a Jesus that, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, it could, if there was a Jesus that rapes kids, it could be that Jesus too. It doesn't matter. Any Jesus at all means that you're a good person, if you believe in any Jesus at all. And so in her book, Sal's a good person no matter what he does to Mike, and no matter how he treats anybody. Otangelo's a good person no matter what. Peter W.'s a good person no matter what. Dahmer, after he converted to Jesus, he's a good person no matter what. Even if he would have gone back out there and tortured and killed and eaten more people, he's still a good person, right? Because you can't, in her worldview, you can't evaluate good and evil based on what a person does in this life. Who they hurt, how aggressively they hurt them. You can only evaluate the goodness of a person by whether or not they're receptive to some version of Jesus. If they are, then they're a good enough person to be allowed into the kingdom. If they don't embrace some kind of Jesus, then they're automatically a bad person no matter what else they do in life.
And the sad part is they are everything they're accusing us of being. Yes. Do you want to go live? Because I feel the fire coming.
I mean, it's there. It's like, when people run this grift on me and I recognize it for what it is, I don't get as angry as I should. But when they run it on somebody else that I care about and whose good nature they're taking advantage of, like Cameron, then I get angry.
All right, well, then James, if you want, go. When I heard Rebecca is a fucking psychopath, if that's the title you were thinking, I mean, I wish I thought of it myself, but yeah, man, you can go live if you want. I'm chilling.
We can roll with this here. I'm fine. I don't care one way or the other where this gets said. I don't care about the publicity. I don't need it.
Well, let's try. If you want, let's try co-streaming, and then if you don't like it, you can fucking unlist it or private it or whatever, and. I mean,
yeah, I could do that.
Let's do it for fun. Also, maybe it's a good chance to try out that voice meter or whatever, so we can get your audio piping done.
Oh, is it not good right now?
No. It's fine. I just think that with how do I think of this? I guess this could work the way it is now, where if you were just screen share. Yeah, I think if you were just screen sharing this, you would be fine, right? But there's another way in which you could set up voice meter such that, let's say, you would have a volume control over anything you play on your computer, like like a video, and you could decide when to send that to StreamYard, when to send that to Gather, or when to just send it to your headphones.
Right. So,
and then you could do the same with the StreamYard chat. You could pipe that into Gather or not, right? And then you could do the same thing with your Gather chat. So that's what it would give you the ability to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it'd probably take me a little while to set it up.
Yeah. So we can do it offline sometime or whatever. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So here's my question for Cameron. I'm sure Cameron wouldn't mind me sharing my voice messages to him, but I don't know if he wants to be sharing his. So probably, because I don't want to like say it all from scratch. Like, I'd rather just play my voice messages on the stream and let people hear those, because I think I broke it down pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, go for that, and then we'll take it from there. And then we could just briefly say, there's also been this inappropriate conversation with Cameron that's that's included, you know, bing, 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 and then we'll just take it up from there. But yeah, man, take your time. This is fun, man. Thanks so much for being here and doing this, man. When you got here before the stream and started talking about this, I was like, oh man, shit's going down. Let's go.
Right. So, okay. Right.
Also, what's up? There's a wild YouTube punk. We got to get these goddamn YouTube punk. I'm trying to figure out how to get this money for this set. But, y'all, computers are coming in soon. Definitely the Big Mac M1 Ultra with all the superior RAM and shit that's coming in for the crazy shit. And then the streaming and recording PC is going to come in so that gets handled, which will then allow me to... just open shit up, man. We're having a great time. Also, gang, if you're not in Gather, what you need to do is you need to hit that ! Discord. All right. Then you join the Discord. You be like, yo, Jay, I'm trying to get up and Gather. And then I'm gonna be like, nigga, I don't know you like that, too bad. No. But see, if I do know you, I'll send you the stuff and you can come in and join us. So yeah, man, do that. Also, ! TIP, ! Super chat. Put your money in the plate. That's how you do that. Yeah, cool. All right. And while James gets it going, I got shit to play, y'all. So let's do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna talk about. Let's talk about Trump's dumbass for a little bit.
All right, the big political rally of the weekend was when a soaking, dripping wet Trump showed up to very windy Texas, supposedly to campaign
you know what? Wait, hang on.
favor
Before we do that, let's do the election thing because we put that in the tablet in the title, rather.
Yeah, we can talk about that briefly if you want to before I start the stream. I'll schedule the stream for like.
All right, yeah, let's get right into our Friday mailbag. The Friday mailbag, I have to say.
Tell me when you, yeah, and I'll whenever you schedule it for, we'll just stop because I don't really care. This isn't a real story. This is just I think he once in a while Pac-Man does a mailbag, and this one's about why he won't just accept that the Biden election was stolen. So as long as we hear the fucking message he plays and whatever, yeah, we could just wax for a few till whenever your stream starts.
Cool.
Yeah, cool beans. Yeah, let me know.
On average, has been improving in quality with occasional really horrible emails, but you can email info@davidpacman.com if you have something to say. Sometimes people will ask for corrections in the Friday mailbag if they are appropriate. I'm glad to give them. We don't hide the corrections, on the last page of the paper or anything like that. We put them at the top of the mailbag when appropriate. Okay. Let's start. First email is from Bob. This is kind of interesting. Bob sends some questions for the future and says, hey, David, I'm from the year 3328. I was watching your show in the historical archives and found it insightful. I was hoping you could give me perspective on issues people are dealing with today. 1, do you think clone marriage should be legal? Now, see, I don't even understand that. Do you mean clones of the same person marrying each other or just clones in general getting married? But probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know. They're different people, sure. Number 2, should genetic engineering be guaranteed coverage by health insurance? Probably. I believe by 3328, there at least will be insurance for that. 3, are alien species fit to serve in Earth politics if they are legal citizens? 100%. I believe if you're a naturalized Earthling, even if you come from a different planet, and listen, if you speak the language, if you understand our system, if you share our values, who do I sound like? Now, I don't know on aliens from other planets being politicians. Should AI be able to vote? I think no on that. And number 5, is debris pollution from asteroid mining something the government should try to regulate in the wake of the recent Mars freighter disaster? I would say yes. I think I would be very much able to make decisions about year 3328 world governance. I like that, Bob. Really giving us something to think about. Let's go next to Michael, writing in about Alex Jones. Michael says, David, do you think Alex Jones is now a suicide risk? If so, is he likely to take others with him? I think he should be carefully watched. When you consider his obsession with firearms, his pathological anger, and the impossibility of ever recovering from the verdict against him, I believe he has been backed into a corner. His agenda has been chaos and destruction from the beginning, and now he will take it to the limit, I fear. I would not be surprised.
I think
to
he's
hear
just
of
going to
his committing
grift. He's
a
just going to
mass
grift his way
murder
out of it.
Suicide. I hope there are people around him who
And
can
make
prevent this. I wonder the same of Trump if DeSantis wins the primary.
A mass murder
there are
suicide?
good
Come
questions
on,
here.
come on.
I don't think Trump is liable to do self-harm if DeSantis defeats him in the primary. I don't. I do see Alex Jones as a possible self-harm risk. I don't get the sense of Alex Jones necessarily taking others down with him. I know that many of you might be surprised and say his rhetoric about others is really wacky. Maybe I'm wrong. I see Alex Jones primarily, physically speaking, as a risk to himself.
If anybody.
Next email is from Alan.
But I think
Alan argues in
he's
response
more likely
to what
in
I
a bubble
asked
of
last
denial,
week. Are
and he's going to try to
Trumpists
drift
too
his
far
way out
gone?
of it first, at least.
Alan says Trump supporters are not too far gone and writes, David,
Shifty
sir, you
grifty.
recently asked on your show if Trump supporters are too far
James,
gone.
what time did you
if
schedule
they
your
could
stream
be put
for?
in the right environment, I say no. However, many Trump supporters only consume TV programs that reinforce their positions or are being funneled into extremist media in their social media by AI. TV hosts and social media companies are making tons of money off of all this, and it will not stop without some kind of legislation. The legislation is not coming because these people are voting in more extreme politicians who either have the same goals or also profit. I have lost a friend, but she was not lost to Trump at first. She was funneled into QAnon by Twitter. If I ever get the motivation, I'll send some old chat threads. They are insane. I do agree with one aspect of this, which is I do think a complete environmental shift for these Trumpists would have an impact because we have a study that says that. I don't know if it was like 9 months or maybe a year or 18 months ago. We had a study that measured the effect. What happens if you take Trumpists, or I think it was like Fox News viewers, people who primarily or exclusively get their news from Fox. You take them out of that and you give them a month of something different, and they tested a few different something differents. And their views did begin to change, but it required getting off of the Fox News. So I agree with Alan.
You got to get off the Fox News, guys. This is what we're trying to do, y'all. You got to get off the Jesus. I'm sorry. You
about my interview
just
with
got to get off the
MyPillow
Jesus.
CEO Mike Lindell.
It's
As I
time.
told you all, it's really
time.
hard to correct.
I'm sorry. I know it's
going
to be hard to convince your family, gang.
during an interview. One
But
of the things Pillow
it's time to
claimed
get off
was
the
that
Jesus,
all the
and we all
2020
know it.
election lawsuits that were thrown out for standing and not on the merits. It turns out that's not true. Carl wrote to me about it and said, please pin Mike Lindell down next time on the 60 election suits issue. Most were dismissed for lack of evidence, not the right-wing claim repeated 1 trillion times that they were all dismissed for lack of standing. This is an easy one with court document proof. Yes, great information. If he's back on or if someone else tries that talking point on me, I will be prepared. It can be really difficult to prepare for every talking point. And I didn't have specific examples in front of me. Bruce also wrote in about the interview with Mike Pillow. Says, David, I'm a big fan, and
Pillow.
I count on you to provide me the latest and most accurate news. However, I do have some criticism about your interview with Mike. It was unnecessary for you to correct Mike's mispronunciations. It made you look like you were trying to demonstrate how much more educated you are than him. There were far more important topics to cover. So the only correction I made was that he pronounced Kamala Harris's
That's an
name
interesting.
incorrectly.
Yeah,
And for me, that's not
you
about
got to do that.
education.
Yeah. You got to correct that.
Right-wingers
Yeah, they
don't
do that on
even
purpose.
respect her enough
Yeah.
to learn how her name is said.
Well,
I
also
believe there
they
is
used to
much
be
more
wrestling fans,
than
and so
constant mispronunciation of Kamala
I have
Harris's
something to say
name
about this.
for these right wingers. Why do the left wingers? It's not
Kamala.
education. Why do the left wingers know how to?
Right. Go ahead, James.
Apologia talked about this today.
Did he really?
At the beginning of, about his own name, about the beginning of all his, podcasts in the past, he would always say, welcome to Apologia, right?
Yeah.
Now these conservative Christian grifters that he goes up
I hear
against
it
all
all.
the time.
I used to hear that a lot. Go ahead. Yeah.
And they sent him an apology for getting his name wrong, and intentionally got his name wrong in the apology. And it's the same kind of thing. They know how to pronounce his name. He says it at the beginning of his fucking podcasts, he says it all the time. People correct him all the time. They're intentionally doing what he's talking about right here. It's part of their game.
When Donnie originally scheduled the Hovind debate, he used the worst picture of me available on the internet, like some old department picture. It just looked god awful, and I had to literally say, change the picture. Yeah. Like, and why would you even do that on your own channel? Like, you should just make both sides look good because or nice at least, because it's, you know, it makes your channel look professional and like you're gonna have to, but it's like it's part of the well poisoning, right?
Right.
Or so, like Otangelo, this is what Otangelo does, right? Because it gives you something to be mad about, and then gives them an out to, you know, go off about the distraction or whatever the fuck.
So, game they play. So I scheduled to stream for 5 minutes from now.
Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah, great. Oh, 4:15. Perfect. Oh yeah, and how do you want to do it? Do you want to just say at the beginning that we're both streaming, and then just, you know, have the conversation, or? Oh no,
yeah,
you want to play your thing, right? And then you want to play your thing. I guess you said.
Yeah, I'll introduce the topic and then explain. I'm going to play some sound messages because I don't want to have to re-say all of it.
Sure,
and they can kind of extrapolate the conversation from what I say, so that I'm not sharing Cameron's.
Sure,
I'm only sharing my
fine.
end of the conversation. So.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. I don't know if I can't remember how I made the sound work before. If I stay in Gather, oh yeah, I can just put Gather to silent, like, or I can't hear it, but you can. Yeah, I'll figure something out. I'll turn my sounds off in Gather, like my mic and my earphones, so that I.
That I think should work. You want to make it so that you can hear, that your stream can. Well, actually, that's what's weird, because you want to make sure your stream can hear us, right? So normally it's just like you're sharing your screen, and then yeah, I don't know. What do you? Is it allowing you? Like, are you in your?
I'm not in the restream yet.
You're not in the restream yet. Okay.
Here, I'll enter it right now. I'm just entering the studio. I'm not going live.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, worst case scenario, you can share your link, so I can backdoor it again.
I'll mute myself in my stream, but I'll share the screen and keep myself unmuted in Gather, and I think that works.
Yeah, and then you want to just make sure that your stream hears whatever you are listening to Gather through.
Right.
That should do it. And then if you want to go ahead, you probably have to go to the one that you're. No. Oh wait, you're using StreamYard. Yeah. So when you go live, go ahead and just drop me a link. And then worst case scenario, I'll backdoor it again. But yeah, I think this is what you'll want to do the voice meter thing for. It'll make this super easy, and it's really not that complicated, right? It's just you want different mixes, because what all these devices do, your camera, your mic, your headphones, they try to take exclusive control over that device so that there's no interruption. So because the signals could get crossed, and then you get noises and pops, or things go out of whack, and so it's basically going to say, oh, you want me to use this in Gather? Well, then you can't use it in Restream. Oh, you want to use this in Restream? Well, you can't use it, right? And so this gives you these virtual mixes where you just can still have one mic, one headphone, and then route them to different virtual mixes, and then tell each one of them to listen to a different virtual mix, and then you get to pick and choose what goes where.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to give you the link. Drop it in chat in Gather?
Yeah.
Let me try that. That should be the link. Hopefully it shows up okay.
Yeah, but I think you might have to do a different one. Why didn't it show? It didn't show up in the captain's room. That's weird.
Oh wait, I accidentally sent it to Melody Joy. How do I not?
Look at the two. Yeah, and go to captain's room. Yeah. And then also, it might be a different link, right? Because you actually want to send me the one for the event.
Right. So this is the one. This link was the one for joining the stream if you want to.
Oh, okay.
But you don't. But you don't have to. The other. I'm going to go ahead and send you the link for the event. 1 second.
Okay. I'm gonna try not joining the stream at first, right, and see if you get it going through Gather, and then if not, and actually when you go live, I'll pull it up on my stream too, see how it's going.
Okay.
And then yeah, but now I've got it, and I'm backstage, so or not backstage, but I've got the link pulled up. So if something happens, just talk for a few minutes, and I'll hop in. No big deal.
And here's the actual. Like regular viewer studio for and nobody needs to, right? If they're watching your channel or if they're in Gather, then they don't need to come over to my channel. They'll still hear everything. So either way is fine, but there are the links.
Yeah. Great. Actually, yeah. Let me have that as well.
Because I don't care about view count at all. You guys can stay right where you're at if you want to.
Yeah, and I'm sure people will swing through later. And guys, just so you guys know, it's 30 seconds. So if you watch something on my channel or James's, and you want to give the other person another view, just come through, let it play for 30 seconds or a minute, and just it'll do the do, because that's what it is. It's 30 seconds. It's just a good thing to know, right?
Yeah.
That you can sit there for Go ahead, and then it and drop a comment. Go ahead.
The image I've got there, the not taking any chances image, I made that myself.
Did you?
Yeah, I made that.
Hey, man, the thumbnail's the thing, man. So good on you, because I use Canva, James. Canva is something one of the mods recommended to me. I use it all the time for thumbnails. It's very simple, but check it out. Canva, you get a free account. And if it ever gets confusing, let me know. Damn it, are you live, James? I'm rambling about nonsense. It's 4:16. Nope. Get it going.
Oh, get it going. All right, I'm going to get it going. So, going live, add myself to stream. So I'll have to. All right, so I'm live, and I'm trying to. Oh wait, I'm gonna share the screen of Gather with sound. There we go. And then I'm going to come back over to my StreamYard. And I'm going to mute myself here. 1 second. And then come back over to... And then can you guys still hear me okay?
I can hear you in Gather. Yes.
All right, and I can hear you just fine. So come back over to my stream. And I'm muted, but I can hear myself. Yes. And people should be able to hear me on my channel because they're hearing Gather. And I've shared Gather.
Yes.
And let me think. Settings. Do I need to do anything different? If anybody starts hearing an echo, let me know, and I'll go mess with settings. But until that happens, I won't worry about it. So, to introduce this to people, there's a controversial figure in our community that has said some really awful things to a friend of mine. Now, they don't see it as awful, but I mean, it's just plainly awful, abusive, awful. And so I responded to my friend. That's their choice, right? Don't make yourself relevant to the community. Don't attack my friends. And you don't have to hear a word from me. I don't have to talk about you. Because this person to me doesn't matter. But my community matters. My friends matter. The issues matter. And the issues have arisen again because they've chosen to make themselves relevant. So that's where we're at now. Oh, wait. Melody Joyce is only hearing Jay so far.
Yeah, I'm not hearing. So I think they're not hearing you on your stream. Yeah, I'm not hearing. So I think they're not hearing you on your stream.
Unmuted myself.
They're hearing me.
Okay, so I may have to. So I've unmuted myself on StreamYard. I thought they'd hear me through the Gather, but apparently they couldn't. So now I've unmuted myself in StreamYard, but I'm worried people will hear me twice, so let me know if that happens.
I don't hear you twice in Gather so far.
Okay. So I will start over again. Today we're here to talk about an issue. This issue was sparked by a specific individual. That individual has no relevance to... This issue was sparked by a specific individual. That individual has no relevance to my life in any direct way. I had vowed I ever talked about her after that was other people brought it up. Today, that person has made themselves relevant again to our community. That's a decision that they've made for themselves. And because they've made themselves relevant and because they've attacked a personal friend of mine. Now, I don't know that my friend feels attacked, but this is how I see it. And I certainly am sure that that person, if asked, could say they didn't attack anybody. They didn't abuse anybody, right? But I disagree, and that's the point of this. So, proceeding from there, I have permission from my friend to share voice messages that I sent to him about the issue. And they're fairly lengthy, but that's okay because they're going to fill up a nice big chunk of stream, and I don't have to repeat everything I said before. So I'm fine with that. I'm only going to play my end of that conversation, and you'll have to kind of extrapolate his end of it from what I'm saying, or take the issues in and of themselves, if that makes it easier. So rather than summarize her view and then present the audio files, I think I'm just going to present the audio files, and then we're going to stop periodically to talk about it. I welcome Jay's input along the way, or anybody else's that might want to.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we're also live on my channel in case anybody's wondering why. They can probably, I guess, hear me on your stream, hopefully. So, yeah, appreciate you co-streaming with me here, and yeah, happy to hear this and get into it. And also, I'm pretty sure I can say that the person you're talking about is a mutual friend of ours. So, you know, I'm also concerned about somebody with this type of messaging towards a mutual friend. But yeah, appreciate you.
Right, absolutely. So I'll plug this power thing real quick.
And hopefully everybody can hear me on your stream. I'm not sure.
I know they could hear you before. Before they could only hear you, and now they can hear us both, I think.
Okay.
So I think we're good.
Okay.
So if there's any problems, somebody please let us know, and I'll watch chat just in case. So, so my friend shared the messages that they had through email with this person, this notorious person. Now, my view of this person has always been with this person, this notorious person. Chapter 3 of her book on my channel. The name of their book is Building Bridges of Love and Understanding. We got through chapter 3 with commentary, and then she just briefly joined the stream, and she answered a few questions, and those answers were, again, particularly damning. She excused herself from that stream because she had to hurry up and go to a specified thing. Somebody else in chat mentioned that the specified thing isn't until 3 hours later. Why are they leaving now? I think the answer is obvious, but regardless, you know, this person has a reputation for picking and choosing selectively what they'll address, and even when they do, being very selective and careful about how much they'll divulge about their views. It is lies of omission, and it is part of the larger strategy for manipulating perceptions. It's pretty much textbook for both clinical narcissists, not that I'm making a diagnosis, and for religious fundamentalists. I do want to clarify something first. It is not that all Christian religious fundamentalists are clinical narcissists. Of course, that's not true. But they've all been trained to emulate that disorder, and that makes it particularly difficult to be sure, clinically speaking, if the person that we're dealing with is a clinical narcissist, or, as the title mentions, a psychopath, or whether or not they're just impressively, convincingly emulating those disorders, right? And the end result's the same. If somebody's abusing you, if somebody's playing the role of a psychopath or a narcissist, that's their choice, and they should be called out for it. And a theme for my channel, one of the functions of my channel, is to be able to help people with education, right? And clarity, right? To help bring clarity to the public. Help people understand when they're being abused and what their options are. So, because sometimes abusers are just so good at making it sound like maybe they're not abusing you, maybe you're the problem. That, you know, because that's what gaslighting is meant to do, right? That sometimes we just need some friends that have been through the block, right? They've been through the process, that can help us bring clarity to the fog. And that's what I'm here for. So I'm going to go ahead and play these messages and stop them periodically. And if you need them louder or quieter, please tell me. So here we go.
Okay, so I can help clarify Rebecca's views a little bit for you. Rebecca believes that you are lacking some basic decency human virtues.
How does that sound before I continue?
It's loud, actually. You could probably turn it down a bit. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move it away further and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
And the reason you're lacking those...
How'd that sound?
It's gentler. Yep. Yeah.
So, good?
Yeah,
Closer,
that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine.
Is because you've chosen to lack those. You've chosen to embrace evil. You've chosen not to be humble enough or loving enough or honest enough. Just run through the human virtues. The ones that are like relevant to morality. In her view, one or more of those on the list, probably multiple, but at least one on the list. Probably love. She's not sure for sure which ones, but some of your human virtues. You've chosen not to embrace. You've chosen not to be one or more of those things, at least in adequate measure. Because you have free will in her view. And while considering your options in life about which character traits to develop and which not to, you've chosen, with your libertarian free will, in her view again, to say, you know what? I'm going to be less loving than that. I'm going to be less loving than I could be. Because, man, love comes with certain obligations, and I don't like that. Kind of want to be a secretly bad person. I want to be more selfish. I want to be less loving. I want to be less honest. I want to be less humble or whatever. Various ones on the list. At some moment in your life, and then every day after then, you've chosen, in Rebecca's view, to be less of those things for selfish reasons, for indulgent reasons because evil had appeal to you. And then when you chose those things, that made you incapable of seeing God. That made you not drawn to God. That made you not see God. That made you not believe in God. Which made you incapable of having a relationship with God.
1 second. Hello, Carol the Atheist. Melody, are you hearing an echo? I need to know before we continue. I didn't realize until now how slowly I spoke in these voice messages. Like, I guess I kind of don't want to replay them all because I can't do fast forward in Facebook. And gosh darn it, did I slow motion this whole point that I shared, all these points that I shared with our friend. I almost don't want to play the rest of these. I just want to talk about the issues themselves. So yeah, that's almost painfully slow. Like, I can't sit here and listen to myself talk that slowly in these messages.
Yeah, James, go ahead. I mean, it doesn't matter to me that we talked about it a little bit. That's totally fine. It just that's why I said that was take one. You can go ahead and do take two. We're happy to listen.
So now Facebook doesn't remember where I left it off at anyways. So I guess I'll just shortcut it. Like, there's some points in here that were pretty brilliant, and I know I'm going to forget to make them again if I don't play the messages, but at the same time, holy crap, I talk slow in these messages. So, frustratingly slow. Let me see what I got. Hold on. So far we talked about the basic idea that
how to pronounce it, and the right wingers don't.
You're with me? All right, so far we covered the basic premise. The
Sorry,
idea
that was an accident. Go ahead.
It's okay. So the idea is that if you aren't interested in looking for a God, or if you're interested in looking for a God but find the wrong one, or if you're interested in God, consider what Christians have to say and it doesn't seem to add up to you, like you're not impressed, and it just doesn't seem true, or it doesn't seem good, or whatever. In Rebecca's view, the reason for these things is because you've chosen to be a bad person. You've chosen to be a worthless, evil person who doesn't even deserve to exist, who deserves to be violently killed if you're still standing around when Judgment Day comes. So basically, you wake up one day and you're like, evil sounds good, good sounds bad, I'm going to be evil. And then, so after you decide to be an evil, worthless person deserving of a violent end, after that makes you incompatible with God, and incompatible with Jesus, incompatible with life, incompatible with love, incompatible with the kingdom of God, right? So then, now that you're rendered incompatible by having chosen to be evil and worthless. And so now that you've been rendered incompatible with God, that makes it to where now that when Christians share the message with you, or anybody like proposes the idea, maybe you get curious, or maybe you really think maybe there's a God, you start looking into it, it makes it to where you're guaranteed not to find a version of Jesus, any version at all, right? You'll just end up with a different religion or no religion at all, because you're incompatible with Jesus. Which is why you don't hear it, it's why you don't perceive there to be such a God. And so all you have to do in order to be guaranteed to end up Christian is to wake up one day and say, you know what? I don't want to be evil anymore. I don't want to be worthless anymore. I don't want to be deserving of a violent end and being thrown away like trash for the rest of time anymore. I think I'd like to be good instead, right? And then you make this choice to be a good person, a valuable person, someone who deserves to even exist. And then what happens, almost as if by magic, is you'll notice that you start to feel an inclination to seek out God. And then you'll notice that you're drawn toward Christianity. And then you'll notice that Christianity makes sense for you. It resonates for you on a deep personal level. Next thing you know, you're accepting Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior. And that's how that works, always. And so when atheists or anybody, like even a Hindu or a Muslim or anybody else says, they're not convinced of the Jesus, right? Any version of it. Then what they're admitting to Rebecca, whether they realize it or not, is that they are secretly evil people, worthless individuals who've chosen to be evil and rendered themselves incompatible with any Jesus. And so when Rebecca looks around and she sees versions of Christianity that are particularly brutal, like Westboro Baptist Church, the people that picket soldiers' funerals with big giant signs that say, your son who died in the army is now going to hell because he served Satan, or God hates the gay people, right, and all that stuff. Those people in Rebecca's worldview are good people. They're saying a wrong thing about her God, but they are basically good people. They are compatible with God, Jesus, the kingdom, life, love itself, because if they weren't compatible, they wouldn't accept any idea of Jesus at all. All ideas of Jesus are good enough, right? You wouldn't believe in any Jesus at all unless you were a good person. So Calvinists and Westboro Baptists and Jehovah's Witnesses and Catholics and Mormons and I'm not actually sure if Scientologists have a Jesus or not, but all you need to do is call your magic friend Jesus. It doesn't matter what ideas you use to build your conceptualization of Jesus with. Doesn't matter the character traits, doesn't matter the plan details, doesn't matter like how they interact with the world. It doesn't matter what their attitude is. Doesn't matter what they plan on doing to people, torturing people, whatever. It doesn't matter who they plan to hurt or how they plan to hurt them. None of that matters, right? Any Jesus at all, like take this conceptualization, this doll, this blank doll with no personality or identity or content that fills it and defines it, and then just stuff anything at all in there. Just stuff it full of crap. It doesn't matter. Like literally just like spent flypaper and like entrails of dead children, like whatever. Just stuff it full of like the most morbid, grotesque, awful things in the world, and then call it righteous. Call it perfect. Worship it, right? Call it Jesus. And this is essential. You've got to call this voodoo doll, this mental voodoo doll, Jesus. You have to. And that magic makes it true. That word rolling off of your tongue, past your lips and into the air, proves you're a good person. Doesn't matter anything else. Doesn't matter how you treat other people in this world. Doesn't matter how you think Jesus treats other people in this world. Doesn't matter how many bodies are buried in your backyard and how many more are going to be added to it next week. If you've accepted any idea of Jesus at all, you're a good person. And if you don't, then you're a bad person, unless you just haven't heard enough of the message yet. That's possible, right? But if you have heard enough of the message, it didn't resonate for you, you're bad. You're worthless. You deserve to be destroyed. That damn simple for Baptist view. So she, in her roundabout way, in her correspondences with our dear friend, let him know that that unlike Jeffrey Dahmer, who accepted Jesus in prison, our dear friend, who doesn't believe in any Jesus, doesn't deserve to exist. Living on borrowed time. Deserves a violent end. Is a worthless evil person. And I have a big problem with that. I believe that our response should be not one of humility, not one of humbling ourselves at the feet of her ego, which she calls God. Our response should be to call it out for what it is. There's just so many layers of hypocrisy and awfulness inherent to her views. The things that she says and the things that she thinks. And it's interesting because she says that we atheists are accusers and mockers of God, right? And why does she think that? She speaks as if we know there's a God, and yet at the same time she admits we don't know there's a God. She can't make up her mind. She wants to have it both ways. And then she accuses us of intentionally attacking the God we know exists and simultaneously don't know exists. And what counts as an attack? Merely questioning her narrative. Questioning her. There's not one around making itself available to question, right? Though questions should be fine, right? So she doesn't see herself as attacking Vishnu or Ganesh, right? She doesn't see herself as attacking Allah, because as far as she knows, those aren't real. But she does see anybody who questions her religious narrative, any idea of Jesus at all, as questioning a God. If you question her, you're questioning your God. If you ridicule her, the things that she says about her religion, you're ridiculing a God. If you mock what she says on behalf of a God, you're mocking a God. This is just typical narcissistic trope. This is just God has become the narcissist's mask. It's their alter ego. It's an extension of them. They say that they're an extension of him in function, but really the whole thing is just a construct, a mental construct that they've assembled that gives them special authority, higher social standing, superiority, even moral superiority over you, just because God says so. And how do they know God says so? Their book says so. How do they know the book really meant to endorse them? They say so. Right? So it all comes back to them. Really, it's their say-so. They're saying that a God endorsed them, but they're just saying that. They have no evidence of this. So in the meantime, it's interesting that if a fellow Christian of a different denomination Now, keep in mind that she recognizes all Christians and all denominations as brothers and sisters in Christ. They all represent the one true God. They're all good people by the virtue of the fact that they invoke a Jesus. Now, if one of those people describes a Jesus who will torture you forever, mercilessly, forever and ever and ever, right? Just for maybe being gay or for being a dead soldier in the armed services or whatever, she doesn't see that as defaming her God. They can describe God, they can describe Jesus in any terms they want to. They can describe criminal behavior. They just, and Rebecca's okay with that as long as you don't call it a crime. They can describe a God of psychopathic behavior, and Rebecca's okay with that as long as you don't call it psychopathic. They can describe a God who'll do the most malevolent, twisted things imaginable, and that's okay, as long as you don't call it malevolent and twisted, right? It's just about the adjectives, because it's just about the marketing, which is really just about the grift, which enforces her ego, which really is just an expression of her ego, of her special sense of entitlement to a special sense of regard that she can't validate. And if you're, and it's the same as any severe, clinical, malignant, psychopathic, narcissist boyfriend, right? Like, in their mind, they're entitled to special standing with you. If you find fault with them, you're wrong automatically, right? Now, you can describe a psychopathic boyfriend's behaviors in detail, not a problem. But if you ascribe negative adjectives to those behaviors, now you've wronged them. And it proves that you're a bad person. This is the way that they're reasoning. This is the relationship model they're speaking from. But it's interesting that we're, quote-unquote, attacking her God just by pointing out that there are problems with her narrative, right? We're not assuming there is a God. We're just, pointing out problems in the narrative. Now, she'll do that to other religions and think nothing of it, but you just can't do that with hers. She doesn't see that as an attack on God. When other religions portray her God in the worst imaginable light, because even though the descriptions are terrifying and horrific, as long as those religions equate it with righteousness and goodness, that's fine. Describe him any way you want to. Just make sure you use good public relations, good marketing language. Make sure you call it good. Make sure you call it perfect, and then you can describe any behaviors you want to. You can assume any behaviors you want to, any character traits, anything, just call it good. Just that damn simple for her. Because all that matters is the authority. All that matters is the larger structure of authority in families, and amongst friends, and amongst coworkers, and in the political arena. Like, anywhere that they happen to be standing on that soapbox, right? As long as you recognize their authority over you and their righteousness over you as a collective, right? Because individually, these sects don't have enough power. They don't have enough people individually, in terms of the smaller churches and sects, to wield political power, to force their will over the masses. So they have to work together. They disown each other a lot of the times. They're constantly fighting amongst each other about who's got the real Jesus. But Rebecca's position is, even though those Christians don't think they all have the same Jesus as each other, they secretly really do. So the whole thing for her really relates to the way that she goes up against evolution and the way that she goes up against climate change or abiogenesis or Big Bang cosmology or anything else, right? It's all an effort to undermine the legitimacy of legitimate science. And the reason for that is a couple of reasons, actually. One, she wants people to doubt their own capacity to fact check and use logic and navigate a reasonable perception of the world about what it is, right? She wants you to doubt that, like, tremendously. Because that's what gaslighting is for. They want you to... The whole purpose, the whole definition of gaslighting is trying to get you to doubt your own ability to reason, your own ability to, sort out facts from fiction and reason from unreason and ethics from unethics, and in order to make sense of the world and your place within it. They want you to utterly doubt all of that. Because once they succeed with that, now you become this psychologically vulnerable person who's incredibly malleable. They can say, oh, well, you won't have that problem. We'll give you clarity, right? We'll give you clarity. You just have to agree that everything we say is right. Everything we say, at least while we're on this soapbox, is righteous. We have authority over you. We're morally superior to you. Everything we say, even if it sounds evil, is good. And you have to agree to call it good and then trust us. Finally, you'll have clarity, right? Now, for somebody that, if it works, if the whole grift works, and you're like muddied and confused and unsure and unconfident, then it becomes a whole lot easier to assert their will over yours. This is why gaslighting works. This is why narcissists use gaslighting. But it's more than just that. They're functioning, her collective is functioning in the political arena very aggressively, as we all know. They want to turn America into a theocracy. Now, I'm not saying I think they're going to succeed. They came dangerously close with Trump. But now that he's been so thoroughly exposed and delegitimized, even the Republican Party and Fox News is starting to think, yeah, they've got to find a different guy. So they've lost an awful lot by betting that much on Trump. And that's good for us in the long run. But as part of their bid to infiltrate the government as a way to conquer America and then turn it into a theocracy, it's directly relevant to the conspiracy theories that they push about science. Because they're intending to push this narrative of there being an atheist conspiracy to hide the truth of God. If you can convince somebody that evolution isn't true, abiogenesis isn't possible, Big Bang cosmology is built with wild atheist assumptions, where atheists just sit around in their science labs with their science coach and their science degrees, just getting high, getting drunk, laughing and getting paid and not really doing any work, pretending to have done work, falsifying data, right? If you can convince people that that's happening on a global scale, undermine their entire confidence in science, and push the idea that the whole reason for the big giant science scams is because it's all part of an atheist conspiracy, then you can polarize people not just against atheists, but you can polarize people in such a way where they want to stand up and fight against this big science con, right? They want to stand up and fight against the atheists and the leftists, and in order to do that, well, we're going to need your support at the voting booths. We're going to need your support when it comes time to figure out who's going to be in power, right? Put us in office. Keep us in office. Help us do all these reforms to the judicial system, to the legislative system, right? Help us find our way into public schools, or help us dismantle public schools so we can convert them to charter schools. Charter schools that will no longer have the protection in place that separates church from state. Charter schools that will be run by religious organizations. Religious organizations that will use those charter schools to push religious and political ideologies. And if they can get enough access to our children for one generation, those children will grow up to be future voters who will vote in favor of making sure we end up with a far-right conservative Christian theology.
James, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I actually stepped outside for a minute to let Sam out while I listened to you wax from the pulpit so eloquently, man. And it's funny because this reminds me of, like you said, the bigger picture, right? Mm-hmm. This is what Hovind and Standing for Truth and all of them are sitting on, right? Mm-hmm. We don't want evolution taught in the schools. You should just teach it at your own private schools. They know that isn't the name of the game. And their goal ultimately is to set up, like you said, their own schools. And then are they going to give evolution equal time? Fuck no. They're going to exclude that shit. along with geology and anything else that undermines a creation narrative. So just enjoying, wanted to make sure calling in from the great outdoors is functioning. And I'm going to shut my black ass up and keep listening. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
All right.
So, yeah, G's right. It includes climate science. It includes a lot of things. And they're not just looking to exclude those in the curriculums that they would enforce. They want to replace those with their own ideas, right? So climate change isn't happening. The Earth is only 6,000 years old. Bible gets it entirely correct. We were created as we are. Abraham, Moses, and all the other patriarchs were real, and everything that's said in Bibles is true. And it's not just that they want to exclude essential information. They want to replace it with bullshit. To alter the perceptual reality of an entire generation. At least a majority of youth in a generation. At least enough to break the stalemate. So that the next generation of voters end up part of their grift, right? One of the ways that they're hoping to do that, this is the reason why the conservative party in America is notorious for trying to figure out a way to get all the poor people and disabled people's health care canceled. Switched over to a private system where you can't afford proper medical care. This is the reason why they keep going after all of these social support services that they call socialism, right? And why they want to switch everything to a private system that poor people, disabled people, old people can't afford, right? Because what they want to do, it's also directly relevant to why they're against abortion, the real reason they're against abortion. Now, Catholics have been abortion for a very long time. They've also been against birth control for the same reason. For them, it is also the same kind of game. They're always trying to leverage for more and more social influence or social power and political power. Not just because they like power. It's just not even just that simple. With it, they get prestige and they get money, right? It's not just power. It's all the privilege and all the praise and all the exploitative power that they can wield. So they'll get access to more and more children that they can molest and rape, and more poor people who they can just completely destroy. Most of you probably know the true story of Mother Teresa, that she wasn't a saint, that she was a psychopath. And that she loved hurting people because she really enjoyed watching people suffer because it reminded her of the suffering of Jesus. And so she would collect all kinds of money from the general public and from private donors and from the government, right, anywhere she can get it, in order to quote-unquote help the poor. But then they didn't use it on the poor. They just bring it back to the Vatican and put it in their big giant vault, right? And, they'd write it in their ledgers, but we're not allowed to see their ledgers because they have autonomy. And the reason they have political autonomy is because it was granted to them by Mussolini, who was right-hand man of Hitler. It's part of the arrangement they made, is part of their concordant with Hitler, to trade power with Hitler, selling out humanity for their own interest. And ever since then, they've kind of went under the radar, where nations aren't paying enough attention to the fact that you've got this religious entity worth billions and billions of dollars, where we can't know for sure how much money they've grifted. We just know it's a damn lot. And they've got all kinds of artwork that they've pilfered from around the world. And they have this long-standing history of just wrecking people's lives across the globe in the name of helping them. Protestants have learned a lot from Catholics. The apple didn't fall far from the tree, right? And so they've got the same playbook going. It's a strength in numbers thing. The reason why the Catholic Church is against birth control is because, one, it's the reason why they don't care how widespread AIDS becomes in those nations. One, because Catholic Church is super racist. Who cares what happens to all the black people? And also, the more the African nations struggle, the more it reinforces the false narrative that somehow black people are less able to be educated or less able to like build effective societies, and it just reinforces their racist narrative when really these people had been sabotaged by apartheid supported by the church, and they were not given a fair opportunity to rebuild, and they're still struggling, and they're still being exploited by these religions. And just as Catholicism started to kind of fall out of favor and influence in these territories, more and more evangelicals from America are being exported over there to kind of compete for turf, like any mafia would, right? And so they're learning all kinds of tricks from Catholicism, which is why there are more and more Protestant, quote-unquote, charitable organizations, why there are more missionaries over in African and other, Indonesian, Indian, other parts of the world. Anywhere that there's extreme lack of money and education and infrastructure, they go there to exploit people's vulnerabilities in the name of helping them and saving them. And so, for the same reason that the Catholic Church is against birth control, because they know that they need more people born to their controlled territory, so there'll be more people that support their organization, more people that can exploit, right? Just a population thing, strength in numbers, is a big part of the reason why the Protestants are now against abortion as well. And they weren't against abortion until 1976, and then they became even more hardcore about it 4 years later. Now, and the reason they became hardcore about abortion in 1976 was part of a bid to stop Jimmy Carter, a fellow Christian, from being elected. And the reason they became even more hardcore 4 years later is because it was election time again. And it worked 4 years ago, so their media masters, puppeted by these multi-billion-dollar empires directed from behind the scenes by these religious entities, decided, hey, it worked 4 years ago, it'll work even better now. We're going to get better at this. And so they turned all these people into one-issue voters. It's a political dog whistle. So now that you've convinced people that an early-term fetus is a person and that abortion is murder, you're able to get people en masse to vote against their own interests. Doesn't matter what else you do that's scheming or dishonest. Doesn't matter what kind of scandal you caught in. It doesn't matter what your other things, laws you try to get passed that hurt the poor, that hurt the disabled, that hurt the elderly, that hurt the veterans. Doesn't matter. We got to protect the babies, right? So we got to make sure that we always vote for whoever will stand against abortion, right? So it makes it really easy to control a very large portion of voters with this one single bullshit issue. No matter how corrupt you are and how openly corrupt you are, doesn't matter. People will still vote for you as long as you say we gotta save the babies. And so that's been an incredibly effective tool for them. And in the meantime, Protestants realize the same thing. These evangelicals realize the same thing. They want strength in numbers, right? So if they can effectively get abortion banned, what happens is you end up with a baby boom amongst the most vulnerable members of our society. And because these people have been systematically weakening the infrastructure that's there to support people through social services, the poor, the disabled, the elderly, right? What happens then is, with the baby boom, it'll overwhelm the already fragile system and collapse it. So now, all of a sudden, you're going to have a whole lot of children, a whole lot of mouths to feed, a whole lot of poor and struggling people who couldn't get abortions when they needed it. And then what's going to happen? It's going to collapse the system, and so now they can't get food stamps, they can't get Medicaid, they can't get the housing that they need, etc., right? So now what's going to happen is the churches will be able to, quote-unquote, swoop in to save the day, to try to help do damage control for the very crisis that they orchestrated intentionally from the beginning. So now what's going to happen is all these poor and desperate people are going to be directed to the churches to get not just the tax money, but the private donated resources that they need just to be able to have a roof over their head. So they'll be given a sleeping bag and a place on the gymnasium floor, right? They'll be given some canned goods that are expired, but oh well, it's probably still good, right, for their food. And so they'll be treated like worse than cattle, but under the pretense of helping them. And so then what'll happen is, with all those infrastructures collapsed, you'll have these charter schools that are going to indoctrinate a whole lot of children. And you'll have all these poor families that are going to churches for the help they need because our social infrastructure has collapsed. And so then what happens is, while those families are huddled into churches looking for help from the situation the churches caused in the first place, the churches will take the time to go ahead and indoctrinate them further. Look at how much we're helping you in the name of the Jesus. And people will feel appreciative and humble because they're in the most vulnerable, humble position you could be in. They know you can't afford to cop an attitude with the churches because then the churches just won't help you. Sorry, we don't have any food for you today, right? You got to kiss the church's butt if you want help, and better if you honestly believe that the church is being like a rescue, a savior in your life. And so these people are going to be taking their children to those churches who are going to be indoctrinated there as well. Not just with political or religious ideologies, but political ideologies as well. And so they too will end up being groomed and programmed as future voters to help the big giant overall grift finally conquer America through a crucial flaw in the democratic process. The very reason that Socrates didn't like democracy. He was right. It's got a crucial flaw, and if you don't patch the flaw, it will be exploited. That's what's happening. So what's going to happen is, if they get their way, and I'm not saying they will, I'm saying this is what they're trying to do. And so what's going to end up happening if they get their way, or what they're trying to do, is completely break the pendulum, completely break the two-party system, make it to where in 20 years from now, or however soon they could accomplish it, that we just end up in a theocracy. The very theocracy that Rebecca admits in her book that she loves, right? When she was in these Muslim-controlled territories, and everything was about God everywhere you went. God this and God that, right? It was a lovely little theocratic bubble for Rebecca to walk around in. It feels great because Rebecca doesn't realize it, but God is the name of her ego, right? A crucial part of her ego. It is a partitioned part of her own psyche. So when people say lovely things about God, they're saying lovely things about her. Every narcissist wants that, right? It is the foundation of her sense of worth and righteousness. It is what makes her deserving of every next breath she takes, but makes you unworthy of every next breath you steal, right? So, with all this being the case, Rebecca has admitted in her book and in conversation that, yeah, it's a shame that the only way those theocracies in the Muslim-controlled territories were able to exist is because an awful lot of innocent people had to get really badly hurt and killed, right? Because that's part of the thing that happens with the theocracy. But wasn't it lovely? Wasn't it beautiful? And much like Sal Cordova muses, oh my gosh, that's how it was meant to be in America, and that's how we need to make it be. Wouldn't it be lovely? Wouldn't it be wonderful? Shouldn't we want that, right? And so, despite how many people would get hurt, right? Despite how awful it would be, and I've tried to explain this to Otangelo before, and I think he just pretends not to understand, that if we end up with a religiously themed theocracy with that much power corrupts, right? They're already corrupted. Of course they're going to get worse with more power. That's always how it's been throughout history. So no matter what a Christian might think Christianity, quote unquote, is, that's not the Christianity they're going to get in a theocracy. They're going to get the Muslim Sharia law equivalent of a theocracy, except with a Christianity theme, a Christian flag, right? Christian icons. It's still the same thing, just packaged differently. And so it's not going to be safe to be LGBT. It's not going to be safe to be an atheist. It's not going to be safe to lean left politically or in terms of your social moral compass. Not going to be safe in that controlled territory, right? And they're going to reason, it's all for the greater good, right? Because like Rebecca says, you've chosen to be a worthless person. You've chosen to be fit for a brutal end. Whether that happens directly from God or through somebody authorized by a God, you've chosen it, right? And if you're going to stand between the righteous people and having a kingdom on earth as promised, right, then whose fault is that? And in Rebecca's opinion, it's yours. And that's what you deserve. So that's the real reason that they fight against abortion. The real reason that the Catholic Church fights against birth control, even in territories ravaged by AIDS. It's the real reason why they're trying to delegitimize actual science and replace it with bullshit, religious bullshit. It's the real reason they're trying to collapse the social economic system, the social policies in place that help ensure that the poor and the disabled and the elderly, the otherwise disadvantaged, are able to get the health care they need and the food they need and the housing they need, which we already don't get enough of, right? And the reason why it's hard to get even barely enough of those things is because those programs are all underfunded. The reason they're underfunded is because that political camp keeps stealing money away from it, keeps defunding it. The money's there, right? And in the meantime, our politicians, admittedly, even the politicians on the quote-unquote left side of the fence, but even more so on the right, they're heavily invested in stocks for the war machine, right? Like all the major manufacturers for the equipment that we use in war, right? They hold stocks in those companies, and so it's in their vested interest every time there's political unrest somewhere, and we need to send our troops over to quote unquote take care of it, right? So those companies have to manufacture more war toys, and taxpayers then have to pay for the manufacture of those war toys. And because those companies are being paid, the stock goes up, and the politicians cash in on more and more valuable stocks. It's a blatant conflict of interest, and hardly anybody ever talks about it. So I'm going to stop for a moment and read through the chat. Not a whole lot being said here. Maybe there's stuff being said over at the Bundy Ranch that I'm not seeing. But so when I heard Rebecca today running her grift on my friend and your friend, Ricky Johnson, how are you? It is really great to see you. And just really quick, Chris Moore, Logan Fisher, anybody that I might have missed, let me know. But yeah, it is really great to see you guys. Logan Fisher says, every day it becomes more and more irresponsible to believe morals come from the Bible. Right. It's incredibly problematic, right? Because here, the God character in Bibles checks off every single item in the list of diagnostic criteria for every major personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, sociopathy, psychopathy, right? Just go down the list, right? And yet we're supposed to call that good. And this keeps bringing me back to Paula Goodwin's quote. If you tell a child that an abusive parent really does love them, then how are you going to tell them later when they're a teenager or an adult that abuse is not love? And that's the problem. If you set up a figure, even if they're only perceived to be real and aren't, worse yet if they're real, if you set up a figure who is incredibly monstrous, and then you tell a child that's the right way to be, they're going to grow up thinking so. How are you going to tell them later that it's not? So they're going to end up in abusive relationships, either as the abuser or as the abused, and they're not going to know the difference. Because that's the way people act in Bible. That's the way the God character acts. It was supposed to be the ultimate person to emulate. And you're not supposed to call those behaviors bad. Because only, in their view, only an awful person would say those behaviors are bad. Only an awful person would say those behaviors should be held accountable. Right? Only an awful person would look and say, I doubt your premise of righteousness or authority over me. Right? Only an awful person. And in the meanwhile, what they call the authority of God is their authority. They're the ones that wield it, allegedly on his behalf. They're the ones that stand to lose it if we deny it to what they call the God. Right? So, we're not supposed to notice the blatant conflict of interest. That they personally and directly benefit from even humoring the premise. They financially benefit. They socially benefit in terms of the power and the prestige. They politically benefit. They benefit in every way that a predator would. Directly, the more and more we humor the premise. And we're not supposed to notice that that's a problem for everybody. We're not supposed to notice, and we're not supposed to care that no matter how awful somebody's preachments are, even if Rebecca herself would admit those preachments are awful, we're not supposed to call it awful. Because that, in Rebecca's mind, means that we're calling God awful, right? Because Rebecca understands, and this is the one thing she gets right, God is just a general idea of the larger authority for the whole damn grift. All the different denominations, all of them all at once, they share a structure of authority. They share a structure of political power and social influence. They're all in it together. You're not supposed to call even part of it, even one sect or one denomination or one Christian's idea of God, you're not allowed to call it bad. Even if it's something that Rebecca calls problematic, that this Christian over here is saying that someone deserves to be tortured forever for being gay, or this Christian over here is saying that someone deserves to be tortured forever for just some other trivial thing, Rebecca might say that. They shouldn't be saying that. I think they're wrong, but Rebecca won't call it evil, because that would be criticizing God, and God is the name of the larger structure of power and prestige and ego that she finds so lovely, that she finds so empowering on a personal level, that she believes is so important that it's actually more important than quote-unquote saving souls. If she had to choose between the two, and she has said this before, if she had to choose between the two, she would rather try to convince people that evolution and abiogenesis and Big Bang and everything else is just part of a big giant conspiracy to hide God or whatever. She would rather devote her life to that than building bridges of love and understanding with people. She would rather that. Because she understands which path leads to greater power for her. So that's where we're at. So when she took the time to send these email correspondences to our dear friend, who we love in our community, to basically let him know that he doesn't even deserve to exist, and that all of us, everyone around the world, whether they're our siblings or our own children or our life partners or spouses or our parents or whatever, everybody around the world, if they're old enough to be accountable, and who knows what the hell age that is, and they aren't looking for a God, or if they find a wrong one, or if they hear the Christian message and it doesn't seem real to them, we're all evil, worthless people who've chosen to be as such. And that's the reason why according to her, we don't think any Jesus is true. Right? It's the reason why we don't think it's true. The reason why it doesn't seem true to us. The reason why we don't see her God. Emotionally, we don't see her God. The reason, she says, is because we're incompatible with that truth. We're incompatible with hearing it and seeing it. We're unable to hear it and see it and feel it. Not because we've tried to be unable, but because we've chosen to be evil. We've chosen to be worthless, and that made us unable to hear it, unable to see it, unable to feel it. That's how she sees it. Carol the Atheist says, since I left Christianity, I feel no obligation to respect any religion, especially Christianity. Right. We shouldn't, right? We shouldn't respect religions, and many people have gone on stage to make this point. Brilliant thinkers, philosophers, best-selling authors, comedians. Like, it's really the same. Like, it's, if a cannibal wants to say that their religion says that they should be allowed to consume you in a big giant boiling pot, do you respect that? No. If the Klan wants to march down your street with, like, images of, stuffed scarecrows, like black people with nooses around their neck, are you supposed to respect that? No. They might want you to, but we don't have to. We don't owe that to them. In fact, we owe it to ourselves and everybody we care about to make sure we don't afford it any respect. And they can sit there and complain about how that makes them feel personally disrespected, and we've chosen not to respect God, right? The KKK believes in Jesus, right? And in Rebecca's mind, even older versions of the KKK with more blatant racism, right, going around lynching black people, even they were good people because they believed in a Jesus. Otherwise, if they were bad people, Jesus wouldn't have made any sense to them, right? Doesn't matter which Jesus, any old Jesus will do. They're good people to Rebecca. The bad people are the people who just go around just being decent human beings and not hurting people, and not pushing sexism, not pushing racism, not molesting people, right? You see, you got these big organizations, the Southern Baptist Convention, which is the parent church of all evangelicals in America, and that come from America, right? The parent church, Southern Baptist Convention, founded after they lost the Civil War as a haven, a refuge for slavers, in order to carry on their hateful bullshit. Recently, this year, exposed, systematically abusing children, sexually abusing children of all ages, and then sometimes adult women as well. At every level of their structure, from the very top down, is a common event throughout their churches, where they didn't just foster it, they knew about it, hid it, and tried to keep it a secret without trying to solve the problem. Every bit as bad, perhaps even more systemic than the Catholic Church's long-standing problems with that same thing. The Catholic Church would just, you find out that a priest is a molester, what do? Do you excommunicate him? No. Do you remove him from any kind of position of authority in the church? No. You just quietly make sure the victim doesn't have a voice, and then you send that priest to another church to do it all over again. An unsuspecting church that doesn't know about it, right? And not just individual churches doing that, the leaders of the church orchestrating it. And later that being proven. Same thing happening in the Southern Baptist Convention. Throughout the primary religious structure for Protestants in America, which most churches fall under that are Protestant. Same thing happening there. But those are good people because they believe in Jesus. They've just made some mistakes and plan on making them tomorrow. They've penciled it into their calendar. They've organized camping trips specifically to make the same quote-unquote mistakes all over again, but they're good people, and we're not. They have a place in the kingdom, and we don't. We can see the problem with this, right? Like, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we're all on the same page about this, are we not? This is why I say, Rebecca is not less bad than Sal, and I used to think so. I used to think that he was just a bad influence on her. And then I realized she's worse than Sal. She's worse than Otangelo. I believe she has, and again, I'm not qualified to make a diagnosis, but there's a thing called the dark triad of personality. The most dangerous one out there, because they have empathy, right? A narcissist and a psychopath, but they have empathy, and so they use their empathy to read people, to read their emotions, in order to manipulate their emotions, in order to manipulate the people, in order to pass themselves off as sweet and cuddly and friendly people who are there just to help. All about building bridges of love and understanding. Something that somebody without empathy couldn't pull off. They couldn't sell it. She's worse than all of them. People have made the mistake of thinking that she's one of the less bad ones of them. She's the worst. She's not your friend. She's not rehabilitatable. She's not a good person. She doesn't have your best interest at heart. She doesn't respect you. She doesn't respect your children. She doesn't respect anybody else in the world that you care about. And that's where I stand about it. I can't remember what else I said in my text to Cameron. I can't remember what else I said. I'm sure I made a few more points that I'm forgetting to re-mention here. I might have to go through all of them and then say, oh yeah, I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. But that's the grift. Hello, YouTube punk. It's great to see you again. So if anybody has any questions, I'm certainly open to hearing that. And I wrote a couple of blogs yesterday about Christianity, about their need to be validated. As part of the whole narcissism thing, right? They need to be validated. So it's not enough just to be validated by each other and try to get validated by us. They need to be validated by what they think is a God in the sky. Otherwise, they just can't feel good enough about themselves. Chris Moore says, this is why I love Neil Gaiman's American Gods and Sandman. I'll have to look that up, Chris. It holds up a mirror to our worst impulses of humanity and packages it as a fairy tale, telling us to do better. Interesting. I'll have to look into that, Chris. YouTube Punk says I was chatting to an empty room over on Jay's. Oof. Sorry about that, YouTube Punk. So that's where we're at. I kind of do want to see what else I've got going on here.
That is the reasoning. That is the sentimentality. That is the attitude. That is the...
Nope, I covered that already.
So she's so manipulative. She finds a way to get people to feel like maybe they're...
Nope, I covered that too.
I'm on fire about this, and I really want to have this dream.
Yeah, I covered that too. So I don't know. There's a few points I didn't think to that I couldn't remember what I said. So that's where I'm at about it. Anybody here is free to think and feel however they want about whoever they want. If you get them different impressions, then you just do. If anybody wants to give me pushback on my perceptions of the situation, please feel free to. I'll let you join my streams. I'll respond to you in comments. I'll respond to you in chat if I see it. Doesn't have to be today. It can be tomorrow. It can be next year. It's whatever. You know. But this is how I understand all of it. How is Carrie? Does anyone know? That's a good question. Carrie's normally here, and I don't see Carrie. I don't know. So if anybody finds out, let us know. Because now that you mentioned it, I am worried about Carrie. So... in the meantime, it is a lovely fall day out. A little bit rainy, but I can't tell you how much I love the fall. And I just wish fall was most of the year. With the colors and the leaves and the nice cool weather and the potential for bonfires and hay rides and cider mills and pumpkin farms and apple orchards and carving pumpkins and putting up the decorations and bonfires with friends and going for long walks in the park and just, with wearing a sweater and being able to cuddle up with somebody on the cold evenings to... Hello, Renadia, how are you? I'm surprised to see you still awake. I thought you went to bed for the night. Oh, Carrie had to go to a hospital yesterday. What happened with that? YouTube punk, I don't know about this. Goodness. American Gods is an excellent novel, says YouTube punk. Yeah, I just don't know the novel. Hello, Missed James so came out. Oh, awesome. Yeah. It is 0:22 in Jerusalem. So, I mean, that's not as late as I thought. It's still late, but that's not, again, not as late as I thought it would be. I guess that makes sense. It's 5:22 here in Indiana. And, actually, I'm thinking about a cat. I'll be waking up pretty soon. And I'm going to leave this one public. It's not going to go over well with certain people. As you guys know, I overshared last night and got pretty vulnerable. I didn't mean to. And then we had a couple of Christians come into the room and say awful things and try to kick me when I'm down. And really made my point for me when they did. So I'm calling it a win, even though that was shitty of them. YouTube Punk says, not 100% sure. It sounded kind of routine, but not sure. Well, we haven't heard from her today, and that makes me worried. I don't have any way of getting a hold of Carrie, so if anybody hears anything, please let us know. So, I hope I laid it out well enough, and I don't know what anybody here thinks about it, right? Because it's a lot of deep stuff. There's a lot of details in it, And I recognize that any individual, right, might not be cognizant of what's happening in the political arena. They might not realize what their puppet masters are hoping and planning for. They might not consciously be part of that, right? Because there's an awful lot of people in the churches, whether or not they're a church leader or just a church supporter or member, that just don't see the bigger picture. They just don't realize what's happening. And so I want to point this out to say that I don't think that there's some conspiracy being shared by billions and billions of believers to do these awful things. I think that most people that are caught up in all of that just don't realize what it is that they're caught up in. Just don't realize what their puppet masters are doing. UC Love says, spring in Korea is next level gorgeous. I wouldn't mind some pictures about that if you want to share some. I guess I could look that up too on Google. I could share it in, I guess, Discord or something if you wanted to, UC. But I'll look it up too, and it's an interesting thought. Spring in Korea. Like, I've always felt like, and I'm sure that it is, right? Like, spring in Japan, I'm sure, is particularly lovely too, because they like planting gardens and flowers and things like that, and it's a beautiful country. So, but like, for me, like, fall along the northeastern coast, like around Maine, like, and the territory surrounding that, I think are just breathtaking. So I suppose each season has certain parts of the globe that are at their best in that season, and so it just depends where. But I think Midwest America, fall is the best place, best time of year. If you have your health and you have friends and you have a willingness to go out there and explore and like experience things, and if some of your friends have the kind of property that they can host, like bonfires, and or if you have some people that can go with you to do all the wonderful fall activities, then I think fall is one of the best times of year. In fact, I don't even like watching football, but if it's a fall game and you bring like a nice warm blanket and you have somebody to kind of cuddle next to, and you bring like hot cider or hot cocoa or whatever, and like just to like watch at least part of the game, it can be pretty great. You know, get yourself like some hot food and some hot drinks, and like just the energy of it, right? Like, I just think it's a pretty great thing. Not my favorite fall thing, but it's the only context in which I like watching sports, because of the energy and being able to stay warm in the middle of the cold and that kind of thing. So Jay, I'm sure, is still out walking his dog. Now, yesterday was kind of a bad PTSD day for me. Today is not, which is what made me capable of having this discussion without getting angry. And even though I was angry on behalf of my friend earlier, because I'm like, man, you just can't treat this good person like that. Can't treat him like shit and pretend like you're treating like him with respect when you're not, right? You just can't. And the facade cracked a bit when she was corresponding with our friend. She started to say some pretty obnoxious things and lose her patience and lose her cool, but the whole thing's an act anyway, so that makes sense. But yesterday I wrote 2 different blogs, and at some point from now on for my blogs, I'm going to record a session, maybe through StreamYard, where I read the blog, and then I'll post it as a video at the beginning of every blog, so that if somebody wants to go over one of the blogs, they don't have to read it. They can just push play and hear it as a podcast. So that's what I'm going to be working on doing. But first I have to decide which ones are good enough for that, which ones I want to promote. I am trying. It's interesting because I mostly want to get away from hating on religion all the time. Right? Like, I want to do a little bit of it, but I don't want it to be like what the channel is about, right? So trying to figure out how we can get away from that. I still want to do a stream for consent, but I want a female co-host for that one. And I also want to do a stream on gender identities, but I probably should have a female co-host for that one as well. And of course, you all know that I want to start doing streams about how to prepare for the future in different ways. So that's really off topic from what we normally talk about, but I still want to do it. So get further and further away from talking about religion. There are days where I'm strong enough to handle it. I don't get angry. It doesn't really steal my peace. days like yesterday where I think too much about it and it does steal my peace. So it just depends on the day. But I don't want to make a habit out of it, right? If I was getting paid, like I said before, if I was getting paid a lot of money from people for like book deals or to be a guest speaker or something, I'd be like, sure, we'll talk about religion every day. 8 hours a day if you pay me well enough, right? But I'm not getting paid for it, and so my position is, like I just don't want to give it that much of my energies anymore. It's gotten too much of them already, so that's where I am about it. So if anybody has any questions, again, about what I've said or wants to give me pushback, because, yeah, if you think I'm wrong about something, please do let me know and we can discuss it. So, but I'm not getting that kind of vibe. So, since we've been on the topic of religion, and since nobody has any questions about this, I suppose I can go ahead until Jake gets back and pull up one of my my blogs from yesterday. The Christian Quest for a Father's Validation got 21 views, so somebody must have liked it.
James, can you hear me?
Read this one? Oh, I did. That's when Melody Joy asked me for a link to it. Melody Joy, I did finish.
James, can you hear me?
I did. I do hear you.
All right, I've got some thoughts about this Rebecca stuff. So, I mostly wanted to listen, and I feel like this is one of those days it really feels like we're at church, because it's like a real church where, sometimes the lead pastor's preaching, sometimes one of the other pastors is preaching, sometimes the worship pastor's preaching. As the worship pastor, I probably should do less preaching. But today you was preaching, and it was just really wonderful. I didn't really disagree with anything, and some of it I was just kind of letting you lay out.
What stood out for you? Good.
Man, lots of things. Number one, the attack on Cameron is just go fuck yourself, and I don't even care, because, and it's one of those things that's funny too, because at some point it's funny where there's almost like double standards with gender, because it's certain things that if somebody says to you man to man, is fighting words, and then it's sometimes a female says something. And it's like, it's wrong for a man to hit you, but it's wrong as fuck for you to utter fighting words to that man knowing he can't hit you.
Right.
And this is one of them situations where it's like, you wouldn't dare say that to my face, and if you would, fucking shame on you then. But at the same time, it's what they all have to say to us. Whether they say it, don't say it, email it, put it nicely, like Uncle Bobby says, whether it's, fuck you, or fuck you, it doesn't matter. You're still, they still all think we deserve what do they, man, what is their end game? Their end game is the apocalypse, where it's the kingdom of God, and he comes and smites his enemies, and we're all destroyed, and, well, guess you didn't get on Team Jesus quick enough. I tried to tell you. They don't, I don't know if it's possible for us to be in loving relationships with people like this. Not truly. We're just not first-class citizens to them. I don't know how else to put it. But yeah, Rebecca, man, look, it's good that you said it, right? Because I've been seeing through this bitch for a long time. And she's just fucking wackadoo. And sitting on some weapon. What was that word you used? I wanted to ask you about that word you used. You said it's not psychopath, but you got to have the empathy. I missed that. I was banging around with the dishes.
Oh, so the dark empath.
The dark empath.
Yeah.
Say more about that.
So they've got empathy, but they're also a psychopath. And so basically they use their empathy as a way to read you. They understand your emotions because they have emotions of their own. They see the emotions in you. They use that in order to manipulate you, because it's data that they can mine from your body language and from relatable positions and stuff like that. And then they're able to pass themselves off as someone who's loving and caring and affectionate and has your best interest at heart, it makes them more dangerous than somebody who can't fake it.
Right. This is what I always say would be concerning about a Mike Pence. Right, he wants to sit on the same shit as Trump, but he passes himself off as the fucking nice Christian dude next door. And like, go fuck yourself. You're just as pro theocracy, right? Yeah. So is that like then a sub-classification of psychopath in the taxonomy of terror? Is that like a sub-breed of psychopath?
You can think of it that way, but I think it'd be more accurate to say that it's a special... you can think of it as a tool in the toolbox, or you can think of it as an unusual brain mapping, where most psychopaths, they don't have any empathy at all.
But what I guess I'm getting at is they are, and you're not diagnosing this person, but from your understanding, you're just saying if somebody is this, they're then, in this case at least, a psychopath, but has a particular bent on it. Like, I'm bipolar, right? But I have a particular bent of bipolar that comes with, say, high functioning, high sex drive, common amongst porn stars and, you know, academics and shit like that. Recognizable, right? But you still bipolar as fuck, right? It's just looks different than the people who can't feed themselves.
Right. So
go ahead.
Right, so an empath is somebody who's so acutely aware of other people's emotions that they sort of feel those emotions as their own, typically, and so that they compulsively empathize with you, and usually that ends up meaning that you can trust them, you know, to like give a shit about how they're affecting you. But if they're primarily a psychopath, and again, not diagnosing anyone, because for all I know, Rebecca's just really, really good at emulating major personality disorders.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
So brain scans could reveal it. You know, maybe a proper diagnosis.
And we don't give a fuck enough. We're just talking about the behavior.
Mm-hmm. So normally a psychopath, they can't really read you, because they just don't have any empathetic reflex at all. They can't read you, and so they're just running their gambit based on what has worked in the past. But a dark empath who's a psychopath, they can read you, and it makes it really easy for them to sell themselves as a compassionate person who really cares about you, and you can afford to be vulnerable with and open up to and trust, and you know they're loving and they're good.
Yeah. This is why you don't trust your prayer request to Sal Cordova.
Right. You don't do it, because he's going to put you on blast.
Out of love.
Yep. Out of love.
Yeah.
So you need to be really careful about that stuff. So, you know, it's understandable why so many people would think somebody like that is their friend. Right. That's my friend. They're just wrong about their religion.
Yeah.
But they respect me and they value me, and I have some trust with them and some rapport with them, and they're basically a good person, and I feel like other people are just leading them astray. It's easy to think that.
Right.
It's understandable to think that, but the truth isn't that at all. She's the worst of the bunch. I used to think she was being led astray by others. Now I realize what's really happening. She's the worst of them. And
okay, I want you to touch on two things in particular. Elaborate more, because I got to put something in the crock pot. But elaborate more real quick on, let's say, a particular comparisons. Number one, compare to Tangelo and Sal in particular, and then also compare her to bigger name apologist. And then if it's not too much to ask, talk particularly about why she got over on so many atheists in the community. Because I saw it a long time ago. You started to see it quite a while ago. Mm-hmm. But I felt like I had to keep dealing with her and keep dealing with her in sort of almost like a pseudo, I got to have pretend she's acting in good faith, because the community just wasn't seeing it yet and therefore wasn't willing to go with us on a more harsher perspective.
Mm-hmm. Right. So Sal Cordova gives himself away in a lot of ways. His body language, his choices that he makes in terms of how he interacts with people in the public eye, the things that he says, the things that he does, His general attitude, the way that he explosively responds, his whole composure is just wrong for the grift. He's bad at it. But part of that's because he can't read people, because he's so self-focused. You're almost not even there, right?
Right.
But with Rebecca, she can read people, and she knows she's had a long time. She's not young anymore, right? She's been around.
Right.
She's somewhere around my age, so she's used those years well for her trade, for her craft. Her craft is manipulating people. And so what she does is she reads people so well that she knows what she can afford to say when she can afford to say it. She's comfortable and composed, so she doesn't lose her cool. She knows when to smile. She knows when to giggle. She knows when to like toss her hair back a little bit. She knows when to like say something flattering. Like she's constantly reading you, and
right.
And so she's got all this lifetime experience to draw from, where she's keenly aware of what's going on with you, which is why she also knows when to leave the room. But Sal has no clue. Sal is so unaware of other people. He's not good at reading them. He's not good at reading the room. He's not composed within himself. Like, he's just impulsive and led astray by his own emotions, and he's just erratic, and writes checks that his ego can't cash.
Right.
So he gives himself away constantly.
Mhm.
He's clueless about how much he's giving himself away constantly. But Rebecca's really, really smart. She's smarter than Sal, and she's more aware of her surroundings than Sal. She understands people better than Sal does. She's aware of the people that Sal can barely even tell that exist. Like, we're just kind of these fuzzy pedestrian figures in his peripheral view. Yeah, so it's a completely different game. It's a completely different mental framework and skill set, and that's what makes it to where Rebecca can get people to lower their guard and make excuses for her and come to her defense, where Sal can't. Even if Sal were a beautiful woman, he couldn't do it. He just, there's plenty of people. It's not just about being attractive for your age or whatever. It's about knowing how to read people and how to read the room and how to manipulate people. Sal does not have those skill sets at all. So people always know, at least us in the community recognize the bullshit, right? Like, Nathan completely exposed him without even any effort. Like, it was just easy to expose Sal, because Sal will always take the bait. And Rebecca doesn't take the bait because she knows what's happening. She understands, where the questions are leading, and she knows not to overcommit herself. Sal makes the mistake of overcommitting himself again and again, takes positions that he can't afford to back up. I know all about this particular field of math or science. And people are like, really? You're an expert in that field? So do you know about this thing? And he doesn't know. And it's a basic thing for the field, right? And that's what Nathan kept doing to him that night. Where if he would have asked Rebecca those same questions, she just would have said, no, but here's what I do know, right? And that way, she's not overcommitting. She's just smarter than Sal. She knows how to play the game. So I don't blame anybody for being taken in by it, right? The whole demeanor. My mom tries to be a Rebecca. Her whole life she spent trying to master Rebecca's craft. And she's never been... My mom's like halfway between Sal and Rebecca in terms of her skill set. She's halfway between the two. So she almost pulls it off, but she fails to. Rebecca pulls it off. So, props where props are due. As awful as it is a skill set. It does take mastery. It does take practice. It does take certain kinds of intelligence and awareness of your surrounding. It does take an ability to read other people and to know exactly when to smile and exactly, when to like duck out of the room. And my mom's not very good at that, and Sal's completely clueless. So that's where they're at on the spectrum. But that makes the more skilled people more dangerous. So reading the chat real quick. Nerdy Rodent, I hate it when people see me as a fuzzy figure in their peripheral view. Love you, Nerdy. Renatia says, I don't think it is in good taste to focus on analyzing anyone's personality as if they were Trump. Is it achieving anything? Well, as if that, why focus more on Trump? Like, what is it about Trump that makes him relevant that doesn't make someone else relevant, right? Because Trump didn't say awful things to our friend today in an email, right? Trump didn't make himself relevant to our community. in any direct and personal way. I stopped talking about Rebecca. I stopped. The only time I mentioned it was when people asked me, and I kept saying, please quit asking me about Rebecca. I don't want to talk about her. Right? Our community's not about her. But then when she upset a friend who had been giving her the benefit of the doubt, and she said awful things about him, I'm sorry, you're going to tell a friend that they don't even deserve to exist and they deserve a violent end. Right? Which is what it boils down to. And then say it with a smile? If Trump did that, or if somebody I'd never heard of before did that, we'd be having the same conversation now. The same conversation now. Right? YouTube Punk says Nathan had a masterful takedown. Yep, he did. He did better even than I would have. I'll admit it. No, doesn't deserve the prime time. She's not important, but the behavior's important. And I want people to know that if because she's been emailing other people, if she runs this grift on you, here's what it's about. Don't fall for it. And don't let her convince you that you're worthless. Don't let her convince you that you're a bad person. Don't let her convince you that she's got any leverage of moral superiority or social superiority or authority over your journey or your identity or your character or anything else. Like, don't let her run that. Don't let her sow seeds of doubt about that or attack your confidence or attack your character and then wonder if maybe you should be gentle about it in response. Don't be gentle. Tell her she's a psychopath to her face. She needs to hear that. But only if she comes after you with this shit. If she doesn't, then leave her alone. I don't think anybody should email her on behalf of what she said to somebody else. But here we are discussing it, and I'm like, it's happening in our community. It's happening to people in our community. She made sure to establish email connections with many members in our community that she thought were sufficiently vulnerable to her game. So it won't be the only person that she does that to, on a personal level. Just be ready for it. Just understand what's happening so that when she does that to you too, you'll understand what's happening and it won't work on you. It won't steal your peace or confuse you or undermine your sense of worth and value in the world. Just don't let it happen. Pulling off a half Rebecca. Yeah, but she fake rage quit. She's coming back. She rage quit, but then low-key rage quit, but then she sent emails to people letting them know, I'm leaving. I don't feel properly respected. Right? And it's like hoping people will say either, no, come back, and then she, and then rally around her, don't let those awful atheists like James make you feel like you need to leave, or no, we'll listen better, or whatever, right? Or at the very least be able to keep connections with people so that those connections can quote unquote draw her back later, right? And she need to send personal emails. The internet's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. She did that with people on purpose because she was hoping to elicit certain responses that she could exploit. The reason she specifically chose who she'd send her emails to keep in touch. Keeping those tethers that she can pull herself back with and that she can manipulate people through. Right? So, yeah, to try to damage one of her own in the process. Yeah, Captive Desk says it didn't work on me. She was disappointed, I'm sure, right? Dirty Rodent says, ding dong, the next departure will be at. Right. Not an airport, don't have to announce your departure, just go. Right? Or stay, yeah, whatever. But, come on. What's the end game? Oh, B.S. Lewis. So you'll probably have to rewatch the whole stream to find out the end game. It's a multifaceted end game. So there's her personal end game, and then there's the larger end game for her larger mafia grift. Her narcissistic cult mafia grift. The larger end game that happens on a national and global scale. So it's a multifaceted end game. Captive Desk says, I got an email. I said, you do you. Yep, you do you. So you didn't fall for it, Captive Desk, and I respect that. But, I'm not faulting anybody that did fall for it, right? Because it's an easy thing to fall for because we're a charitable people. We're a kind people who tend to assume the best of people. And that's what these grifters want to exploit. YouTube Punk says she's basically a shady salesperson. She wants the sale and doesn't really care about the person, right? So that's where we're at. So anybody that wants to like go rewatch the whole stream, they'll be welcome to. I'll leave it in public. And that's where it's at. I mean, and if she wants to come back swinging, she can. Like, I won't have any problem with that if she wants to. But notice I haven't told anybody that they're worthless and don't deserve to exist or deserve a violent end or have willfully chosen to be a bad person and with some kind of libertarian free will because love is too hard or not fun or something. Like, I didn't run into this grifty bullshit on anybody. I'm not trying to take over the world or help somebody else do it. I'm not a groomer for a larger criminal enterprise. Lurking Melody Joy. So anybody that wants to go back and rewatch this later will be welcome. They'll be welcome to do that. I'll leave it public, and I welcome any feedback people might have. And I know some of her fan base does hate watch us, and we'll certainly hear about that, and we'll certainly have some responses. But again, I've just offered the necessary disclaimers throughout this video that I'm not diagnosing anyone. It could be that certain people are certainly just really, really skilled at emulating these major personality disorders. Maybe they don't really have these disorders, right? Hey, I'd love to be surprised by that and have them get the help that they need, get some counseling, maybe even go inpatient for a while, get some major intervention, maybe get on some meds with some diagnoses and, you know, start interacting with people in a better way. Maybe take some classes about how to behave pro-socially and maybe get some brain scans to see what's happening. Like, I'm all for that if people want to. Hello, Robert X. Right, Jesus loves you over the scientists are all liars. But when I asked Rebecca which one she prefers, if she had to pick one, she would pick the scientists are all liars. She prefers that message if she had to choose. And I explained why earlier in this video. So it's a complex tapestry of grifting. But there it is. So it makes perfect sense to me that she chooses. And I told her before, and I'm like, look, I shouldn't be giving you advice as an atheist who doesn't want anybody to join your religion, but I will anyways. Because I know you're not going to take it. If you really want even a chance in hell, some pun intended, of being able to lure people into your religion, to a Jesus, any Jesus, then you're going to have to stop pushing the grift with this anti-science bullshit and all this other apologetic nonsense, right? You're going to have to just focus on the puppies and loves, the kittens and the rainbows, that Jesus loves you, right? You're going to have to just focus on that. Because every single time you go down this other direction, you're pushing people away instead. Your choice, but that's how it works. And she's like, well, if I had to choose, I'd rather go down the other direction. Even if it means I don't win more people over for Jesus, this political stuff matters more, right? Gotta like convince the nation that science is the grift, right? Orchestrated by people trying to hide God, so that we can polarize people and mobilize them to fight back. So, again, all part of their effort to eventually, if they can, convert America into a totalitarian, fascist, Christian nationalist, theocratic regime. Robert says, Jesus loves me? Let's start with dinner and then we'll see. Right, absolutely. Captive Desk says, we are again kindred spirits, James. I said the same thing, and yeah, I was trying to help her evangelize. Right. So, I mean, that's just where I'm at about it. Like, if I was trying to get her to go away or trying to, like, sabotage her missionary work, I wouldn't have gave her that free advice. I would have let her keep making the same mistakes. Which, not that I can stop her. I'm just saying I wouldn't have said a word. I would have been like, yeah, let her keep making this mistake and guarantee nobody ever comes over to the Jesus. But I'm like, nah, let's make it clear. Let's make it clear that I'm not trying to get rid of her or sabotage her missionary work by giving her free advice that would help her with missionary work. Knowing, of course, that she won't take the free advice. Knowing, of course, that she's more dedicated to the political grift than she is to saving souls. And that she wouldn't take the advice. Of course. It just is what it is, though, at the end of the day. It's not really about me. It's not even really about Cameron or anybody else here. It's all about Rebecca. Not even about God or Jesus. It's just all about Rebecca. For Rebecca. My life's not about Rebecca. This dream is in large part, but not exclusively, about her. It's only because of what she did. Other than that, I don't care. She still doesn't matter to me. Not on a personal level. I don't know if we still got Jay with us or not, but if he doesn't come back in a second, I'm going to start reading blogs. That's what I'm going to do.
Yep, I'm here.
Awesome.
Just been enjoying it. All right, so compare it to Otangelo. We did comparison to Sal. Now we got to compare it to Otangelo.
Sure. So Otangelo's just only got a few tricks in his bag. Like, he doesn't even try to read people. Like, he knows you're there, but he just doesn't care, right? It's just
right.
It's just he's pushing the same grifter.
Oh,
for the
by the
same
way,
reasons.
Dave Amon on my channel said Basal has so many books, I saw them. No mention of incompleteness theorem.
No mention at all.
Go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
So Otangelo so you think she's smarter than Sal because she's socially sophisticated. She's smarter than Otangelo. She's just got more tools in the bag. Otangelo just is he's too out there, right? With the Shroud of Turin and all the bullshit, and he doesn't have the social skills or the grace either.
Right. He just doesn't. He doesn't understand any of it. Like, he just doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the skill sets that he needs in order to pull it off.
Rebecca reminds me in the sense of my grandparents, although I think they probably have more character than she does. Because while she's out making YouTube videos, they're actually leading a church, right? So there's a different sort of charisma and emblematicness you need, right? You need to be able to lead by example of the Christian life and all of that. And people treat my grandparents like they're heroes. Like, an example is they have this collection of dolls that somebody made them, and the dolls are covered in the only way to describe it is like origami fashion. So, origami, like you take paper, you fold it fancily, and you make a paper airplane, whatever the fuck out of it. I don't know, origami, bro. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So it's that, but all the origami, bro, is real money. And so it's like this gift that's honorific because it's like a person made it, they crafted it, but they also made it out of their own money.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be like several $100s worth of bills, right? Because there's 20s and 5s and shit all over it.
Sure.
It's got a hat and accessories and shit. And it's made of money. So, like, how much do you have to honor somebody to literally give them a handcrafted doll made of money?
Right.
It's a retarded kind of honoring kind of gift. But at the end of the day, they're just like Rebecca, right? But they have that charisma, the charm, all the bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. But they're all fucking lazy. And my grandparents were merciless when they were younger. So they were, my grandmother was Edie Amin. She was, you whip the kids with the switch off the tree type of mentality. Very Christian, very Christian. And then, now everybody treats them as they've gotten so much softer and nicer and they're reasonable and they've grown so much. And I'm just like, they've just gotten older to the point where they don't have the vigor and the physicality to dominate people anymore. Mm-hmm. And everybody isn't smaller than them anymore.
Right.
So they weren't making any concessions even to me. Right, like they were a little bit softer as grandparents than they were as parents, but they tried to introduce some strict shit through my mom into my bullshit coming up, right? Sure. Even little shit like just not accepting that I was left-handed, right? It was the constant taking something out of your left hand, putting it in your right hand, controlling what you watch, and all of this type of bullshit. What you can play with, what type of game you play, what type of it's so they understand power. And then when they're not dominant, when they're not powerful, all of a sudden now it's like, oh, now it's time to make concessions, and why doesn't everybody want to compromise and live and let live, agree to disagree? And that's how Rebecca was. To me, she's somebody who, if she was, you remember Taylor? If she was Taylor's age, you could fucking forget it. Right? Because she would have just been more vigorous and weaponized. But she's, like you say, a little older, a little slower. And the funny thing is, people talk about trying to help her. I tried to help her out too. Basically, I was like, look, you don't need to, why are you making all this content for fucking atheists? It's retarded. Like, just do the Christian grift, you know, and make yourself some money or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what are you sitting around, you know, trying to convince? Yeah, it was just weird. But yeah, man, I agree with your assessment. Why do you think the people in our community took so long to see it? And what are we going to do? Because I got to be honest with you. The thing that upsets me about, and I speak out about this, the reason I try to tell people even, hey, man, you might be the best person to really get your friends and family off this bullshit, is because a lot of what they're doing is they're taking advantage of the fact that you're not confrontational. They're weaponizing the fact that you don't want to fight about these things. And then they're doing what the 3-year-old does, which is if you bring it up and you say you disagree, they're throwing the tantrum and then resorting to social isolation and all of this type of shit to intimidate you to go along with the program. Now, what bothers me about the mutual friend that this particular incident involved is that's a person whose weakness is that they're too nice. Let's just call it what it is. And so this is like the last of the Mohicans. The rest of us have thrown you under the bus. We've seen through you. Don't even come near me because I'll straight super kick you in the face and not think twice about it. But this is the motherfucker who's going to be the last one to give up on you.
Right.
But that's the problem. That's why this is the motherfucker who gets this type of email. Right? That's why this is the type of motherfucker who has to always hold their tongue around family and friends.
Right.
Because they're just not a confrontational person. They ain't going to push me and you like that, James, because they know we ain't afraid to let it fly. Go ahead.
So I'm going to quote Sam Harris about this. Here, we come upon a terrible facet of ethically asymmetric warfare. When your enemy has no scruples, your own scruples become another weapon in their hand.
Boom. That is so true. That is such a great way to describe that. Go ahead. I'm just lending my voice to say amen, hallelujah.
There you go. So, and she knows that, right? Like, 'cause she can read people, and she can say, oh, look how giving and charitable and soft this person is about me. Like, they're giving me the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to exploit that as an opportunity, right? They use it against you. And Rebecca, like, postured over Cameron to act like he was wrong to think that he deserves to keep existing. That he doesn't deserve death or a violent end, like that he deserves better than Dahmer. She even specifically said, the way she phrased it, it's audacious, it's unreasonably bold for Cameron to think that he deserves a better fate than Dahmer. In her position as Dahmer deserves. No. That's hate speech. That's just some hateful bullshit. Ain't no hate quite like Christian love. Ain't no hate quite like Christian love.
Holy shit. Even when you told me the nature of the conversation, I thought he was irritated because she was just sitting on some bullshit or said something nice that he could see through. No, it was like an attack.
Yeah, it was. It was aggressive attack. Specifically used Jeffrey Dahmer as her example of someone that deserves better than Cameron.
That's how I felt about Otangelo and Peter yesterday. You are attacking the people that care about you. And I had the same situation with universities, with both universities I work at. The university always wants to tell you some dumb bullshit. Something bad happens in the world, and the university writes some grandstanding email about, oh, we gotta fight this all together. It's like a bad, fake Martin Luther King speech, and it's awful. It's just PR. And then some shit in that domain happens in their very own backyard the next week or month, and they ain't got a damn thing to do with it, and because they ain't got shit to, and when you look back on it, we keep telling them the same thing. All you had to say was nothing. Nothing at all. That was all you had to say, and you would have handled it perfectly. And it was the same thing yesterday with Peter and Otangelo. I was scared to even call in. Most of us knew what to say when James went off last night, and that was absolutely nothing. Those of us that could find words to utter tried to find ways to offer words of support. I only got the audacity to call in to say, James, I've been here before as a streamer. You're going to get through this, and I appreciate you for being this brave, right?
Sure.
And go fuck these haters, and also I'm going to go listen, right? Because, again, it was your time to have that vulnerability. So if I ain't have nothing more to say, then if I had nothing else to say but, James, I got your back, shouldn't even be saying shit, right? And that's what they didn't get. All they had to say was nothing. And instead, they came through. Not any community, y'all. I could go through PineCreek stream right now, cool. If I, it's going to be a lot of my friends in there. But if I go to James's channel or, Lena starts a channel or something, that audience is going to be mostly my friends, and I know it. Now, if I stroll over to Derek from Mythvision, them people don't really owe me much. But Peter knows at some level that he's in a group of people that actually care about him, that have seen him show his ass and act a fool in other channels and get timed out and blocked, and he can't even be on a lot of atheist streamers' channels now because he done said too much, right? He done called into PineCreek and told him he's the sexist and all the shit he does. And we're the people that are like, Peter, you're mostly a pretty nice guy, you were always welcome here. And we don't see him for a while, and motherfuckers are looking for him. Not on his name came up or something. People were just popping through random. Anybody seen Peter? Where's Peter W? I'm first, I'm second, third, but where the fuck is Peter W? Right?
Right. Even me.
Yeah,
Like, I've been asking,
where's Peter?
I say things like, I hope I didn't make him feel uncomfortable. I want him to know he's welcome in the community.
Right. Is he mad at us about Rebecca? We hope he's not taking it personally. All that. We're all speculating.
Yeah.
And so then he says, okay, this is the community. And then, again, he could have just listened to the stream and not said a goddamn thing. But instead, go ahead.
He could have even pretended to have some sympathy or empathy or compassion. Yeah, could have just pretended. What a wonderful opportunity to show how loving you are for some Jesus.
Right.
Even though it's just PR and marketing, what a missed opportunity where he could have done that or been quiet, but instead proved my point that I was on about.
Instead, chooses this always is a vulnerable moment. Now's attack time. Really. And the funny thing is, we do plenty of streams where the set-off point is today we're all about throwing religion under the bus. Because we're good at that. That's the thing I've been realizing lately. We good at this counter-apologetic shit. We kind of are. I hate to give it to us, but we kind of nice at this.
So I know he regretted it too, even raising the issues, because I'm like, okay, you want to talk about the ways that Christianity hurts people? We can have that discussion. And I think I spent the next 20 minutes laying that. He's just a smallest random piece of that out for him.
And it's something like I remember when I was religious, James, you know what it used to let me do? Be a fucking bully. And again, it's like you said, I know I'm not a narcissist and a psychopath and all these things. And I'm on the spectrum, James. You know what I'm saying? I got some tendencies that'll make you question, right? But one, me and my doctor have been well over my diagnosis and shit. And I fail all the hardcore tests, right? So you talked about being an empath, right? I already know I'm a deep empath, right? Stupid Whore Energy messaged me the other day. She said, "Oh, it was really great seeing you cry on stream. I really appreciate you showing that kind of vulnerability." I said, "Thanks, I appreciate the compliment, but to be honest, I'm kind of a crybaby, so really isn't. Fair. You know, and if she didn't believe me, her ass popped in the stream yesterday and we was listening to you and I couldn't keep it together. Oh, she's like, oh, he wasn't bullshit. He kind of cries a lot. Yeah, I wear my heart on my sleeve. People know that about me my whole life. But I just can't. I can't take it to the dark place and manipulate others because I feel for them. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's like, so you failed the hard test of those different type of psychopathy. So you know what you have and you know what you don't have.
Mm-hmm. So,
go ahead.
Iris wants to know what Peter W. did.
Oh, go ahead. You could describe it. It was your stream.
Mm-hmm. So, I was just at the tail end of oversharing, which I don't normally do, I don't think, but I certainly did last night. And I have since then, like said at the private, or I don't know what I'm going to change the status for that one is, because I did overshare, but so I was really vulnerable, and I was struggling, and I cried, which is stupid, like I feel so bad about that, but I did, and I think it made people feel uncomfortable, but people were sympathetic and empathetic about it and compassionate about it, and you know, it was some real hardcore, like, extreme shit that had happened to me, and, you know, it was relatable. A lot of people were like, damn, because it's a pretty extreme thing to happen to anybody, and, you know, someone coming between you and a child that way, and your own child, right? Like, so I had mentioned in the context of it that of my journey, like what led me there, what led to that, right? And about the role that Christianity played, or at least conservative, fundamentalist Christianity. And I did specify that, right? I keep going back and I catch myself, and okay, by this I mean conservative, fundamentalist Christianity, right? Because if there's even once where I just say Christianity, people get all over me about it. Like, what are you doing generalizing? And I'm like, man, I've already clarified what I meant like 6 times. And they'd be like, but you didn't this time. So I always go back and I clarify. So I clarified.
Yeah, you know what? And again, I just want, not to cut you off, but I just think that that's the tactic too. Because, number one, they're all fucking fundamentalist. And they all claim it, except for when fundamentalism means bad. And then they want you to classify fundamentalism so then everybody can take it out. Right? If my mother was listening, she takes it out. Oh, I'm not a fundamentalist. What do you mean you're not a fundamentalist? Well, to her, she's going to point at somebody else. Oh, she's going to say my mother's a fundamentalist because she's going to point to her parents who are Bible-thumping, young earth creationists, foot-washing, speaking in tongues, women can't wear pants. That's fundamentalism to her, right? If you say, oh, fucking fundamentalism to somebody who's a fucking Jehovah's Witness or Seventh-day Adventist, they're going to say, well, you're not talking about me. You're talking about one of them damn Christian. Like, everybody's going to give you some kind of reason they're not a fundamentalist, except for the people who are, really love that label for whatever reason. They've embraced it, right? But if you and I step out the room and it's only them in the room, what are they going to argue over? Who has the proper, fundamental, basic, true and through interpretation of the motherfucking faith? Hang on, James popped out of the... James, you back? All right, now James is talking, but I can't hear him on my thing here. Hear him. James, you there? On my thing here. James, so I can hear I can hear James on his stream, but I can't hear him in a gather. So James, you may need to pop in and out of gather. Also, is UC Love or Punk or Chris M near a microphone to make sure my gather's working? Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, what do you need?
All right, Chris, I just wanted to make sure everything was working. Thank you so much, Chris. James is back. Thank you, James. So James, all I was saying is that, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just don't like the fact that they force us to make the hashtag, right? They constantly force us to fucking say hashtag not all Christians, right? And fundamentalist is one of those labels then they get to step aside from. Oh, I'm not the fundamentalist, or at least I'm not the fundamentalist he's talking about, right? But then if we step out the room and leave them to debate among themselves, and again, it could be any flavor evangelical, any flavor Catholic, any flavor of SDA, Mormon, Jehovah's Witness, what was the one PineCreek's from? You know, whatever, it doesn't matter. He's like a Mennonite, whatever, right? Okay. What are they all going to argue over? Who has the correct, proper, fundamental interpretation of the faith? And are they? And none of them are going to say, oh no, it's really the other people over there that are practicing the fundamentally true Christianity. So they're all going to claim to be the fundamentalist in that sense, right? They're all going to claim that their version of the fundamentals are the true and correct fundamentals. But then when you say, I got this issue with Christianity fundamentally, with anybody that claims to believe any of this fucking nonsense, let me just take the most fundamental claim: Christ died for your sins and is the Savior. Boom. Okay, y'all all agree with that? Yeah, we all agree. Y'all are all fundamentalists then, okay? Now, and that's just another one of their fucking hand wavy magic tricks. You describe, make everybody say it's just the fundamentalist or just this particular radical type of Christian. I'll sidestep that, say I'm not that, but then when we're all together, we'll all claim to be the most fundamentalist. Fuck out of my face. I know this trick.
Right. Yep. Exactly. I think you were pointing it out. So, while I was explaining in that context, like what I'd been through in my life, like started with my mom, what she'd been through, and then how that affected how she parented, and then how that affected how my psychology developed and the ideas that I had in my head, which in turn determined the kind of relationships I was in and stayed with, because I had misguided ideas of loyalty and love and self-sacrifice and being long-suffering and all these ideas that are from Bibles and that, you know, I was taught that Jesus represented. And then, you know, I don't know if you caught all of it or not, but basically explained like a quick but specific explanation of the ideas that my mom was presented with in the name of Jesus, that she took to heart and screwed her over. And these aren't rare ideas. They're not fringe ideas. They're mainstream
I think
ideas.
I missed that part. So if you want to give us the quick version, I'd love that.
All right. So
also, James, I'm having a fucking shot of this whiskey back here, man, and I just want to cheers to you, man. I'm so happy that we're doing this together, because like I envisioned us, you know, helping to support this community together, right? And you've just taken the ball and run with it, and now I am learning and growing from you. So cheers, man. I fucking appreciate you, brother, and thank you so much for being out here with me. Go ahead.
All right. So, by the way, I love Jack Daniels. Is it Jack Daniels?
You got it, baby. Metallica Black, I call it.
Awesome. So JD and Coke is really nice, if you got it, but
I'm JD and energy drink, so I can wax with my man James. Go ahead.
Nice. So my mom was raised in a Catholic conservative home. Neither of her parents ever should have been parents. They were completely ill-equipped for the game. Not that most people should be parents, but they were impressively under-equipped for the job. But having been raised Catholic, especially my the woman in that household, my grandmother, she was sold on certain ideas, like that's women's role in life. That's what their value is, to pop out babies like a vending machine and make sure that they all grow up believing in some conservative Catholic Jesus. So, which of course I explained earlier in this stream why the Catholic Church pushes that, but these were not particularly clued in people. They didn't understand government, they didn't understand sociology, they didn't understand history, they didn't understand much. They weren't stupid, they just hadn't been well educated. So the years that my mom spent in school, she was in a Catholic all-girls school. She'd never been given sex education because they didn't believe in giving that. And she wasn't raised around boys, so she didn't know how to handle boys. But her father was this John Wayne kind of figure. very like overly stoic, emotionally distant. He was literally into John Wayne. It was a big thing for him, like that whole persona, and he acted the part. So he instilled in my mother when she was very young this idea of needing her father's validation and love. Right? He'd offer her some, and with the slightest mistakes, he'd pull it back all the way and make her feel like devastated as a child, like, what have I done? I have forsaken my father's love. And then the next time he reward and punishment, right? Give her love, kind of like make her feel warm and validated. And then when she makes the smallest mistake, overreact to it, pull it back, be emotionally distant for extended periods of time, make her really suffer for her small transgressions, make her hungry for more daddy validation. And they really screwed her up by raising her this way. And in the meantime, each next child was supposed to raise, like, every child was supposed to raise the next one, who, as they got older, would then help them raise the next one, etc. Like the Catholic version of the Duggars. This was their dream.
Yeah, absolutely.
What they were,
yeah.
What they were trying.
My family had
to
a same similar sort of ideal, right? Smaller family, like only 3 kids, but yeah, same. I think this is common, right? And somehow how you're supposed to do it.
Right. So already these ideas like meshed well with that whole way of parenting. The larger than life father figure who's emotionally distant and overreactive and selfish posits as a beacon of love and moral virtue and authority, and overly punishes you for every misstep and makes you feel constantly worthless and leaves you like hungry for the validation of this larger than life parental figure. It matches the whole God thing to a T. So it was an easy sell with the help of the religion to encourage that way of thinking in order to facilitate his own ego and this very unhealthy relationship with his own children.
Yes.
Now, so my mom ended up a freshman in a high school that had a regular high school, like it wasn't a Catholic school. She hadn't ever been given sex ed. She'd never been around boys before, and her father was still busy a lot and emotionally distant whenever he wasn't. And so my mother was very vulnerable to any guys in the high school that were players. And my mom, hang
on one second, James. Two small things. One, you actually may want to just scroll over to me at the little top window so you can actually see me.
Oh, 1 second. Over to the ranch.
So just see if you see how there's a little tab up by the little icons, because you're in map view, right?
Probably.
Or no, you're actually sharing my screen and I'm in map view. I'm screwing this up for you. Sorry, I'm messing it up. I was just saying, because I didn't know if you can see me. Like, can you see me? Like, I have my camera on. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, you,
yeah, because you're
I can't
sharing.
see you in Counter.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Right, so if you go to, like, meeting view, you should be able to see me, maybe.
Oh, here. Yeah, I can see you in meeting view.
All right, cool. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Cool. All right, cool, yeah. Whatever you want to do. But, yeah, that's how I do. Like, because if I'm just talking to Gin and Truth or whatever, I, like, make it so it looks more like a Zoom meeting, or I'll click on his screen so he's big screen or whatever. Yeah. Cool. Sure. Oh, James, plus this looks dope because now we're standing over here at this whiteboard together.
Awesome. Fun.
Let's get
it. So here we're at the whiteboard, and I'm explaining all the diagrams of my mother's life and how it led to my life.
Perfect. Yeah, there it is.
Yes. So there she was in the situation. Now, the guy that ended up in high school that took advantage of her, my biological father, as it would happen later, was not a good person. He was 18 going on 19 when they started dating, and she was only 14 and she was a freshman. And even back then, the laws were like, no, you can't do that. So he got her pregnant, and her parents, my grandparents, didn't even know she'd been seeing a guy, right? She kept that a hush-hush. But here she was getting, like, love and affection from a guy, the very thing that she craved that she wasn't getting from her dad, and she didn't understand sex. She didn't understand reproduction. She never got the talk.
Plus, he's all older and shit, and that's
he was older, and he's very charismatic, and he was very handsome, which is where I get it from. Just saying. Boom. So There you go. So he was able to take advantage of her innocence, and she got pregnant. Now, when that happened and they found out, they did not respond well at all. They didn't take personal responsibility for the course that their 14-year-old daughter's life had taken. They took none of the responsibility at all. They put it all on her. And basically they were at the precipice of disowning her. They accused her of destroying their plans for the family and hurting the whole family and disappointing them, and they'll never look at her the same way again. And she felt so empty and worthless inside because of it, and she was confused. She had no allies, she had no support, she had no friends, because she'd grown up in this Catholic girls' school, and now they weren't in the same school anymore. They'd moved, so now she had nobody, and so they ended up...
James, she had no chance. I'm just saying.
Right, she had no chance.
Also, I realized Hippie Smiles is not a mod on your channel. She's definitely fam. So you may want to hook her up with a wrench. She's definitely safe. Also, Hippie Smiles, you get that wrench, go ahead and drop the link to your Instagram. Hippie Smiles made me this amazing mason jar bong, James.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the type of thing you'd love, right? Because it's all interchangeable, replaceable, right? Because it's just a mason jar with a sweet handle. And then, like, she sent it to me she prints out the top piece in, like, different colors. And then she sent it, like, Sweetwater with fucking candy and amazing packaging that she prints out. I mean, this shit looked professional as shit, James, and had the candy and the marketing and the packaging and everything. So we got a lot of talent in this community. Honestly, James, I'm going to tell you the truth. Some people I don't even look up, like Nerdy Rodent. Don't look up Nerdy Rodent, bro.
Why?
Nerdy Rodent's crushing us in subs. And and also his videos are like amazing. Like dope. Like the type of overproduced nonsense I keep telling you not to make.
Well, it doesn't surprise me.
They're so good.
It doesn't surprise me. Nerdy Rodent has a wonderful sense of humor. They're very quick wits. They've got great social skills. They're highly intelligent. Like
great voice, great voice, everything, great processing. It's beautiful.
I didn't know about their voice. I
don't even know if it's the voice. It might be fucking a processing robot, but everything's wonderful, man. And so I'm like, you don't even want to. Cameron Bennett secretly has more subs than us. And you know, looks like a Greek god on all of his videos, and some of them shits get crazy amounts of views, like thousands of views, right? And so you're just like, I don't even want to know who's watching me, because some of y'all are secretly making me a little insecure. So yeah.
Yeah. We forgive you, but we're gonna need some therapy. Thanks.
Exactly. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt this fantastic story, but shout out to Hippie Smiles.
Shout out. So I dropped that wrench. So in the meanwhile, moving forward, like you said, she didn't really have a chance. Like she was just doomed for a hard life at this point. They didn't give a fuck, right? And I'm sorry, but this is just, I see this so often with religious, conservative, fundamentalist parents even.
That's what I was thinking. It's so common. It sounds, I hate to say it sounds every day, but almost in a great way, because it gives you an insight into an all too common tragedy and just how easy it is for it to happen. They're a little bit too young. Families a little bit too religious to be prepared to, you know, accept some responsibility, or at least fuck it and say fuck it and let's help, right? And then it's just this, I want to say comedy of errors, but you know what I mean, tragedy really of errors coming together.
So, yeah, all this is coalescing, a shitstorm that could only blow one way. And so, and my 14-year-old mother is clueless at this point. So, they ended up insisting on a shotgun wedding. My dad either marries her and does the quote-unquote right thing, or else he's going to go to jail. And he did not like that, I gotta tell you. He never got over his resentment for feeling like I ruined his life by being conceived and born. Never.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's not a good way to create a bond between you guys.
No,
and
not at all.
It's weird, too, because I heard TYT was talking about... the porn. I don't know. Did you see the porn star politician? This politician made a porno. He hired a porn star to do to make a porn video, and then he what else would you hire a porn star for? And then he basically made it like part of his campaign and said he's all sex positive and shit, but it's just awful, cringe, just the cringiest thing. But TYT's doing a story about it, and one of his stances is that he basically feels that if a woman gets pregnant and a man doesn't want the baby, he should be able to basically financially excuse himself. And I'm like, I'm kind of favorable to that position. Why? Because in my family, I saw repeatedly where young women got pregnant by one of my uncles, decided he should not even know, right? Because they're young, just fucking around or whatever, right? Now they have a clue. And then we don't even know that the child exists, right? And then later, when they fall upon hard times, my grandparents, the priesters, have a reputation for doing well for themselves, nice things, you know, good middle-class black folk, right? You know, so then all of a sudden they're coming around and we're introduced to somebody that's 8, 10, 12 years old, right, that now it's a shift in your family dynamic. And when that happens enough times, one, you're like, you need to get snipped. but it does become tragic because you're like, it financially devastated him because he was always susceptible to, oh, wait, sorry, now you got to trade for child support. Oh, and child support. Oh, yeah, you heard of this thing called rears? Yeah, you know that child is 10 years old and 12 years old now? Yeah, it turns out you kind of, right? The laws was crazy. Crazy. So men was hitting with child support from now forward, plus rears from where you weren't part of this child's life. And so when people come at me like, I used to actually talk to politicians about this. And I'm dying if I'm lying. Even as a young intern, I saw this, and I would talk to politicians about men's reproductive rights, and I actually loved it because in Jersey, it was one thing that I got open ears from on both sides of the aisle. I could talk to Republicans about it, I could talk to Democrats about it, and they was all like, yeah, it kind of sucks. And then the other thing I always saw was that my uncle and his friends, right, they were always treated like quote-unquote deadbeat dads, right? And then the courts was always fucking them over. Like, they never got custody, right? And then the money that they would provide for their child and shit, the mothers was strung out and doing crazy shit, living a life or doing drugs or whatever the fuck. And it didn't matter because the courts were so biased towards moms. Like, if the mom is alive, right, and breathing and wants the baby, go fuck the dad, right?
Right. So that really put my dad at a disadvantage. Even though my dad screwed up, he took advantage of an underage girl, and that's not okay. And he wasn't careful and got her pregnant. That's not okay.
But he had no ability to just try his life or have a life or anything.
Right, no.
Yeah, he was done.
So,
yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get that so sidetracked, but that issue does touch me, and I just at least wanted to share why I think about it the way I do. And I know it's not because they kind of mocked it, right? They kind of said, oh, well, I should have the right to not pay for a child I made. So I get that, right? It's not okay if I'm down with a woman or we're having a relationship or whatever the hell, and then I just step out on the family because all of a sudden I change my mind or whatever. Like, I realize that could easily be abused. It's being abused the way it is now, right? So there might be some need to think about some kind of shift somewhere. But yeah, go ahead, James, please. Thanks for bearing with me.
Right, absolutely. And a lot of it's meant to try to force people to be together if possible. And it's just, that's not the whole reason for it, but, you know, Christian country with Christian ideas, biblical ideas in their head about force and coercion and dominance and forcing people to be together who shouldn't even be together because the Lord will be unhappy if you're not together and all that bullshit. So this is the reason why they forced my dad to be with my mom, because, and vice versa, because, you know, that's how you make the Lord happy, by doing the right thing, so that your son isn't born as a bastard, and so that he'll be legitimate, and so that you know, but also they wanted to punish them both. They were so vengeful.
That's absolutely part of it, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And right?
Oh,
And
sorry. All right. So another thing, obviously, I'm reacting. I forget we're co-streaming, folks. So I let James, preach. But I'm definitely happy to be here with you. But I feel like in so much, even with my own family, I feel like my sense of aloneness is part of like their sort of, oh, you struck out a way we don't necessarily approve of, right? So it's way less easy to get help and support, right? And that's part of it. It's like you could go your own way, but
right.
And for me, it's obvious because of the way I grew up. My mom, again, being the centerpiece, being the oldest girl, being the most educated, being the most financially successful in my family, she's the centerpiece. And so coming up, being her only child, literally all my letters said master, and I was this fucking centerpiece star of the show. And now they're like, whew, like, they don't want to deal with me because I'm a handful. And I get it, you know what I'm saying? It's cool, but to your point, there's a particular sort of even sometimes passive punishment that is meant to, I think, like you were talking about earlier, fit into this bigger picture where they want you to need to come crawling back, hopefully, on the same bullshit tip that they want you to crawl back on.
Right. So a lot of it's about power and control, dominance, and you didn't
do it my way, now you're on your own.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I don't know why I didn't just say that, but yeah, that's the vibes, right?
So with all this being the case, and with their religion underpinning all of their, justifying all of their feelings and their actions, they went ahead and insisted. And so my mom ended up, my dad was forced to get a factory job and buy a house and try to do the family thing, and the only positive thing was that he was still physically attracted to my mom, who she's still a child, so they forced a child to get married to this this person who is several years older than her, and she has no idea about how to raise kids. I mean, she was raising her siblings, but in a structured home where certain things were taken care of, and she didn't have to make any big, decisions, and where the father may have been abusive, but he was gone most of the time, and so at least there was that. And so now she hears she's with this abuser, and he comes home and he's awful, and she just didn't know what to do. She couldn't make sense of it, but she's still stuck with this idea that they gave her from her religion, that there's always supposed to be this larger than life parental father figure whose love and validation you should be striving and hungry for, despite how emotionally distant he is, right? And despite how wrathful and selfish he is, right? You're supposed to see no fault in him. And so my mom even had a nickname for my dad after they got together. She called him Perfection. That was literally his nickname, Perfection. And because she was striving after this idea, trying to make this be her reality, where there's some perfect.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. So in the meantime, because they kept pushing all this religious narrative in her head, my grandmother convinced her, because my grandmother was convinced that the pregnancy was a curse from God as a punishment for having strayed from the path. And so she convinced my mom of that. You're going to have to live with your curse. The Lord meant for you to bear this curse alone. He couldn't have meant for us to bear it because we're not the ones that got you pregnant. Therefore, the Lord has chosen this path for you. And so convinced that not only is this a curse from God, but that she has let Satan into her life by straying from the path. As a young mother who heard me screaming in my crib, because she was a chain smoker, so I had earaches all the time, and there was nothing in the room. Like, I never had toys or decorations or a little wind-up thing above the crib. It was none of that shit. It was as empty and blank of a room as you can get. And she kept it that way at all times. And she didn't play with me, she didn't hold me, she didn't talk to me, nothing, because she was convinced that the rage that she felt from listening to me as a baby scream all the time was rage that was being fed to her by demons who were basically possessing me. She was convinced of this, because she was raised in this demons are real, they possess kids in order to try to destroy the spiritual path of adults, and I'm a curse because she strayed from the path, and she's invited Satan into her life, and she's got to like find a way to come right with God and all this other like religious rhetorical nonsense. And so thinking that way, she, even to this day, now she's an old lady now, and she'll still tell you that all children are evil, and that the purpose of the parent is to expel the evil from them by raising them up in righteousness. And so it really, really sabotaged her ability to have even the potential of a healthy relationship with any of her children.
Absolutely.
And,
James, so I got one more small thing. Can you switch to Myronbot's screen? Because I'm on the big stage, but you're the guy here. So just click on it. Click on Myronbot's screen or James Apperson. But yeah, go on Myronbot's screen because that's going to show the. Or James, you know what you could do instead? Actually, just switch over to map view.
Map view.
Oh, yeah, map view or meeting view. Meeting view will make it look like Zoom or whatever, and then map view will basically show the room. Yeah.
Right.
And then you've got like a zoom wheel. Like if you zoom in with do you have a mouse, like a scroll wheel on your mouse? That'll zoom in. And I've zoomed in so that like it's like kind of close up on our avatars here in the captain's room or whatever. And
yep.
I see your changes a little later because I'm looking at the stream. But yep, there you go. Yeah, you can kind of zoom in. Boom. All right, James, thanks so much. Sorry to be about that, but we're getting used to this, and I really appreciate you. And you're always spitting fire, so I just got to get in there somewhere. And then go ahead, man. Appreciate you. So I'm having a great time. Actually, I'm just literally so excited that we're streaming together. So please continue.
So as I'm getting older right now, I'm clearly past the 50 mark now. I need practice telling stories about my childhood to people that have no choice but to listen to me ramble on about my childhood. That's us,
baby. Let's go.
That's us. So this is good practice for my old man.
We're here for it.
My old man stuff.
Yeah.
So.
And we could just as easily be in the speakeasy, but I'm fine here in the office. But yeah, man. Thanks so much, James. All right, let's go, man. We're listening.
All right, so this set the stage for all kinds of problems, as you can imagine. Now, Peter can walk into the room and talk about how Peter can act like this has nothing to do with Christianity, but Rebecca would be the first one to tell Peter, hey, as long as it's about Jesus, it's automatically true. It's automatically legit, right? It's automatically real Christianity as long as there's a Jesus involved. Doesn't matter the conceptualization. Doesn't matter the narrative details. She'll say that to anybody. So Peter, in the context of Rebecca, doesn't get to say, what's this have to do with religion or Christianity or Jesus or God? Lots, Peter, lots. So, moving forward from there, she went through the rest of her life, even after, they finally split. My mom just found an even more abusive guy to get with, and she stayed with him for a great many years. And they ended up in the JW cult for a long time and things like that. But she religion hopped a lot every time. She was in transition. She went through her life always trying to find a man on earth that would be the surrogate to the father whose love she lost by disappointing him by getting pregnant. It left her that whole thing of being all but disowned. That whole lingering sense of yuckiness and guilt, right? Was something that Christianity didn't just play a crucial role in causing, but offered to cleanse her of through a ritual idea of a ritual sacrifice, right? And it's a very powerful hook psychologically for a lot of people who are going through life very vulnerable, undereducated, emotionally overwhelmed, feeling so vulnerable and so icky about themselves, stained by the mistakes that they made in the past, desperately needing for a father to validate them, right, and tell them that they're good little boys and girls. And this is standard Christianity bullshit right there. So, with all that being the case, she did both things. She tried to find a man. here on Earth to give her as much of that validation as she can get. But she also tried to find a conceptualization of God to do the same, which is why she would religion hop in every major transition in her life. Because, you know, if she didn't feel it with one, she'd jump to another. And as my sister would tell you, even after she left the JW cult, she went right back to church hopping. And every new church they visited, this is it, this is the one. I felt God's presence, right? And then next week it was a different one. Oh, this is the one. I feel God's presence. And it was all about trying to find this connection, this sense of a father who will always validate her as long as she sufficiently honors him, no matter her, even if she makes mistakes.
And to get a little skin in the game here, I've been thinking about this a lot with my own family, right? Because, all right, so for those that don't know, I come from like 5 generations of ministers. On my mom's side, you could think of that as being Pentecostal. I grew up kind of the only black kid in all white Catholic schools, and my dad is a Methodist. Me and my mother went to a non-denominational church. So there was sort of a breadth of Christianity in my life, but a seriousness to all of it, right? And on my mother's side, the most hardcore, fundamentalist, evangelical, Pentecostals, the people that everybody identifies as the holiest, the most religious, blasé, and glavinoids, because they run the fucking church, right? And they're bishops, which is a big deal, a lot of honor, big crosses, fancy robes, fancy cars, right? All that shit. So, you know, it's a big-ass cathedral that my grandfather's the pastor of. So it's like, there's what were you just I don't know. I just needed to fucking mention that it's the same thing, right? Like it's the same fucking shit. I don't know. You were talking about something, and I felt like I forget.
About the needing a father to validate you.
Oh,
you
the fucking father shit. Exactly. All right, so my grandmother, right? Most religious side of my family is my mother. Is wanted to throw the other shit out there to be like, for those of you that don't know, I'm traumatized by this shit. It's my whole identity. But it's like, I grew up literally thinking I was Jesus's special little guy. Like, God damn, Jesus, you fucking took over my whole life. You must really love me. And I prayed, right? I grew up, James, praying for the ability to play drums, right? And they call me Pocket Lock. I became known as a drummer, right? So it was like I had a signature sound. I was like, God literally gave me what I asked for. And like straight up. I was like, yeah, here it is. And I was like, really? Just go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot, where people are grateful for what they believe they got from a God, but the downside is they're not taking credit. They're not taking personal credit.
Absolutely. I didn't realize, it was also a crazy amount of fucking private lessons from people you were unbelievably fortunate to even know. And remember all that shit about, like, tapping and working on your rudiments and shit throughout the day, and all your teachers being annoyed because you wouldn't stop tapping on shit all goddamn day, and then going home practicing 4 to 6 hours every fucking day, and everybody wanted to talk to girls, and your girls are all mad at you because you won't stop practicing and talk to them. Yeah, that's kind of what got us here, you know what I mean? But you're right, you didn't take credit. You're like, no, God loved me enough that when I was in my grandfather's church praying for that ability to play the drums, he was like, Jay, I'm gonna hook you on up. Right. But no, about the whole father's thing, it's like, with my grandmother, she didn't know her father, right? So if she doesn't know her father, I don't even know more to that story, just doesn't know her father. But her mother was a church organist, right? So she grows up in this hyper-religious context. When she's a kid, similar to your mother, because she was like, I don't know, 19 or whatever, when she marries my grandfather, he's just a year or so older. He's really like super young man, maybe not a teenager, but he's 19, 20, whatever the fuck, right? You know what I mean? So he's way too young to be doing this shit. On the low, they had gotten pregnant with my mom's. Now, nobody really, this is like a deep family secret because they're so holy, nobody would imagine they did this. But it's one of them shits where they were like engaged or whatever. It was just early or whatever the fuck, right? Or no, it was just before. Like, they probably would have got married, but it was before they got engaged or whatever. So they realized, holy shit, we're going to have her get pregnant. We got to get married. Like you said, the shotgun wedding. So they had a shotgun wedding that they probably would have had anyway, but nevertheless, shotgun wedding, right? And then And then I think my grandfather, like I said, he was a father figure to her and her kids, right? The religious figurehead, because he's the one who comes from a deep family of ministers, right? Although her mother is a really well-known church organist, right? So then she's in it too, right? And so they're both that's their world, right? And then boom, they're trying to then raise this family together, and neither of them is prepared, but this is the worldview that they're under. So fast forward 30 some odd years or whatever later, when my mom's getting remarried, they don't even come to her second wedding because they don't believe in divorce, right? So that's the type of toxic bullshit they were sitting on. And this is what I meant earlier about, as they got older, they got more reasonable, but now I see it as they were just getting weaker. Because when they were strong and had the vigor to try to dominate and force their way and be on some stubborn nonsense, that's exactly what they did. But eventually, a lot of these people are getting overwhelmed, not that they're changing. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. I mean, that's a very, very astute observation. So yeah, they're like, now that we can't be above you in these ways, we need you to come down here where we're at, and this is where we always should have been. Everybody should just be down here. And they're like, yeah, you're saying that now that you're not standing tall above everybody else with the louder voice and the podium to stand on and pushing your will over other people. Now that you got to be all weak and frail, now you're all like, shouldn't we all just, be more humble and soft about everything? I'm like, no, you just can't afford to deal with people that aren't, like, because you're not in the powerful situation anymore. But
right,
yeah, no, that's a brilliant observation. So, moving forward from there, my mother went through all these years, and she still does it, right? She's still on that same path where she always needs to believe that there's a father in the sky who will love her and validate her despite her missteps, and that's the real opinion that counts, not her bio dad, right? And
sure.
So anytime you question that narrative, that paradigm, or that relationship, or the entity that she believes she has a relationship with, that undermines the entire premise upon which she has crutched her entire sense of worth and identity, and so it feels like a personal attack. So
James, by the way, you've been killing that shit about how a couple of things. So how, one, when they're indoctrinated, they give up the ghost to the people who stand in for God. So it's really, you're giving up the narrative of the humans, one, who wrote the story, two, who are delivering it to you, blase and glavinoids. But, you've elaborated on that, so I'm not trying to repreach that. But then you've also been talking about how now once they accept it and you interact with them, their ego really stands in for God, right? You kind of touching on that a little bit. But I just wanted to highlight, James, your sermons is fire, but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, James, we nice at this. They don't understand. See, I try to hit them with the WWE because I'm trying to be fun. That's just my personality, right? Your personality is you're a serious writer, deep reflector, and then again, we both have a different, very serious personal experience with all this. And so, that's kind of what I want to do, is I want people to be dumb enough to think that we don't know what we're doing and think I'm silly, and then they think they could show up and write me off, and then I'm like, you just barked up the wrong tree. But I had to find some way to make you think it was that you could, right? And then I'm really luring you into my crew, and when I turn you over to Lena, who tells you you're a fascist, and Tux, who tells you that this really evil, so evil everybody who thinks is good, and Jen and Truth, who tells you sitting on some bullshit, and my one black friend who's just an amazingly sweet guy, but gonna tell you he could see the seams of a well-written fiction story when he sees it. And then James Apperson, right, who's gonna be like, yeah, oh, and by the way, you trying to be the stand-in for God, and you were indoctrinated in something that's child abuse. You teaching it to your children is child abuse. And if you think I'm scared to call apologists out and make them quit, you're wrong. You're wrong, because we're not. See you later. We don't feel bad. And matter of fact, we going to nail your coffin shut when you're on the way out. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, Rebecca.
Yeah.
See your ass later. But James, I'm loving it, brother. Keep it going. I'm a hype man tonight.
Sure. So, moving forward from there, obviously Christianity at this point is playing just an overwhelming role in her life, and the poor decisions that she's making, and her inability to have a healthy relationship with her children, or with the world around her, or even herself, right? And so later on, she gets diagnosed officially with having borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. No surprise there. And so, you know, with all this happening the whole while, my mother felt this deep sense of emptiness. And no matter how much these men, and no matter how much her conceptualized God were supposed to fill that void, and sometimes it felt like they were. The men, it felt like they were, you know, filling that void when they were disciplining her or having sex with her or whatever. But most of the time, it didn't. Too much of the time, it didn't feel like they were filling that void for her. And then sometimes God felt like that way to her, through prayers or worship music or whatever else. But too much of the time, that wasn't doing it either. She just still felt so empty and unlovable, and she wasn't sure what to do about it. Should she pray more? And she tried that. Believe harder. She tried that. Whatever. And so she had me, and I was this very giving, loving child, and she'll tell you that. Even if you ask her today, she'll tell you this. And so she realized how good I was at knowing what to say, because even as a young boy, I already had PTSD but didn't know it. PTSD made me hyper-aware. Being hyper-aware made me compulsively able to read people, like where they were at. And so I was very good at knowing when she needed me. Very. I just didn't understand why I was so good at it. This is a lot of times where empaths come from. Empaths are hyper-aware people, and a lot of times that hyper-awareness comes from post-traumatic stress disorder, because you have to be hyper-aware because you're always in danger. And so there wasn't much peace to be had in my life. Even today, I'll admit that there's not as much peace as you may think internally because of the things that I struggle with. But back then, like, I just thought that's what life is. Life isn't peaceful, right? So, but she realized that she could exploit me as a resource. And so the more giving and loving and attentive and praising than I was, the better that pain was eased within herself, where she feels empty and worthless. So it was yet another male that she could get that from, but this one she could dominate. And so she thought, hey, maybe this will be a whole new spin on the game. Instead of other men who are dominating me, real and imaginary men, I've got this little man right here, and I can dominate him. Maybe I can mold him the way I need him to be. So she took biblical ideals like being long-suffering and self-sacrificing and unconditional love, and she took that to the extremes that, in some ways, that parallels to Jesus' extremes. Very unhealthy extremes that she instilled in me. And she's like, look, and I don't know how much you guys know about narcissistic personality disorder, but their values are very transactional. It's like a barter system, their social values are. And so she put it to me this way. She's like, look, if you're nice to somebody and they're nice to you back, you've been repaid for your kindness. But if you're nice to them and they're not nice to you back, or they're not as nice, then you've actually done something noble. Right, you've made a sacrifice for their benefit. They didn't get paid back for what you gave them, right? So it was just a give. It was just a charity, and that's noble. Charity's noble. Charity's not about getting back. Charity's about giving. And she's like, you're such a great kid. You're so loving, and I'll praise you for that, right? And so she tried running the same gambit with me, and it worked for a long time. That her parents were in with her. They'll praise you with love and affection, in order to kind of get you with love bombing, get you addicted to the idea of all this, like, respect and appreciation and love and validation. But then the slightest missteps, and they would overreact, and they would draw extra amounts from you, and even brutalize you, even brutally punish you, right? The opposite of all of that praise. And so it was this reward and punishment system that was meant to sculpt your psychology, the same thing that happened to her when she was young.
This is really important to me, because I've suffered from this, and because of that, we could tie it right back into the theme of your earlier stream and some of the stuff we've been talking about earlier. I participated in my own abuse and also contributed probably to my predisposition to abuse others because the people who raised me were stuck on that bullshit, which they were raised on. But part of it was, like you said, the long-suffering, love your enemies, let them do. And some of that's nice, right? Some of that's evolution, right? Some of that is when they come tell us, no, you believe in this naturalistic, atheistic worldview, and it should just be survival of the fittest. So why should I have morality? Why shouldn't I rape your daughter? I'm like, because we evolved in a species where if you rape my daughter, we're going to be like, yo, if he did that, he could do that to any of our daughters. So let's get rid of that motherfucker right now. And so then most of us, right, we evolved that ability, like you said, to be empathetic, to be like, yeah, so we take care of each other because we know it feels better to be taken care of than it does to be shat all over. So actually, then it feels good for us to sacrifice on behalf of others. You know what I'm saying? Like, James, I'm going to tell you, like, what it comes to right now. Like, on YouTube, I tell people all the time, if you could double stream, cool. And if you can, watch me second, right? And if I'm on somebody else's channel, go over there first. Because, number one, it does look kind of cool when y'all go over there and represent. But number two, it helps contribute it to what? It being a success for them. I always say, imagine if LeBron James was on YouTube or on Twitch. Couldn't he have a gazillion viewers, right? But what makes him a fucking superstar is that if he goes on CBS or TNT or ABC, they're like, yo, the fucking king is here. And they could promote the fuck out of that shit, and it'll pay off for everybody. Because LeBron James will be on their broadcast, and millions of people will be watching, and Budweiser will be making money, and right, and everybody that's involved makes money. And so, of course, he could make that more money, but why he's money is because he just shows up and makes everybody else money. So I was like, that's what stars do, right? So if y'all want to come hang it out on Pocket Locker 86, cool, but I see myself as a small streamer who makes shows that people really are into my shows, right? They like hot program. They're going to like the Blackout with Jen and Truth. They like when I'm with you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm pretty much a small streamer because I'm doing boring shit that why should you care about? That's why I try to go over the top and make it fun. But if I'm going to blow up, it's like, boom, like the shit I did with Gustick Gibbon, that was great because 30,000 plus people have seen that, or 20,000, whatever it is, right? You see what I'm saying? And, you know, I was happy with the Kent Hovind debate. Why? Because Donnie was happy with the Kent Hovind debate. And even Kent Hovind was happy with the Kent Hovind debate. Go through all Kent Hovind's 300 debates with atheists. What did he label his one with mine? The greatest debate ever. Now, y'all can say that's because I let him say he beat me. Who gives a shit? If that's the result, mission accomplished, right? Because then it's like when you hit up Jay Bundy, it's going to be good for your channel, right? Yeah. What it is for my channel is what it should be, motherfucking secondary. And if people get to watch me do it or enter it from my perspective, cool. That's a bonus. But, you know, you want to be good for other people. And you're that way too, right? That's why I'm like, man, y'all gonna hit up my man James, and that's what I'm excited about. Cause like, Derek, for instance, is gonna try to do something with me on Evolution, right? But then I'm gonna be like, Derek, you've rolled through James. You've seen how James is, Derek. Come get James on Mythvision. Boom, James. But I already know it's just going to be dope. But that's how we look out for each other, right? We're different. We're built like that. But yeah, man, I just wanted to touch on that, man. People got to think bigger. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the point of sharing any of this, right? Because I want to be helpful to the community. I want people to understand you're worth more than these people are telling you you're worth, right? And they've got all kinds of ways to undermine your sense of value and identity in this world. Don't let them do it. Don't give them an inch. Don't even dignify it. Even if it's not working, don't dignify it. Let these people know right up front, no, this is an assault on my very being, on my journey. Even though it's failing, you're despicable for even trying. And, you know, set some parameters with these people and let them know what's really up. Because we keep telling these people you know, that I understand. You make interesting points. I just disagree, or well, I'm going to have to think about that. It just validates the whole grift, encourages them to keep trying it, and like, just no. And in the meantime, what do you? I don't want people sitting there doubting their worth, their worthiness to even exist, right? Now, from an atheist worldview, we all have the same thing happen to us in the end as Jeffrey Dahmer. We're just going to die and stay dead. Right, except that he goes to prison first, and he dies and stays dead, and he gets, he gets known as a monster for many, many years, a notorious monster, but he's still just dead, right? So the issue isn't what happens to us when we die. The issue isn't that we all die. The issue is what these people think we deserve to have happen to us after death, whether or not they think we even deserve to exist now, right? Telling somebody you don't even deserve to exist. I mean, if you want to go tell the next Jeffrey Dahmer that, go ahead. But don't go telling my people that shit. Don't go telling good, decent human beings they don't deserve to exist, right? Don't even try running that shit with me.
It gets hard to understand how we're supposed to take this in good faith. Like, okay, so Christopher Hitchens had this thing where he said, basically that the days of, let's say, the big intellectual Christian that we need to take serious because they've got this, essentially, let's call it, incredibly high-minded, valuable perspective, right? Because there was a time when we really hadn't sort of settled some of the bigger questions, and we could say things like there were a lot of the great philosophers or naturalist thinkers or, you know, people who were pushing what we knew that were religious, right? Mm-hmm. And he was just saying that's just not gonna happen anymore. Like this is not like the days of the. I think he uses examples like Spinoza's or, you know, whoever's, and I even feel today about today's like deist rather. People try to be like, oh, the deist, you know, that's kind of cool. I mean, I'm like, it isn't really that cool with me. And then they might jump to like an Einstein. I'm like, nah, that's a different type of deism, right? He was just playing naturalistic and then throwing in it kind of like a metaphorical sense, right? Today's deist to me is like, it's like you're, what's the expression? Like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
To me, y'all throw the baby out and you're keeping the bathwater because they'll be like, oh, you know, I don't think the Bible's true, but I keep the door open for some sort of God idea. Well, where'd you get the God idea? From the Bible. Do you see the problem here?
Right. And so here's the thing that a lot of times they miss. God isn't an entity type. God is a relationship type. And that relationship is unhealthy no matter what narrative you throw around it. It's just that some narratives make it worse than others. So, you know, if the sun exists and some people worship the sun, for them, that's God. But when they say that's God, they're just looking for an excuse to live their life on their knees, emotionally and psychologically, right? Just, yes. I gotta suck something. It might as well be something that exists, right? Yes. Or I gotta suck something on my knees.
Yes.
It might as well be something that isn't as disgusting as that one over there.
How do you get people to understand that? That's so crazy. So wait, say this again. This is really good. You said it's not not an entity category. It's a relationship category.
It's not a type of entity. It's a type of relationship.
It's not a type of entity. It's a type of relationship. You got to say more about that. Is really deep. I'm with it. Damn things.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. So nobody's, and this is always the thing, even when people use it as a metaphor. Einstein, you cited as an example, who was a pantheist. Pantheism is really just sexed up atheism. But Einstein felt this reverent awe at the face of nature and physics that psychologically brought him to his knees in front of it, right? And he saw no meaning. He was so awed by it, he could see no meaningful fault in it, right? And he had this supplicant position that he just was on his knees before it in awe, like a child, or like a $5 hoe. Sorry. And it's just like, okay, great, you're impressed with physics and you're impressed with nature, but that type of relationship with physics and nature really isn't a good look. Really, you just need to dust off your knee pads. Take them off. You don't need them anymore. Stand up. Stand up.
Yes. It's kind of pathetic, and I even think sometimes that it puts us, I don't want to say cognitive, but it puts us, in a sense, I almost think below animals. Because, for instance, Sam makes no such illusions about the world, right? So if he's doing something as ridiculous as marking his territory or whatever, he's responding to things he actually senses in the real world. If he barks at something because he thinks a knock on the door means there could be an intruder, he literally is like, yo, there's a knock on the door. I don't know that motherfucker. You're right here. Who else would be here? Bark, bark, bark time. Right?
Right.
But as a human who makes myself the illusion to say I'm the highest thing and I'm high-minded and knowledgeable, blah, 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 I go on my knees to some imaginary thing that Sam's like, what are you talking about, bro? I see you praying and worshiping and singing songs, but I don't see that. Right. So it's crazy undignified, but we just kind of don't get that, I guess. But to me, it's real creepy. Real creepy.
It is creepy. It is creepy, and even when deists do it, it's creepy. And it's less problematic. It's less dangerous than personal god theism.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like, why compromise on your dignity?
And I'll tell you this, even as an evolutionary biologist, right, that was kind of my thing about, I always joke a lot, because I love being a heel, and it works. It works for a lot of different reasons, but it actually works academically because I get to say, well, no, I want to do evolutionary biology. And everybody joked, well, it sounds like you're just being... But no, it's like, seriously, because let's look at the evolution of bad things. Right? You wouldn't need an immune system, which you could say, oh, isn't the immune system so spectacular? Well, it's only spectacular because viruses and bacteria are trying to kill your ass. And and if nothing gets you sooner, some failure of said immune system will certainly take your ass out. There's not a person whose immune system has immune system well enough that they're still here. Right? Yeah. So far, everybody's immune system fails at some point. Right, if something else don't take you out sooner. So it's kind of like, what are you talking about? I even love studying coercion, right? Because I realize courtship is really what? It's a way to compromise on a lot of conflicting interests between the parties involved and the safety concerns of a party involved. Like, I gotta meet you out on a date so you make sure I'm not a fucking weirdo before you're comfortable being alone with me, and I don't really want to like meet you at the cafe and spend money on, but I gotta do that because I know, you know what I'm saying? It's a dance we gotta do because there's some really bad shit that could happen if we don't take these steps. Right? So to just sit there and go look at the trees and not go look at the fucking bees that are trying to sting you as you look at the trees is ridiculous. Same with religion, because yesterday you literally went to my favorite topic. People don't understand it's the only thing I really want to talk about. Can we be honest and talk about the only thing I want to talk about, James? The thing that is sexier to me than sex. Motherfucking COVID, this goddamn pandemic, the reason I ain't getting no pussy, the reason I am not playing drums, the reason I canceled my band's gig, the reason I'm stuck in this fucking house with Sam for going on 15 years, because it really doesn't matter, probably it's gonna be this way for an indefinite period of time. And you were like, man, them religious motherfuckers made this shit worse. I'm sitting there like, man, and I was watching wrestling, looking, and they still making it worse. Because they the reason I ain't at none of these goddamn wrestling shows. Best time in the history of wrestling as far as competition, and my ass ain't going nowhere near a wrestling show. And it's like and you said, because you said so many of us made so many goddamn sacrifices. I'm saying, like, we still making these sacrifices with no end in sight.
Nope.
And they ain't even trying to take the vaccine. We done had to come up with the vaccine and booster 1, 2, 3, 4. Most of us is like, yeah, look, man, every 90 days or so I'm about to get one of these boosters. I'm about day 60 out of 90. You know what I'm saying? I just got a booster like a month or so ago. month or two from now, right about them holiday seasons, I'm getting me one of them new ones. You know the new one? Everybody know the new one. You know I'm talking about, the little hybrid one or whatever they got. Get one of them shits real quick. Right, that's how it is right now. Cause of what? Religious fucktards. Who the fuck is talking about the problem is not our trans people getting murdered. The problem is boys winning girls' middle school track and field events. That'd be the religious Christian fucktards. Who the fuck stormed the Capitol on January 6th and literally tried to end democracy, screaming, "Hang Mike Pence"? Certainly wasn't
Christians.
no Muslims.
Wasn't no atheists either.
Wasn't no black people. Wasn't niggas from the hood. You know? So it wasn't scientists. So it's just interesting that they just seem to be on the wrong side of everything. I mean, who just basically took over the Supreme Court and just took away our rights to reproduction. They be talking about freedom and they love freedom and the government should be small enough to fit up inside my dick, apparently. It's just awful. They're on the wrong side of everything.
Every
always.
time. Yep, always.
Always.
And then they look at us like that ain't a problem. Like, why are you upset? Like,
how
come
dare
on.
you notice?
How dare you notice, right? So, and we talked about that a lot on my stream yesterday. Like, it's just like, you can't reason with these people, right? You just can't. Because they know what their grift is. They just want you to not notice what their grift is. You're wronging them if you notice. Just like any narcissistic abuser, right? In a relationship, you're wronging them if you notice. So while I was talking about this stuff last night on my stream, we're talking about my mom and how the role that Christian religion played in her journey and how that affected mine, she conditioned me with these ideas that I'm responsible for somebody else's headspace, right? I'm responsible for her psychological condition and how she
James,
feels about
I'm listening.
herself.
I'm turning on my speaker so I can go piss.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. So she sold me on this idea that I'm responsible for her. And she sold me on the idea that it's a virtue to try to be responsible for her. And that the more I give and the less I get in return, the more virtuous it is. Right? And she sold me on, and she conditioned me to have what's called an insecure attachment style. Right? Because, reward and punishment. Give you, love bomb you and then pull back when you make even the slightest misstep, or even imagine errors that aren't even errors. So in the meantime, it's like conditioning my whole psychology. So when I finally got out of that environment, I was very vulnerable to entitled women. And I made excuses for entitled women and thought, if they're, because these entitled women are the broken women, right? Not all women, but these women were. That's how that works. So, even though they were awful, I didn't leave. I felt indebted to them, and I didn't know why I felt indebted to them, but I did. I didn't know why I felt like I couldn't just leave. I'd be wronging them if I left, but I just did. It wasn't until much later in my adult years that I understood why I felt that way and quit doing it. So I'd end up with these women that were incredibly controlling and abusive and selfish, and they just took. And there are people out there like that. It's a thing. And even though I didn't look for that, I was just going through life hoping a good woman, stumbled across my path. But I have this other thing going on that I never talk about. I've never mentioned it in my streams, so I'm going to mention it now. I have this rare vascular condition that I was born with. And it had been misdiagnosed many times while I was growing up. And so it's called venous malformations. And so there's small vascular masses in the side of my face and in my throat and my lower lip, places like that. And so when I hit puberty, the growth hormones that trigger the body to grow also cause the masses to grow. They look like tumors, but they weren't tumors. And all kinds of different diagnoses. The specialists didn't know what to think about it. It's just not a common enough thing for them to be really skilled in diagnosing it, especially back then at the time, 70s and 80s and even 90s, they still didn't know what the hell they were doing. I was always told that there's nothing they can do for it. It wasn't until like probably about 14 years ago that I finally found a doctor that would try to help. And so, anyways, every time that I got punched in the face or thrown across the room or brutalized in some other physical way, sometimes it would damage these masses, and then they wouldn't heal very well, and so they'd end up larger and more and hurt more. So I ended up facially disfigured, and for somebody growing up in this environment, trying to find their way through life and in public schools and things like that, I was way too shy with women at the time, with girls. I didn't know my worth. And I was a good-looking kid. Like, I was really, really a handsome, like, 17, 18, 19-year-old. I was really handsome, but I had this, the side of my face was kind of swollen, and my lower lip got so big in my mid to late teens that by the time I was, like, 18 or 19, it was so swollen and purple and like, bumpy and, like, awful that it, like, reached my chin. This big, giant tumor on my face and an otherwise very handsome young man. And it made it hard to talk, it made it hard to eat, and I had one, like, on my tongue and in my throat and the side of my neck, and that those weren't as visible, and it really, really undermined my confidence, and I didn't know what I could do about it. And so any attention I got at all after escaping that environment from any women at all, any girls at all, that, you know, around my age, like, I just think, wow, somebody's not so horrifically turned away from me that I can actually, like, get some play, right? Get some kind of attention of a sexual nature. And so I managed somehow to find the courage to go out every day and work jobs and go to school and function in society, and tried not to let it get to me. And I knew that I was handsome other than this problem, but it's a big problem. I just felt like the Elephant Man. I felt like I really, like, related strongly to John Merrick, the Elephant Man. If you've ever seen that movie or not. And The Hunchback of Notre Dame, like, I related to that a lot. Like, these were just, like, Disney themes that I couldn't even watch in the movie theater because it would just, like, make me want to cry because it reminded me of me so much. And so that was, like, one of the things that happened in my life. And so I ended up with these abusive women that reminded me of my mom and felt indebted to them. I didn't know why I felt indebted to them. Just couldn't get myself to walk away from these abusive women, and felt my most noble and virtuous when I was giving to them, because I was raised with the idea that this is what Jesus wants. Self-sacrificing people, charitable people who will find people that are wounded and injured and give selflessly to them and be long-suffering, right? And he also feels like, Jesus also feels like if you get with somebody, you should really keep trying to make it work no matter what. Doesn't like broken homes if you've got kids, and if you don't have kids, he doesn't like you to be uncommitted to people, right? And so I just felt this, it's just like a big shitstorm of bad ideas that had come together for me. And so I stayed with the one for about 15 years, and tried to get away from her multiple times, and I don't want to get into all that, but and then so I had a couple more long-term relationships in the meantime, and it wasn't until the last one that I started doing a lot of research into personality disorders, and not just in domestic relationships, but in terms of like parents that have major personality disorders. Because I wanted to understand the journey that I'd been through, how it started with my mom and my dad, how it affected my psychology, why I felt the way that I felt about other people, and why I kept ending up in these abusive situations, and why I felt indebted to continue to stay with abusers and didn't feel like I could just walk away. And I figured it out eventually and made sense of it. But as I began to understand narcissistic personality disorder and realizing I needed to leave my then current girlfriend, I started realizing that Christianity itself is modeled on that paradigm. It's not a coincidence. It's Bibles and that religion are made by narcissists and for narcissists. The whole entire playbook. and the whole entire paradigm of what is supposed to be the ideal relationship between the parental figure and the children, right? Or between between partners or whatever.
Yeah.
Just like
All
this.
right, James.
Yeah.
I was trying to. It's tough to sometimes put into words what's wrong with like the whole pickup artist culture, right? That's it. That's why it has consent issues, right? It presents you this unattainable, unachievable, unrealistic, and quite frankly, undesirable a level of achievement. Like, what would life be like if you really were like a Backstreet Boy and you could just walk up to any woman and trick them into sex? I mean, you wouldn't want that ability really, because it would just be meaningless, right? And this is what people don't understand. I've you know, I know it's so weird. I used to compare the two and say it was sometimes cool growing up because I always got this attention from girls, right? And then you just picked which girl liked you, or if you liked the girl, you could just know if she liked you, right? It's pretty obvious. With me, it was always, though, I felt like that was their choice because that was just how it was. But once I started learning, you know, social dynamics or whatever, it was cool because then all of a sudden I could, like, talk to people I didn't know and blase and glavinoids. But if I push that too far in the direction of routines and shit I learned on the internet or shit I read about, even when it worked, it became unsatisfying because they weren't responding to me. They were responding to the routine. And so even if I learned better and better or more and more routines, it's like cool. That's why I tell people, like, what do you, I could teach you a bunch of shit. That's why people ask me, what's my favorite opener? My favorite opener is, hi, I'm Jay, it's nice to meet you. Because if that's not a segue to, you know, more conversation or better conversation or whatever, then cool, that's fine. But if I got to whip out the, bro, did I ever tell you about the time my friend was on the Maury Povich show?
No.
Well, it's because he wasn't, but I got a routine about that, right? So, but you know, right. and if I go to that routine and you're just like, oh my goodness, that's so awesome, I'm like, cool, the Maury Povich routine, quote unquote, works, but I already knew that. So what did I get out of this conversation? Not much. And what happens then is you're, like you said, you're teaching people a playbook that actually reinforces their insecurity. Because in trying to make them, quote unquote, better, you're actually reinforcing their idea that they were inadequate in the first place. And then rather than teaching them social skills, you're actually taking advantage of your knowledge of social skills to manipulate them into being antisocial. Because I've had people like basically fall in love with me, the real me, James, and then be pissed as fuck when they found out that that name they knew me by isn't my actual name. But that's just a common thing people did back in the old pickup artist days. You know, like we you know, but and at first I didn't understand, like, what difference does it make? But then I understood, which is why I left some of that alone. But you know, I try to tell people, like, you got to. That's what I'm saying. You got to be careful because everybody that tells you I can help you handle this, or I have advice for this, or let me show you how to do this, or did you hear about this cool way to do that? Isn't like Kat's, Cameron's fiance made that stream about toxic help. There's a lot of that out there. And that's why I realized that shit is toxic help, because it's antisocial. It is teaching you an abusive, antisocial, insecure, divisive playbook and masquerading it as the way to love people. Don't do it. Go ahead.
Nope, don't do it. So put that Bible down, because it will just steer you wrong. So that's where we're at. So she was steered wrong. She steered me wrong. I lived a bad life. Did it to myself. I was weaponized against myself and didn't even realize it. Complicit in my own abuse and didn't even accept that. Bad ideas in my head about virtue that were all wrong, and love that was all wrong. Didn't understand how love really works, how life really works, what constitutes a healthy relationship, what constitutes virtue and ability. Like, they were they anti-educated me about everything that mattered. To say that they didn't prepare me for life was an understatement.
Yeah, and anti-education is crazy, James, because it sends you in the wrong direction. You don't even get to start from neutral. You start from negative. Sorry.
No, absolutely. So that's a big problem. Rebecca doesn't mind it. She anti-educates people habitually. She's making her life go, but anti-education's bad, folks.
I wanted to say this about her. She is lazy. That's her fatal flaw.
She hasn't had to work hard. She hasn't had to.
Lazy. She's just unwilling to do the work on the issues that she's picked. Again, she's barked up the wrong tree and is too lazy to climb up that tree and see what's really going on up there. Right? And you want to sit down and bark up the goddamn tree when there's bigger dogs on top of the tree. Like, look at this little motherfucker down here.
Yeah,
right?
so.
Should we go down in there? Nah, don't even. But it's just like and she was awful. And sorry, I just wanted to say I'm out here to expose that. We all know that. Low key, high key, explicitly, implicitly, we're out here to expose the bullshit. And I know with some of them, it just takes the community a little bit more time, with a little bit sharper criticism to kind of come around and see it. And other people, I now know it takes a direct challenge of their formal education, because what I'm doing is I'm just drawing out enough to make it very clear to myself and everybody else that they don't know what they're talking about, at least according to what they represent as their position. And then boom, that's when I hit them with not the Sweet Sin music. For those of you that are not wrestling fans, Sweet Sin music is the super kick party. It'll take you out more times than not. But the real finisher is the itis. Nobody gets up from the itis. That's the regal plex. And that's just, you lay down the challenge of, you are wrong about this. And unbeknownst to you, you are in my area of expertise, and I have the fucking footage to prove that you were wrong about this. So now the question is, will you respond to what if you need to learn more? Up to and including what if your formal education has been insufficient? I'm sorry. They do not have to let me on the ship at NASA to pretend that I can fucking contribute to the fucking mission to Mars, because it would hurt my feelings if they said otherwise.
Right.
You do not want me trying to get a fucking tumor out of your motherfucking chest cavity because I have had no fucking formal training in how to do so. And if a motherfucker like Donnie, who just popped up on my fucking desktop notification, Rebecca, Sal, Otangelo, Kent Hovind, Ken Ham, Jordan Peterson, William Lane Craig, or any of these other fucktards tries to tell you that evolution is not true, and they do not have sufficient fucking formal training in biology to back up their bullshit, you are perfectly right to apply Hitchens' razor. That which can be asserted without evidence can be motherfucking dismissed without evidence. Go ahead,
and I'll
James.
take it further and say, not just can be, but should be.
Should be.
Really should
You're
be.
right. I was
Really
wrong. You make shit better. Go ahead. That's why we a good team. Get at him, James.
Yeah, Hitchens really need to be around to help him polish the fine edges a little bit. I feel bad for him that he didn't have that. So, moving forward from there, and I've used this explanation before about what you just said, about the kid that comes home from school, first grader, crying, sobbing, panicked, because children in his school have convinced him that there's a shadow monster, and that shadow monster is going to kill him and torture him and even come after his family later, unless he joins the club and says the club oath and pays the club dues and agrees to live the way the club says he's supposed to live.
Dude, in Gather, we were literally watching a horror movie, and in the beginning of it, the kids were literally doing that to each other. They were all bullying on this one kid who didn't accept and believe in the fucking monster or whatever. And they were like, he's gonna come and get you, and you're the one, and you're gonna be doomed. And the kid was like, no, I don't believe. And they literally started bullying him and damn near beat this kid down just because he didn't fucking want to go along with their monster story.
So that's Christianity. And so when they run this grift, the child comes home, and the parent has two choices. Because the child's like, you know, is it true? Is it true? Is it true? And if the parent takes it, I'm not sure because I technically can't prove it's not true, then what's going to happen is that kid's going to give it weight. It is going to go back and join the club and pay the dues. But if the parent is the responsible parent, they'll say, hell no, it's not true. They'll take a hard no, right? A hard no. Definitively. That's responsible parenting. And reassure that child and help that child, like, use this as a growing experience, right? To understand what's happening. And then the parent needs to go to the school and straighten that shit out because that can't keep happening. And if they need to, they go talk to the parents because that shit can't keep happening, right? And that's Christianity, and that's the response we need to give to it. So when they assert that shadow monster without evidence, it's not just that we can dismiss it. It's that we must dismiss it ethically in order to set an example for our children and for our community and for the world. We must dismiss it with prejudice. We must. Whether or not there's really a shadow monster that these kids correctly guessed about, absolutely beside the point. Because anything's possible, and we cannot live our life under the shadow of an infinity of superstitious what-ifs. Life's hard enough without it. It's irresponsible.
Yes. Agree. And that's where I feel like the deist has about as much evidential basis as the personal theist. And at least the personal theist, to me, has a personal motivation to do it. All right, so I guess I would say, I put it like this to my mom even. Here's the thing about even slavery. Master was real. And master could fuck you up to and including probably kill your ass because you were his property. And you want to hear something else? So was your fucking wife and your fucking children. Now, what's fucked up about Christianity is you got some master that you can't even show me is real. That you want to be on that tip forever. But to the deist, I say, at least the theist has a personal master who's going to put their ass in hell or reward them with heaven or 69 virgins or whatever the fuck. Whereas I don't understand your excuse for hanging on to, well, there might be something other than you just can't let go of this idea that you probably got from a book you don't believe in. Or you're making some argument, or making some argument, basically. I don't know.
Right. No, I hear you on that one. So, but the important thing is that we recognize shit for what it is, right? That we don't play the game. So, with all this being the case, I accepted responsibility for the mistakes I'd been making. I recognized that I was making these choices, even though I'd been programmed to make them. Even though I'd been anti-educated, which set me on the course to make them. And even though I'd been wired emotionally to be captive to that kind of stuff, once I realized what was happening and accepted responsibility for it, I became capable of breaking the cycle. I became obligated to break the cycle, and I broke the cycle. I broke it at cost.
Yes, severe cost. And you know what's crazy though, James? Almost have it's almost a superpower because it's like you become severely disillusioned, feels like the correct expression.
Right.
And that allows you to radically change. I used to say something about social dynamics, which is cool, right? I used to say, all right, so let's say, James, you struggle with confidence with women because you don't know. You're not the best looking dude or whatever the fuck, right? You don't think you're interesting. And I used to say something weird, which is that it was so rewarding to help people get confidence in that area of their life because it made them think they could do anything. And there's no reason it should. Like, why should you know how to approach other human beings make you think you could literally probably be a rocket scientist if you went back to school and studied hard enough. But it will make you feel that way.
Right.
And so, you know, that's kind of the type of super ability it is to be able to change you.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, holy shit, I used to not have a way or a tool to go about this thing. Now I do. Now I see everything as I probably just don't have a way or tool or path to go about it, but I bet you if I did, right?
Right.
And then you'd be like, I just got to get better at finding said path and tools, right? Right? You know, and then and then you start actually literally being generally better at figuring out life. For real, right? For real. So it's not an even completely unreasonable confidence, right? We used to say modeling. It's the central principle that if you figure out something other people have done, you figure out how to do what other people do. It's why I even tell my students, part of what I do is like you gotta watch me show you how to do it on my screen, because following the tutorial, reading the manual, these are essential skills in life now. And if you can do them, boy, let me tell you, you can learn about anything. If you're willing to read up on it and watch some YouTube videos, let's go. What do you want to learn, right?
Right. It's a brave new world full of so many possibilities.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's kind of what I want to say about that. Yeah, go ahead.
On my way out of that situation, the last relationship, if you want to call it that, I made some mistakes even in the exit that cost me something.
Oh, hang on, James. Sorry. I just want to quickly finish that by saying what you did is something like what Derek did, where you do that, but you learn your way out of some shit that's crazy. Some shit that may have or could have ended you up in institutionalized jail, legal trouble, or, you know, emotionally, psychologically distraught, whatever the fuck, right? Traumatized. Some form of traumatized, for real trauma. But now you learn how to work your way through that, which, let's face it, is pretty much a lot more at stake than will Susie Q over there grab a pretzel with me. Right? And that's what Derek has. Derek has a superpower at his, nah, bro, I was under the throes of something that, number one, most people don't get out from under the throes of, and number two, kills you. So when you put them two together, I wish I would be scared to talk about some religion now. Right? And we've all got our own version of that. But that's what I mean about you having the superpowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So, I mean, that's why I try to help other people, because it would be irresponsible not to try to help other people when I can. Right? And people weren't there for me when I needed it. People weren't there for me to be a voice of reason or a mentor or, you know, just a sounding board that can help them make sense of things. And I've been that for other people in other circumstances. My friend Jessica in Canada, I made a big difference in her journey. My friend Renate in Israel, I made a big difference in her journey, right? And now they're all better off for it. But I don't push it on anybody. It's like, if you bring something to me, I'm here for you, you know. And if you're part of my community and you bring it to the group, you know, if there's anything I can do, I'm here for you. And like, I don't want to push myself on anybody, and I don't ever think I have all the answers, but I have a lot of answers, and I can help. I know that I can help in certain situations, and this was one of them, and that's why I felt it was important. And could I have structured the conversation a little bit differently so that I didn't mention anybody's name? I could have. You know, I could have not mentioned Rebecca's name. I could have done that. But at the same time, I'm like, she's got this email correspondent set up with a whole bunch of people in her community.
I 100% agree with you. And I didn't speak up on that because I was running around, and thank you so much for holding it down. I was really enjoying myself, actually, and I kind of was indulging, you know. I took Sam for a long walk and did the dishes and shit. I was like, I'm just joining the James Apperson show. Shit. Nice. But yeah, I disagreed with the. I would say they disagreed. I understood the comment about not giving her the attention and psychoanalyzing, but interestingly enough, I had kind of told Jen in truth, like, bro, I'm kind of over the whole Otangelo experiment because I figured out that he's kind of Darth Dawkins and isn't really a good faith actor, and I'm over it, not interested. And he was like, nah, because his bullshit is kind of the same shit that everybody, a lot of them are sitting on. It's just that they won't say it, right? And so there is this value. And so I kind of thought I needed to, like, not push it, because I didn't know if Uncle Bobby would be like, man, I don't want to deal with the Otangelos anymore, like, wasting my time. But interestingly, he was like, he literally said to me, he came out and said to me, he was like, no, I want another crack at that Otangelo. And I was like, really?
Derek said that?
No, fucking Uncle Bobby.
Oh, Uncle Bobby, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, sure, but that was his point, was that, it's his beliefs and his bullshit is more common than we'd like to think. And so it's worthwhile to interact with the people who represent, which essentially is our motivation in the first place. It's just we do get kind of annoyed with the people we deal with all the time, right?
Right.
But to that end, I'm just trying to say, I think deconstructing Rebecca is 1,000% worth it because of everything you said. She made herself relevant to our community. We know her. I still think at the end of the day, she represents so many other Christians in our lives, be it our family or our friends who are undereducated, overprivileged, really, really good at being great, wonderful, nice human beings, but sitting on some weaponized bullshit at the end of the day says we are not as good at people as they are, who are sitting up on some sinful, sin of the world, conspiratorial nonsense, even if they won't come out and say it. And so the interaction, the deconstruction, the analysis, the breaking it down represents as a stand-in for still so many of them. And also, if we are even a little bit part of the reason that bitch got the fuck up out of here, even if for a while, which is a little bit less apologetic nonsense in the world, then please let's overanalyze how we did it so we could do it some more. But that was just my opinion that I wanted to toss in the hat, so to speak.
Sure, I appreciate that. And it's difficult for me because one of the things I realized is that if I'm not extra specific about what the moral lesson, the life lesson applies to, a lot of times people, even if they're intelligent, they won't make the connection unless I draw them the connection. For example, let's say that I share with somebody the idea that we should never feel responsible for what somebody else did wrong, right? Like we shouldn't pay anybody else's debt. Everybody's going to agree with that general principle. But if I say that to a Christian and they're busy agreeing, they're not going to go home and think, oh, wait a minute, that means I shouldn't be responsible and pay a price for what Adam and Eve did. They're not going to make the connection unless I explain, here's this narrative and here's how it applies. Here's how this narrative says you are responsible for mistakes somebody else made. You got to pay the price for that.
Absolutely.
And then they'll go, oh, I never made the connection. They weren't going to make it unless I drew them the line. The same thing is true with Rebecca. I can sit here and talk about certain religious gimmicks and abuses and kind of how to recognize it and how to respond to it, and people agree with me. But unless I point out that it's specifically what Rebecca's doing, they might not make that connection.
James, I feel like I have what feels like a saucy question. And maybe it is, maybe it's not. But do you think we'd be able to get this kind of support for really exposing her if she didn't overstep in some of the ways that she did? Like if even she was a little bit more Mike Pence careful, would it be that much harder to get people to see through this raggedy bitch?
Oh, of course it would. Because even I, for a while, wasn't sure. Because she wasn't saying enough. She wasn't divulging enough about the specifics of like her worldview, and she was careful not to. And then once she realized she'd accidentally given away too much, and now the grift has kind of been like overexposed, it was kind of like William Lane Craig's gaffe, where all the other apologists were like, William Lane Craig, you're giving away too much of the grift. Stop it. Shut up.
Right.
It's that kind of a thing. And then people are, because even as keenly aware of certain things as I am and very attentive and looking for it, until Rebecca divulged a certain amount of what was going on in her head, I was pretty sure, but I had to wait for her to say it before I could justify saying I'm sure. Right. She had to act. Right. She had to commit to those positions, and then once she had them, like, yep, knew it. Here it is. Right. Until she said that, I could only theorize, and I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, like everybody else. If she would have been more Mike Pence level careful, we wouldn't even be having the stream today, because I wouldn't have known what to tell. I mean, I would have been able to tell Cameron, for example, yes, this is abusive, and here's why it is. And I still could have had a stream about that, but I wouldn't have been able to lay out the reason, like her whole tapestry of ideas and how it connects, except that she eventually exposed those to me, and now I know them, and now I can tell people about them, right? So, it would have been I would have had much less to say, and it wouldn't have been as helpful. It wouldn't have been as comprehensive. So, yeah, absolutely. So that's where we're at about it. And it's just like, if I had just made this stream and not specified an individual and just said, these kinds of ideas are harmful and abusive, and here's why, people would have agreed with me. It would have been kind of common sense. They would have been nodding their head. But citing Rebecca as a specific example helps, for the same reason that citing Adam and Eve as a specific example about responsibility helps, because if I don't draw the connection, they might not make it.
I could not agree more, and I think that that's what is unfortunately so valuable about our interactions with them. I told you the other day, number one, it makes our content really unique, right? Because unlike some of the bigger name counter-apologists who are sort of stuck in this world where they're constantly talking about people they actually don't interact with. Mm-hmm. So at some point, it just kind of becomes like, it's not as back and forth interactive. You're shadow boxing, I guess you could say, right? Whereas we're talking about people we really interact with on stream, off stream, for real. And it brings something different to the table. It's part of the reason probably we're so sharp, because we deal with them in real time.
Right. If I didn't have a specific person to cite as an example, a lot of Christians and even some fence sitters out there would be saying, no, Christians don't go that far. They don't say those things. So I needed a specific example that we all knew of.
And one we could roll, like we was talking about, so much tape on, like the tape's there. So so we're confident saying it. Now, you may not have seen all the tape that everybody's seen or whatever, but look, there's people that'll clip it for you in a heartbeat. But if not, there's just the general. And I used to always think about that about her, Rebecca. There's too many. To his credit, big thing Wayne talked about this, because I talked about the love of being live. One, I just like being live like that. And I think about it like we talk about the bar that's got to be open so people got a place to go or whatever. But Wayne talked about it kind of like the B2K or whatever the big pop group is now, right? I didn't really know this about them, but he said a big part of their thing is that they're almost always live streaming. First off, they're a huge group. Like, there's a whole bunch of them. Like, it's bigger than sort of the American boy band. It's like, I don't know, it feels like there's 8 or 9 of them. So there's a lot of them, right? And then somebody in the chat probably knows how many of it is, but it's big. It's like a big group, you know?
I mean, that's why I haven't started the boy band of my own. I've been thinking about it during COVID, but I'm like, there's too many. I can't do it.
Yeah. And it's... he said that, like, they're almost always live on some platform and streaming, and the deal is that they want you to always see their life, what it is, behind the scenes, eating, drinking, socializing, making deals, practicing, traveling, whatever it is. And then he says the thing is, it builds so much intimacy with their fans, because if they were sitting on some bullshit or whatever, you feel like you would know it by now, because it's just too much footage. It's too much tape. It's too many hours, right? And that's what Rebecca didn't see, Rebecca, you gotta be real as fuck if you're gonna be this kind of live. Because it's just too many hours for us to be like, nope, you said this, and then you said that, and then you said that, and then you said this, and then you said this. Now you either lying through your motherfucking teeth or you are thoroughly unqualified. Which one is it?
Yeah.
They don't get it though.
Right. Sometimes people just ain't ready to get it, right? They just ain't ready to understand.
See, it ties into what you said, though, because their denial of science and all of that type of shit leads them to somehow think the rest of us then don't have the empirical basis for our observations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, to me, people even think of science too high. They think of it as like PhD, research lab. It's just a formalization of common empiricism. It's kind of like if we're going through the woods, you know, it's me, you, and Tux, and somebody, I'm like, ooh, yo, that sounded like a motherfucking let's say a motherfucking wolf, too close, right? And you're like, I heard it, but I'm not sure whether it was a wolf or not either. And Tux is like saying, we're dipping. Right? Matter of fact, I might not even have to say it. If I just take off running and y'all heard the same thing, y'all probably just take off running too, right? Now, do we know enough to be 100% sure? No, but we all heard enough together to know it's time to be out. We could be wrong, but this isn't the time to risk it, right? And we all have enough information shared amongst us, not faking it, not philosophizing about the objective nature of the blase and the flavonoid. Right? There's no need to have a philosophical discussion here. It's time to be out, right? Now, it could come to be discovered later that it was one of our, tribe mates, howling or playing a prank on us or some shit, but that wouldn't change the fact that we did what we had to do. And in a lot of these situations, what they don't understand is it's the same situation, but it's not that. It's you. We see that it's you because it was you that chose to go live on your channel with your camera from your home with your Atheist of the Month thing hanging behind you. That was you. That was you, right? And then that was you that came on our channels and said this, and right? And all of this is just on YouTube forever. Now, then it was you sat up there and read the Bible and did this, and then they act like they could just wave their hands and, Men in Black style. We'll just
like, I was never here.
Everything that
you didn't see nothing. You didn't hear nothing. I was never here. Swap gas, bitches. Swap gas.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, it is. But the gig is up. I mean, we're past that now. Like, there's just no way to undo it. So we know, And I tell people, like, if you don't want a certain rep, then earn a different one. It's real damn simple.
For sure.
Whatever rep you want, earn that one. Right.
And that's what I'm kind of saying. You've learned how to do that. And so it's crazy you learned that. And then I always talk about the grand asymmetry. A lot of us have been Christians, and so we know that side of it. We do understand where they're coming from. Now, they won't ever give us that credit. They can't, because if they knew, it'd be admitting what I'm talking about. But so they have to tell us we weren't real Christians, or we just let it go because we were hurt or whatever. But we know exactly what's up on their side, and they have never lived on this side of the fence. So it really isn't fair. It isn't a fair fight. I often feel like I'm punching down. I'm just punching down because the person I'm punching down to is dangerous. So it just is what it is. Again, if they weren't dangerous, I wouldn't need to punch down. But in lieu of that, they need an ass whooping. Well, they might be smaller, but they are grown.
Got these chihuahuas trying to chew our ankles off.
Exactly. So it has to happen. James, I'm gonna go down in the. I'm going to the Pinochle Lounge so I could watch wrestling, but I'll probably put you up on the other stream or whatever, and Have fun, man. Thanks so much for doing this, man. We could do this down here, and if you want to, if you poke your head up, and you could go downstairs or wherever you want to go. But thanks so much, man. Appreciate
Absolutely.
you.
So,
and yeah, I'll be in the Pinochle Lounge, so the speakeasy's open and all of that too.
Appreciate you. So I'm gonna use the little boys' room. So there'll be a small intermission, and then I will be back.
All right. Awesome.
Cool.
All right, everybody, that was a super fun stream. Thank you so much. I'm going to head to the Pinochle Lounge and gather, play some Pinochle, watch some wrestling, probably put James on the other stream for when he comes back. Hit us up on a tablet or your PC. If you don't have invitations, Discord's the way to get it. So the Discord link is down in the description.